Chapter 1. A Road to Probably Not Nowhere. I jerked awake as if I woke up from a zombie dream. Like a leg being asleep, my whole body tingled. My head hurt. My bones hurt. My joints hurt. You get it. I rolled over, groaned, prompting a dizzy spell. Then the memories hit me. What the fuck? I was no longer dead. Now that I had a body, the delayed panic hit me like a truck. I screamed at the top of my lungs as my entire being shook with pain. All around me I heard barking and dragging. As my senses calmed down, I looked around to see bodies and gear being picked through by wolves. It seems when a dead body comes back to life and starts screaming, wolves who were previously happy eating their meal freak the fuck out. There were 4 wolves who ran back, and 2 more who lowered their heads and growled. As a former dog lover and avid Nature Channel aficionado, I had no idea what to do. I slowly stood up and looked around. I was encircled by confused and hungry wolves. Well, judging by the bodies around me, they didn't seem that hungry anymore. There were several busted wagons and crates were spilled about. Some bodies had armor and were filled with arrows. Others simply dressed in typical commoner garb. So it seems the wolves didn't kill everyone here. They were just scavenging. Do wolves scavenge like that? Maybe I didn't watch enough Nature Channel. As I didn't seem to be hostile, the wolves slowly started to drag bodies to the woods, away from the road. A road? I'm on a cleared road with packed dirt. That means civilization. And dead bodies, especially dead bodies with arrows in them, mean people. As we all know, wherever there are people, there is someone else nearby trying to ruin their day. While these thoughts ran through my head, I kept an eye on the 2 wolves watching me, standing vigil while their brethren dragged away their meal. Leaving them to their dinner, I slowly made my way toward a carriage with the doors open. I really hoped this wasn't a horrid sight with a princess that I was going to have to avenge. Dead bodies of people killed in a war I could handle, but some things I'm just not ready for. Peeking inside, I see 1 male in fancy clothes lying down in the middle, and 2 fancy-dressed women with what looked like sword-type stab wounds on their chests. Okay, good. Well, not good, but not as bad as it could have been. Yeah, that's what I figured dead bodies smelled like. I dragged the bodies out of the carriage as the wolves eyed me from about 10 feet away. It was creepy how they just stared at me, ready to respond to any hostile act. I know dogs are smart, but that's just unnecessary. Once the bodies were out of the cabin, I got in and closed the door as best I could. Looking out through the window, it seemed that did the trick. The remaining wolves backed away. It annoyed me how they seemed to strut. From now on, wolves are on my shit list. Now let's review. I died falling out of my shower because I was too lazy to put a bath mat down. Then I went through what seems like some kind of reincarnation cycle, which I fucked up. Picked a door that looked interesting. Ignored the soul-cleaning circle of whatever. Then got burned by a big-ass bug zapper. Woke up here, in what appeared to be a recently dead body. Crap, this body was dead. I looked down and tried to take stock of my condition. There are some bloody holes in my crappy commoner shirt, which smells like shit, by the way. It seems that the wounds scabbed over, so I'm not bleeding. Do I feel okay? Name unclaimed. Level 1. Race, human. Growth, 2%. Tier 1 condition, 87%. Age, 14. Center, 100%. Body, 0. Mind, 0. Soul, 0. Confluence, 10. Huh? I guess I was right about this being a leveling world. No name, Level 1, Tier 1, and I'm now a kid again. Growth, condition, and maybe Tier 1. I could make guesses about those. A bunch of stats, some of which I recognize. What the hell is confluence? Regardless, this means that I took some kid's dead body, but at least I'm alive. Let's be honest, he wasn't using it anymore anyway. Have I always been this blasé about death? I guess going to the other side solidified my belief in the afterlife, and my long-held belief that bodies are just window dressing like the good Buddhists believe. Or was it the Taoists? Oh my God, now that I don't have the internet, I will never know. It's weird that until just now it hadn't hit me that I was really in another world. In another body. Because I died. And how crappy a death it was. Spending a few minutes with my eyes closed and focusing on my breathing, I got myself back into a headspace where I could start figuring this out again. So if I'm in a world with a stat menu, then I should have a skills menu too, right? Skills. Active listening, 0.8. Adaptability, 1.5. Administration, 0.3. Advocacy, 0.4. Analysis, 2.1. Assertiveness, 1. Attention to detail, 2. Etc. Okay, so apparently it lists every damn type of skill a person could have. I looked through pages and pages of skills, all of which were below 10. I'm surprisingly good at charades. Huh. There needs to be some way to narrow this down to special skills or something. Oh, that was easy. Skills. None NA. Yeah, that's about right. As I stared at the empty skill menu, I thought about how simple my life used to be. Apparently, there didn't seem to be anything special about managing a cell phone store in a strip mall. Although my focus probably shouldn't be on my skills, but on why I'm not at 100% condition. I guess I'm a little sore. Also a little hungry, and I could use a shower. Wait, showers better exist here. I should take a look around and see what I can scavenge for myself. Maybe I can figure out what the hell happened here. It's been a few minutes. The wolves are probably eating or at least not around anymore. If the great Saint Murphy is here in this world, I'm gonna be pissed. Stepping out of the carriage, I almost stepped on the bodies I had pulled out earlier. Watching my feet as I stepped over them, I held in the cringe of disgust at the brutality. Looking around, there was a long line of carts and wagons, maybe 15 or 20. Some were broken. All of them had some damage. Arrows were lodged sporadically. There were ripped coverings, and blood was splattered across the sides. Each and every one of them seemed to be looted. I could see footprints and drag marks leading off into the forest. Also, the bodies were all facing up. Once I realized that, I froze. They must have all been searched for valuables. Upwards of 100 people, all dead and systematically cleared of valuables. I couldn't seem to wrap my head around the absolutely clinical barbarity. The bodies weren't disfigured or cruelly treated. All of the horror seemed methodical. I walked through the massacre, but couldn't bring myself to really check for loot or anything. Somewhat in a daze, I stopped to look up into the cloudy sky and took some breaths to try to get myself into a clearer headspace. Perhaps I would have handled it better if I was in the army, or saw some tragedy in my life up until now. Unfortunately, my brain seemed to be treating this like it was one of those fantasy shows I used to stream. The bodies smelled, but they hadn't been there for long, so they weren't rotting. This is starting to catch up to me. I spent a few minutes building up to a panic attack. Then, another feeling started to slowly rise from my gut. I was annoyed, and a little ashamed. This was like the first time I got a flat tire. At first I felt terrified, but then my stubbornness fought back against the emotional interruption. Fuck it! This is my world now. Don't overthink. Live in the moment and take things as they come. I didn't let fear take control in my old life. I'm not starting my new life as a little bitch, I thought to myself. Breathe in, breathe out. As I mastered myself, like I did back in high school when I played football, don't be impressed. I was resoundingly unimpressive. I heard the clatter of horses in the distance. Looking toward the front of the caravan, I saw a group of riders in what looked like medieval steel plate with bright blue tabards. Blue is good. The good guys always wear blue. Now I just need a justifiable reason for being alive and surrounded by dead bodies while I have a shirt covered in holes and blood, but suspiciously without wounds. No problem. Good guys are always trusting. Chapter 2. Questions should have answers. The approaching soldiers rode 3 wide and went back pretty far. I guess there might have been 25 of them or more. They split along the sides of the wide, packed dirt road and continued in single columns at a trot down both sides of the caravan. They adeptly avoided bodies while both looking at the trees and the dead. The soldiers were speaking softly to each other, their horses and armor only adding to the prevailing cacophony. The noise was loud enough that I couldn't help my eyes from darting around while I calmly kept my hands out to the side, palms up, seeming as innocent as I could. Riding up to me, the lead 3 soldiers, knights, stopped within a few meters. Damn, those are some big-ass horses, I thought.
Boy, what happened here?
The leader demanded in a clear and deep voice. He sounded exactly like an annoyed cop that showed up at the aftermath of a bar fight. Apparently, this scene didn't shock him as much as it shocked me, and I thought the emotionally muted haze I had going on was bad.
Ouch, what the hell was that?
My head spiked in pain, making me wince. As quickly as the migraine came, it left. Probably a language download or something, I deduced through my extensive knowledge of this trope. I looked down and put on the most sincere grimace I could manage. This caravan was attacked while I was sleeping in one of the carts. I managed to hide from the looting while I heard them killing everyone. I don't know who did this. The noise was horrible. Screaming, crying, and shouting. It was fucking horrible. The moment I thought I was safe, I came out and switched shirts with one of the poor people killed. I was planning to pretend to be dead if they came back. Luckily, you all showed up. Thank you for being here. I tried to look relieved and still solemn. Nailed it. The troops had made a perimeter up and down the road. There were definitely more of them than I thought, at least 50 of them. Most of them were in chainmail and those metal conical helmets. Were those thick shirts called hauberks? I wondered. Looking around, about half of them had dismounted and started gathering the dead while searching the area. There were a few in fancier armor that were doing some sort of investigation on the arrows and tracks. It all seemed very professional, and not at all what I'd assume a simple Dark Ages investigation would look like. The leader opened the front of his helm by pushing it into the top of his helmet, as though that was totally normal. Okay, that was freaking cool. I have no idea how that works, I thought. His chin was sharp, defined like a can opener, and had a close-shaved beard. As he was on a horse, I had no idea how tall he was. Regardless, he looked intimidating as hell. I wondered if he would look as imposing if I weren't forced to look up at him. I caught the look in his piercing gray eyes. The answer was yes. I wouldn't match stares with that guy if I were behind a door and looking at him through a peephole while holding a bat. Realizing that somehow the 3 horses have turned a little to block off my escape routes, and they were all staring at me, even the freaking horses, I involuntarily shrunk a little. Blackwood! How much of what he just said was a load of horse shit? The leader said as he stared at me blankly. Like a bolt of lightning, I realized my mistake. This is a world with magic and skills and whatnot. They probably have lie detector magic and intuition skills and other things I haven't even heard of. I realized I might be in some serious trouble. Sir, everything he said was a lie. But it was weird. My skill felt no deception. A child can lie better than him. It's like he purposefully wanted us to know, without a doubt, that he was full of shit. I don't get it. The man on the right said in a slightly younger voice, while still hidden behind his full helm. The man in charge just cocked his head slightly to the side and said, "Well, boy, what do you have to say for yourself?" I was so caught off guard by being called out so efficiently that I just stuttered for a few seconds. In a tight but slightly louder voice, the leader demanded, "Young man, you will answer any and all questions I put to you. Otherwise, I will take my wasted time out of your hide. Are there any gurs in these woods?" Confused, I stuttered, "Gurs? I don't know what those are, but I'm pretty sure, based on all the wounds to these people and the arrows, that this was a raid of some sort. They didn't seem to mess with any of the bodies, other than killing and robbing them. But that's really all I know." "Truth," said Blackwood. For the first time, the three exchanged glances, freeing me from the icy stare of the leader. Silence stretched as they seemed to communicate without saying anything. My eyes kept bouncing back and forth between them as I rubbed my sweaty hands on my pants. What is that weird feeling in the air? It's like I can hear talking from far away outside a window. "You don't know who the Aslangers are," the leader said to me, with a pensive furrow to his brow. No, sir. Or, my lord." I really need to shut up. I can feel myself sounding like an idiot. Why can't I have just said that I don't know anything and just got here? The internet always said to answer questions simply and only answer what you were asked. The man in charge didn't seem to blink. "I'm Captain Angelton. Do you know where you are? And what is your name, son?" A name. I need a name. Magic might have some true name bullshit or something. Every book I've ever read went with some variation of gamer tag, so that's easy. "I'm Nero. Nero... Walker?" I could feel them confirming that I'm an idiot. I already knew that they could tell if I was lying. What the hell was the point of that? "All right, Nero. Where do you come from? How did you join the merchant train? And once again, do you know where you are?" the leader asked, this time with a full-on smile. He didn't even bother to ask Blackwood if I was lying. Before I was able to reply, Blackwood interrupted. "He's telling the truth, sir. His name really is Nero Walker." I sensed no lie, even though it's obvious he just made it up. Stunned, I just looked at him with my mouth open. "Okay, I guess that's my name now. Wait, stat sheet." I mentally opened my status page to see if my name shows up. Name, Nero Walker, level 1. Race, human growth, 26%. Tier 1, condition, 91%. Age, 14. Center, 100%. Body, 0. Mind, 0. Soul, 0. Confluence, 10. Opening in my mind, I realized that it wasn't a hologram or in my vision at all. The interface was purely in my mind, and I had no issue with it being open, aside from my attention being pulled to it. The moment I realized my growth had gone up, I thought, how the hell did I gain experience points? I sensed a list waiting in my mind. I opened it to see all my itemized gains. Line after line of small increases in skills like analysis, identification, tracking, composure, meditation, focus, essence sense. What the hell is that? And even lying. Mouth agape, I just stared forward with what must have been the most bewildered expression of my life. One skill stood out in bright gold. Skill gained. Local common. The world has a voice, and all shall share it. From now on, you will know why someone is trying to kill you. "Boy, did you just awaken?" said the leader with his amused and confident smile, with his hands now resting gently on the pommel of his horse. What the fuck is going on? This is not a leveling system I signed up for. I was under the impression when I went through the soul door thing that I would transmigrate into a baby and grow up in a nice family, or an orphan or something. I'm supposed to have a protagonist journey, damn it. Where is my 6 months of living on my own in the forest while I learn to hunt and master my skills to become some kind of chosen one?
Yes, I think I awakened, I replied with a sour look filled with repressed rage.
You don't understand anything that's going on, do you? The captain asked with what was now an even wider smile. His 2 men have seemed to have raised their helms and were all clearly having a great laugh at my expense. They sat there with their smiles as wide as can be, and were not in any way wary anymore. My temper was starting to slip, and I could feel the embarrassment turning my face red, which just made it worse. I was failing miserably at my new life, and it brought back all the emotional trauma of the old one. In an instant, I knew what I was feeling, and more importantly, why. Like a cool breeze on a hot summer day, my emotions cooled. What the fuck do I care what these assholes think? Of course I'm confused. I'm not going to make the same mistakes I did before. I'll do better. Every second I'll learn more. Eventually these, admittedly cool, douchebags will look up at me. This world is my chance to become more than I was. I will seize my future in my hands and wrestle fate itself if I have to. I swore to myself. It was like all the self-help cringe weeb culture that I had absorbed in my youth crystallized into one internal rant. Apparently, in this world, self-realizations can actually happen. No, sir. I have no idea what's going on. I have no memories of joining this caravan. I just woke up a little before you all showed up, and I was surrounded by wolves. I hid in that carriage till they left, then looked around for a bit. Then you all showed up. That's it, I declared, while hoping that he had no more questions. The captain rubbed his chin and asked, "But do you have any idea where you come from?" I just woke up here. I don't even feel like this body is mine. When I awakened, I saw that I was 14. That's about all I know, I replied while spreading my arms helplessly. Not any lies, technically. Captain Angelton turned to Blackwood and asked, "Well?" "Yep. Even the part about it being all he knows. The poor kid has no idea what's going on. He is filled with confusion, but damn does he have a strong center. His psychic field is all over the place." Blackwood chuckled. The captain nodded to himself, as if he had made a decision. Then he straightened up in his saddle. Putting on an aura of command, he said, "All right, Sergeant Blackwood, go see if Sergeant Williamson has found anything of use, and see if we have tracks. If so, send out Johnson and his squad to shadow them and find out where they lead, and see what's out there." He then turned to the silent man on my left. "Borson, get the men moving. I want the dead collected with whatever goods that are left. Put them in whatever wagons are still functional, and send 10 men to return with extra horses and tack and hitch them. Anything left over, I want off this road and cleaned up." He paused and looked over to Nero. "Also have them bring an extra mount for the boy. I don't want to be here in an hour." Both men replied with a crisp, "Yes, sir," and turned their mounts to their duties. As they headed off, the captain dismounted and walked his horse to the wagon I was standing near. He loosely tied it up and gave it a few pats, then walked over to me. He was a big man, must be over 7 feet. Wait, I'm a kid. How tall am I? Maybe he was over 6 feet. Either way, he walked over in his full armor, wide enough to be confused for a tank. As I looked up at him, I thought about how great he would have done in the WWE, or as an actor for some streaming platform. "Let's have a talk, son," he said, and put a large hand on my shoulder. I looked up and gulped. Chapter 3. Receiving the Facts of Life from a Stranger. For Archmage Jennings, the past 100 years had been, in a word, dull. While he enjoyed research, he had never been one to chase beasts or fight in the mud like some moron too stupid to stay inside the walls. As such, it was through knowledge that he advanced, and his pursuit of the world's truths was unending. But now he was over 1,000 years old, and with every passing year, he felt there were fewer things to learn. But today, something interesting has finally happened, and Archmage Jennings felt invigorated.
Did you feel it busting through the upper planes?
Jennings shouted over his shoulder into the hallway.
He was in his personal scrying chamber, with various screens flashing in a semicircle, his arms waving around frantically while he tried to trace the anomaly back to its source. Holograms depicting scrolling data were overlaid across a constantly changing views of ethereal clouds intermixed with brief images of lands. Pausing the search, he turned to the door that was 20 units away.
Gods damn it, Mathers, if you don't get your ass in here in the next 30 seconds, I'm going to flesh shape you into a sheep and stick you in a herd with an overly affectionate shepherd. Jennings' voice boomed out into the hallway. Enhanced with essence, his voice shook the walls. Finished with his threat, he returned to his investigation of the plains with utter focus. Coming into the room just as the Jennings turned away, Archmage Mathers entered with his ears covered. He was a spry 550 and had long been accustomed to Jennings' particular brand of wit. Slowing down from his quick walk, he smoothed his white beard and looked at what Jennings was doing. I'm here. Stop infusing essence into your insults and screaming them into the halls.
People out there are working on projects that are actually useful. As it happens, I was working on how to increase the channel in the advanced targeted healing form. And besides, I don't want to have to sit through any more mandatory meetings on etiquette in the Mage Tower. Now what is it you are bellowing about? Mathers asked, his tone full of repressed rage.
Appearing to have ignored everything Mathers had just said, Jennings continued to work while speaking over his shoulder.
Good, you're here. Did you notice it?
With a sigh, Mathers replied,
Notice what? You call yourself a mage and didn't notice it? Jennings snorted. Jennings, if you don't get to the point in the very near future, I'm going to do something you won't like.
Good one, replied Jennings.
Now listen closely. There was an anomaly in the upper planes. It came through one of the reincarnation points. I'm not sure what it is. I sent you the trajectory information and probable area of incursion. I need you to locate it. I have to see if the anomaly caused more of the origin to be revealed. There's been a planar incursion. You found a planar incursion as it was happening, and your first thought is to track its source. Mathers clenched his fists as he yelled. Why didn't you just look at the damn thing? That will tell you where it's from.
I don't care where it's from. I care what its journey has revealed.
I've traced its journey to a reincarnation point. It's been on quite the adventure. Look here. He pointed to his display as a large bulb of light took up half the room. With this, I've already confirmed several theories on how the soul is reintroduced into the prime material plane. You go find the anomaly, and we'll deal with whatever it is.
Mathers' eyes were wide, as nodded in astonishment.
Of course. I'll let you know what I find. Walking away, he shook off his sense of wonder and focused on what was important. I'm sure a planar fiend or an extra-dimensional walker is simply not worth your time, he muttered to himself, while hurrying to his lab in order to find out the much more important details of this anomaly. The captain walked me over to the end of the cart, then gestured for me to hop up. I obliged, and suddenly started to feel like a kid getting ready to receive the facts of life by my stern-faced father. The captain started off his speech in a calm, quiet tone, while resting his hands on his belt. So since you remember nothing, I'm guessing you had some kind of trauma, or had a mental issue that was fixed by your awakening. Any of what I'm saying seem familiar? He asked. Nope. I don't seem to know anything about the world we live in. Do you mind giving me a general overview? Maybe some more information on awakenings? I replied. He paused and looked up. Honestly, I wish we had a wayfinder here for you, but I guess I can give you some general information. Seeing my look of confusion, he sighed and continued. Wayfinders are community servants that work at the center. Look, this is not what I'm good at. Every group of civilized people, from a village all the way to a city, have a place where the people pool their knowledge and help each other grow. The center is the core of our society. It has people that work for the community, and some of them are available to talk to and ask for advice. The wayfinders are guides that help people grow and find their path.
Is that some kind of term for getting along with everyone or something? Like a homeowners association? I asked with a frown. The captain snorted. What? No. People grow through their experiences. The path is about how someone uses their confluence. It is about how well in tune your soul, mind, and body are. The better you control yourself, the better you can use your skills and abilities. And through use and reflection, you grow. Your center is directly related to how powerful you are, and how powerful you can become. Everyone wants to grow, and it's easier to grow the more centered you are. A light bulb turned on in my brain, and I held up my hand for him to pause. Concentrating, I opened my stats sheet. Name, Nero Walker. Level 1, Race. Human growth, 35%. Tier 1. Condition, 92%. Age, 14. Center, 100%. Body, 0. Mind, 0. Soul, 0. Confluence, 10. So this is like some kind of personal growth chart. It's annoying how much that makes sense, while also resembling a YouTube video. Confluence, which is how centered you are. Maybe center is like their equivalent of mana or magic juice. I guess this is like how those monks back home spent all that time getting to know their inner peace. However, in this world, finding that inner power has tangible benefits. So what is center? I asked. Seeing how I was paying attention again, the captain replied, Your center is the core of who you are. You see the percentage in your identity. As you use abilities or put yourself under stress, that number will go down. It will refill faster the more centered you are. You probably won't have to worry about it until you are at least level 10. Then you can choose your first pillar. Then you get a pillar at 50, then 100, and very few people get that far. So if pillars are what I think they are, I won't be doing anything cool until level 10. So what is the average level for someone my age? And are pillars like talent trees? I asked. He looked even more confused than before. You're a really weird kid, you know that? Everyone gets their identity on their 14th birthday, so you're fine at level 1. You seem really weak, though, like all your skills are low. I don't know where you came from, but the center there must have had some problems. As for pillars, a talent tree is a really good way of thinking about it. You start at the base of the pillar, and as you put in stars, stars are the points you get when you level. Then you gain more affinity or abilities in that pillar. He casually gestured off to the side, and a semi-transparent gold rectangle appeared to his left. This is a basic shield that comes from the defense pillar. There are other shields and other pillars, but this one is pretty common, he said casually as he promptly dismissed it. Fuck yeah, I said, as I pointed with both hands at where the shield just was. That is what I'm talking about. Full-on magic powers. How common is that? I asked, with eyes full of greed and wonder. Ha ha, the captain laughed. Abilities are everywhere. As for shields, most people with some kind of protection-type pillar will have one, and anyone with basic mage training will know how to summon one, even without a pillar specifically for protection. As he said this, he turned toward his men and pointed out a few oddities. There were people using abilities everywhere. I just hadn't been paying attention. Everyone seemed to treat it as normal, so it didn't draw any attention. Now that I actually looked,
I could see a few soldiers using some kind of telekinesis to pick up bodies and stack them in the back of some wagons. One guy was lifting a whole 10-foot busted wagon with his bare hands. There was another guy that I'm pretty sure was talking to a horse. So, this is my new normal, I thought.
The captain watched me become more amazed every time I noticed something. He went on to say, "Everyone gets some kind of ability at level 10, and most people pick up a spell or two. Magic is kinda hard, and very few people have the free time to spend studying it. Not to mention that you need to have a powerful mind and soul to do much with magic. Usually just living your life will get you to level 10 by the time you are in your 20s. Growth becomes more difficult as you level. If you put in some effort to study and meditate, you could get to level 50 by the time you're 100. Most people's leveling speed falls off around level 30 or 40, unless you are focused and centered on growth. Put in the work, and you could be level 100 by 100, as the nobles like to say. Only the elite are able to grow faster than they age. They are ageless in a way. Of course, this all depends on you."
Did he just say 100? As in 100 years old?
"How common is it to live to 100? I asked, waving his hand like it wasn't a big deal. "Unless you get killed by a beast, bandit, or some monster, most people live to 100. Stay in a city, you shouldn't need to deal with any of that. It's not that hard to get enough stars into your body and your confluence high enough to take advantage of your time. The big problem is that pushing for levels and developing your center is hard. It's not an easy life to focus on the climb. There is no way to avoid the personal aspect of the journey. You can't buy focus. You can't steal ambition. The world is large, and if you focus on the climb, you'll always be moving. It's a difficult life." He finished the impromptu fortune cookie with a somber look on his face. "It's rather interesting how power here is personal, while political power seems to be balanced away from the young master stereotype. If some noble kid didn't get his shit together, he was never going to be centered or whatever. That kid would probably be put aside for someone who was more powerful. I'd have to see how the cities were organized. But if you can't buy levels, the people in charge will have trouble abusing the system." That brings up an interesting thought. I looked at the captain, who was patiently waiting as I worked through all he said. "So what will happen to me? If I just awakened, I'm assuming I'm considered an adult. Are there any opportunities that I can take advantage of with absolutely zero skills and no history?" I asked. Nodding, he said, "When we get to town, I'll have someone take you to the center. They'll know how to help you get your memories back, or at least point you in a direction. To be honest, I'm not really good at this type of helping people. Usually my men and I are the avenging and preventing part of helping people. The army isn't intended for community outreach. That make sense?" He seemed a little embarrassed to not have a better answer. However, this suited me just fine. "No problem, Cap. You've been a great help already. I have 1,000 other questions, but they can wait for a wayfinder," I said, proud that I was starting to sound like I know what I was talking about. "By the way, you wouldn't happen to have a spare set of clothes, and any ideas as to how I can get this blood off me?" I asked, as I held up my tunic that looked like a Jackson Pollock painting. The captain laughed and walked over to his horse. "I guess I'll be finding out the next step in town. One thing is for sure. I'm going to be learning how to do that golden shield thing, and telekinesis, and whatever the hell else is available." I thought. The men were still clearing the road, and I watched closely as they did freaking magic. I'm going to learn it all. Seeing some horses grouped up, I realized that I don't care about talking to horses. In fact, that one over there is eyeing me like I stole his apples. Just as I turned back toward the captain, I was hit in the face with a bundle of cloth.
Change into these, and most people can cast a basic cleaning spell on you,
the captain said as he turned away and started doing soldierly things. I had no shame and stripped on the spot.
Maybe I could find someone willing to teach me a cleaning spell.
Chapter 4. Arriving at the Great Wall of Dorchester. Captain Angelton walked toward Blackwood and Williamson while keeping his eyes on the edge of the forest. Diligence is focus in practice, he told himself, as he checked his sword for freedom of movement.
Men, report, he interrupted them as he walked up.
The soldiers straightened up and saluted with and armed their chests. The captain gestured for Blackwood and Williamson to come closer. He returned a quick salute to the rest of the men, and they returned to their business. In Williamson's hand was an arrow and a broken strap with a buckle. Showing the arrow to the captain, he said, "It was the Gurs, no doubt about it. Looks like 30 to 50 of them. Small patrol, must have snuck past the front. I have no idea how they got this far north without anyone noticing. The scouts found the trail. It wasn't easy, but it's hard to hide a trail while they were carrying a lot of food and goods from the raid. We should find them before nightfall." Williamson tossed the arrow and strap onto a pile of others and dusted his hands. Looking around, he sighed and continued. This wasn't even a military convoy. These were just basic merchants and travelers heading to Dorchester. We found the manifest in the lead wagon. No persons of interest or suspicious cargo. We even found the remains of everyone on the list. Well, some of them seemed pretty torn up by scavengers in the woods, but nobody seems missing. That just puts more stock on these being soldiers led by a knight and not bandits. I've never seen a merchant train hit by bandits that didn't do a little kidnapping along with their reaving. The captain was looking around as he listened to the report. His sergeant's conclusions were justified, but worrying. This was too close to Dorchester. How did they get past the front and this deep into the straits without anyone noticing? If this is the first we are hearing of them, then why hit this unassuming merchant caravan? What aren't I seeing? He wondered. Looking at Williamson, he said, "We don't know if we're being pulled into a trap. When the scouts return with their report, send them right back out to do a sweep around the bandit camp, or wherever they are hiding. Something about this doesn't sit right. I want at least triple their number when we hit them. When we head back, I'll get the court mage to thoroughly scry the area. Maybe there are other groups that are trying to draw out our numbers." He then turned to Blackwood. "What can you tell me about the boy? You find anything in the records?" Blackwood waved for him to follow, and walked over to a makeshift table filled with the records of the merchant train. Every bit of paper they could find was being searched, with skills to deduce the history of the parties involved. He picked up a small ledger and handed it to Angelton. He pointed out an entry and said, "Here is the boy's application for the train. He is listed as a guard banishment. Back in his home village of Oakleaf, he got into a feud with a local merchant over continuously stealing peaches. According to this, he didn't even need the food, just liked peaches, I guess. His parents had enough when the village wayfinder and leader consulted them. According to this, they gave him a whooping and sent him to the merchant train guards so they could take him to Dorchester and sign him up for the guard. I guess they hoped he would get his annoying nature beat out of him in training. Doesn't seem to be a bad kid. However, there are a few things of note." Shuffling some papers, he pointed out the boy's picture. In the upper right corner of the page was a detailed drawing of the boy, in full color, that was done during intake with the merchant guard dispatch. They were always thorough, and it only took a few seconds to make a pretty accurate likeness of someone. Blackwood pointed out a few things. You can see that his eyes didn't used to be that weird pale blue he has, and his hair used to be brown. Even his age is off. He is supposed to be turning 14 in 2 months. We double-checked if he is someone else, but the face matches, and everyone else is accounted for. I have no idea what happened, but I gotta tell you, Captain, this kind of freaked me out." Captain Angelton took the ledger with wide eyes. "I've never seen anything like this. I've heard of premature awakenings under stress, but nothing with physical or mental changes." Nothing about the kid was normal. He didn't seem dangerous, just weird.
Regardless, dealing with issues like these wasn't his responsibility. Okay, I'll take the ledger and application with me when I take him to the center. I'll let them deal with this. We have Gers to kill.
Almost like he planned it, the reinforcements from Dorchester arrived. Men started hitching horses to wagons, and everything was put in order relatively quickly. As his men worked, Angelton turned to look for the boy who was the biggest anomaly in this mess. The kid was pestering a soldier to continue casting a clean spell on him. He seemed to be very intently staring at the soldier's hands and saying, "Again, please," over and over. Is he trying to learn magic by watching? The captain wondered. It was very difficult to see the kid as anything other than an idiot. Everyone was mounted up, and we headed toward what I was told was Dorchester. It was the largest local city, and it was surrounded by towns and villages. As the largest city, it was where the army was stationed to protect the locals, while being a preparation point for ongoing conflict with Islangur, which was far to the south. I was told that the region we are in is called the Straits, after the line of lords called Stratings that rule this part of the kingdom. From what I could tell, the area is huge, and the fact that a raid happened this close to Dorchester has all of the soldiers worried. I just wanted to see a map, along with a globe. Without a frame of reference, none of this meant anything to me. I also learned that I can sense magic, or essence, as it is commonly known. My pride was immeasurable until I found out that everyone can sense essence. In fact, most children can sense essence. Not only does it not mean anything special, it is also useless. At a basic level, it is only good for knowing that something is agitating the local essence. So I won't be learning any spells by following along with their casting. This had me inquiring about how someone went about learning spells. According to a nice soldier that didn't mind continuously casting clean on me as we rode, regardless of how many times he assured me that it won't help me learn it, the way to learn spells is also commonly known. A person has to first be able to influence the essence around them. Usually through meditation and focus, you can adapt your feeling the essence into probing it. Eventually, you can manipulate it, and finally start making patterns with the streams that are all around us. He called it essence weaving, patterning, or my favorite, stamping. You start with manipulating, or weaving, raw essence. Then you move up to creating patterns infused with essence. And when you are really familiar with the spell or pattern, you can stamp it into existence with your center. Stamping is the fastest way to cast a spell, and the most powerful. It stresses your center like crazy, but you're directly influencing the world around you. I thought to myself, that sounds so badass, I don't even mind calling it stamping. Although it does remind me of people who used to collect stamps and wasted everyone's time by talking about them. I'm pretty sure they also called that stamping. As these thoughts rattled around in my head, I continued to bother the poor guy whose name I never bothered to learn. After an hour, I realized that I wasn't paying attention to where we were going. In the movies and stories, the camera always follows above the column of soldiers, providing a grand view of the surroundings. For me, though, I was surrounded by large, smelly men that blocked my view of the forest, which stopped me from seeing anything in front of the column. So it was a pleasant surprise when we cleared the forest and started to spread out. Now that I could see a little more, I noticed that off in the distance there were large walls that must have been 100 feet high, with towers spread about in a circle so large that the walls seemed almost flat. Now that is a fantasy city. And what the hell are they defending against? I wondered. Covering a fair bit of distance before the walls was a city in and of itself. There were small businesses and homes all around the outside, but they looked so tiny next to the behemoth of a wall. The men just calmly rode on, used to seeing the Great Wall of Dorchester, as it was so named in my head. It took another hour before we finally arrived at the buildings outside the wall.
I realized that the wall was much taller than I thought. There were some small walls and defenses, but nothing that compared to the wall I couldn't stop staring at. The damn thing became more imposing the closer we got to it. The people were dressed in what I thought was a typical medieval fashion. Wool clothes with leather belts and boots. The city was clean and the roads wide. Plenty of space for everyone, though they did respectfully move out of the way for the soldiers. Nobody seemed to be afraid of them, so I guess it wasn't a totalitarian state or despotic rule. No joining the revolution, it seems, I grouched. Looking closely, there were people using random abilities all over the place. Glowing lines from a parent attached to a kid's back, like those kid leashes suburbanites used back home. And there was a vendor with a magic glowing sign above his door that said, "Varanus Enchantments for home and work. You need it, we have it. Be better than the others." Wow, even the subtext of the world is all about personal improvement. It's kind of depressing that I'm going to have to get over the idea that people will pull others down to lift themselves up, I thought to myself. It seems the fabric of this universe is completely at odds with the unhealthy competition I was comfortable with. I also just realized that I could read without any issue. Nice! It must be part of that skill for common I got, I thought. As I kept up my observation of the town, I saw that my first impression was incomplete. Although the focus was definitely about how great each merchant was, there were still subtle digs at the competition. Regardless of how personally awesome someone is, there are only so many customers out there. Businesses have to advertise, and maybe subtly imply that we're the best, so choose us over them. I wonder if there is identification magic that can unquestionably prove, one way or another, if someone is better. Maybe there is a magic yellow pages that updates who the best is at giving haircuts in a locale. When a diner says they serve the best hamburger in Dorchester, they can actually prove it. That's trippy, I mused as we moved through the town. Coming up to the wall, there was a giant tunnel with a spiked gate. Even with the gate up, it was very imposing. As I was in the middle of the column, I couldn't see what was happening up front, but I was content staring at the freaking abomination that was the wall. Is that 200 feet? Maybe it's 1,000 feet. I've never seen something that size, so my frame of reference is not helping at all. It must be the height of a downtown apartment building, I thought in wonder. Finally, the men around me started to move again, and my eyes snapped back to my surroundings. I adjusted my seating as we entered the tunnel, my attention on my horse. I imagined I would have had more trouble riding, but when they aren't moving fast, I don't have to do anything. I just had to sit there and try not to do anything that would influence what the horse is doing. It had seemed perfectly happy to just follow the other horses. I checked my identity, I still think it should be called status, and I didn't even get a riding skill. I suppose I'd have to actually steer the horse in order to be considered a rider. A bunch of other skills went up though. Analysis, observation, listening, and a ton of others. Do people actually follow all this? I doubted it. The tunnel must have been as wide as an entire football field. How much stone must be in this thing? Embedded in the walls were doors and arches. Shadows covered small terraces for guards to rain down death to invaders. Looking at the ceiling, I noticed little bulbs of light up in corners that looked like they were hovering. They kept the tunnel well lit. This place was awesome. Through the opening on the other end, you could tell this was now the real city. Stone houses and roads, gutters with steel coverings, street lamps that were currently unlit, multi-story buildings with curtained windows, and those plant boxes hanging from the side. It was unreal to the point of being cliché. This is almost too fantasy-like. Where is the inconsistency that pulls the eye? There wasn't even a weird smell. What happened to the horse droppings? It was so normal that I got a headache just trying to spot something out of place. The sound of the people going about their day seemed to inspire the column to start moving faster, and we quickly approached a walled-off compound. It made sense that they were stationed near the gate.
Like a bomb going off, everyone started to go in different directions.
My travel companion, whose name I still don't know, told me to dismount, then immediately walked off with our horses, giving me nothing but a nod and a smile. So I just stood there, in the middle of all this activity, being completely ignored. It was impressive how no one seemed to be bothered by me just standing in the middle of everything.
"All right, young Nero, come with me," I heard from behind me, causing me to jump a little. I turned to see Captain Angelton standing there, already changed out of his full plate, and now in chainmail and without a helm, his blonde military haircut now on display. He still had his blue tabard and sword with him, but he looked significantly more relaxed. Yet, I noted that he was still unnecessarily large. Once he saw that he had my attention, he immediately turned and walked away. I hastened to catch up to him as we walked out of the compound. The captain gave a nod to the gate guard. I tried to keep next to him, but I seemed to always be a step behind him. I got the distinct impression that he didn't want to talk to me anymore. His brow was furrowed, and he walked with purpose. He seemed to have a lot on his mind, and was just trying to get this last duty finished before he could move on to more important things. As we passed by a food stall, I realized that I hadn't eaten since my miraculous body snatch. So I said, "Hey Cap, you mind springing for some food? Maybe a soda or something? I haven't eaten all day, and it must be close to dinner time, eh?" With a smile on my lips and a hopeful look in my eye, I levered all my considerable charisma to bum some grub. With a small glance to his side down to me, he replied without breaking stride, "What the hell is a soda?" "Never mind, it doesn't matter. We'll be at the center soon, and they'll be serving dinner there. I'll introduce you to the inntaker, and they'll get you all set up. Don't worry, son. Oglevark takes care of her own." I really need a map.
I thought I was in the kingdom of the Straits, sufficiently chastened to hurry up and be quiet. I followed the captain, admiring the buildings and people. Everyone seemed to have somewhere to be, just like back home. Surprisingly, I felt no homesickness or desire to return to my distant relations or semi-friendly coworkers. I felt free and in control. I luxuriated in all the new sights, smells, and sounds. I heard a soft chime all around me, and the air seemed to thicken for a moment. My steps halted, and I looked around confused as to what just happened.
A couple passed by on my right, and both offered their congratulations as the man patted my back, and they resumed their day. I thanked them by reflex and turned to the captain, who was staring at me with those piercing gray eyes of his. He walked right up to me, looming over me like a teacher who just caught their student cheating. "Boy, did you just level? How the hell did you already level? You haven't done anything since we found you." "Right?" He damn near accused/questioned me. I cleverly replied, 1 second. Name: Nero Walker. Level 2. Race: Human growth, 0%. Tier 1. Condition, 100%. Age, 14. Center, 100%. Body, 0. Mind, 0. Soul, 0. Confluence, 10 stars, 1. Pillars, 0/0. Yep, I leveled. I feel great, too. Is that 100% condition? How does that work? Oh, I got a star. What do I do with it? Pillars are listed too, but aren't available. I read out what I thought was interesting information, which apparently it wasn't because the captain didn't seem to care. He almost growled, "I'll ask again, and this time I expect a direct answer. How did you already level?" Completely caught off guard and confused, I closed my identity and looked up at him. "I have no idea why you seem angry. I didn't do anything. You've had someone standing next to me almost the entire time I've had a status page.
Identity. Is it really so weird to level this quickly?
Without even batting an eye, he replied, "Yes, it's weird. You have to do something to grow. You have to commune with who you are as a person. You have to acquire new knowledge and experiences. You have to become more than you were just minutes before. It's supposed to take time and effort. You're not supposed to level by staring at that woman's ass like you were a few minutes ago." I think I have a pretty good read on this straight-laced captain by now, and I was currently feeling great thanks to my recent level. So I smirked and crossed my arms like the little shit I was. First of all, you know that everything I'm seeing is brand new to me, considering I don't remember anything. Second, I've learned stuff. Like that vendor over there is selling something called Maginopes, 3 for a 2 valence. And third, and most importantly, that woman's ass was worth some introspection and consideration. You need to start looking around. There is never nothing to experience. I finished with what I hoped was a profound look on my face. I paused and looked down for a second to think whether or not that amazing last line made sense. Yep, checks out, I decided, as I nodded and looked back up at him proudly. The look on his face was priceless. If this growth thing works the way I think it might, I'm surprised I didn't level again. He stood there in stunned silence, now standing like an immovable pole in the middle of the walkway as people passed by. Confusion and contemplation clear in his features. I watched him struggle with what I said for a solid 15 seconds. It was glorious. Finally, he seemed to come back to himself and grunt, as if to clear the air. He resumed his calm but authoritative tone and said, "Come, boy, we're almost there." I just chuckled and followed along. Chapter 5. Paperwork is a multi-dimensional evil. The captain and I soon reached what looked like a large marble library with incredibly wide steps. The building had statues of what I assumed were important people lining the side in recessed alcoves. The building rose into the air for several stories, and the roof had crenellations that gave it a sense of grandeur. I whistled in appreciation as we walked up the stairs and through the large open doorway into what looked like the entry hall of a church or a library. People milled about, looking at paintings or talking softly in groups. There were people in fancy blue robes throughout the large hallway, interacting with people while looking all priestly. Those must be the Wayfinders, I thought. Judging by the way this place looks like a church crossed with a college library, I should probably have had some insightful opinion. But to be honest, this is exactly what I expected. All along the walls were doors intermixed among large paintings of exceptional quality. The ceiling must have been 30 feet and had church-like murals with fancy architecture. The paintings didn't really seem to have a theme. There were ones depicting a beautiful meadow at sunrise/sunset, images of heroic battles, people working together to raise a barn on a clear day. If I were more snooty, I'd say the theme was the greatness of man. However, if I spent too much time on that thought, I'd have to kick my own ass. While my mind was occupied on how to judge the paintings without feeling like a tool, Captain Angelton was speaking to a few blue-robed guys and gals at what looked like an information desk. I decided I should probably pay attention to things that were more relevant, so I walked over to see what was going on. Here he is now. This is the boy I told you about. I sent you all the information we have on him, and here is his paperwork. As you can see, his picture doesn't match what's in the file, the captain stated, while pointing at something on the other side of the desk. What picture? I asked. No one told me about a picture. I'm in a book? Evidently they were ignoring me for the moment. The Wayfinder just flipped through the paperwork and nodded with a thoughtful look on his face while rubbing his chin with his free hand. Interesting, he said. Leave the boy here. We'll take care of him. You have done your service, Captain, and it's up to the community from now on. The captain nodded, as if this was expected.
He turned to me and looked down to meet my eyeline. The center will provide you with a path forward, as is their purpose. You can trust in them. It was good meeting you, young Nero. He started to turn, then paused. If you need anything from me, you can find me at the Gate 7 Army compound. I hope we meet again. You're an interesting kid. Weird, but interesting. And without even waiting for a reply or a thank you, he just marched off.
Surprised at the quick separation, I watched his wide back shrink in the distance. He is always marching with a straight back and squared shoulders, and seemingly leading with that amazing chin of his. What an odd dude, I thought. Turning back, I put the captain out of my mind and looked across the desk to the blue-robed guy. He was taller than me, which isn't saying much, and looked to be in his mid-30s. With a clean-shaven and scholarly look to him, it fit right in at a human resources department. It's like I could sense his inner desire to sort me into group so he could fill out paperwork on my behalf. So, Mr. Tipsman, let's take a walk and have a conversation about your future, he said, while seemingly annoyingly pleased with himself. He started to walk to his right, and I followed to meet him at the end of the desk. Well, this guy sucks, I thought. If you plan to give out life advice, then you should probably introduce yourself first. Also, knowing the name of who you're advising is probably pretty important. My name is Mr. Walker, not whatever it was that you said, I said, snidely, as we walked past the other people at the desk. I made sure that I was loud enough that everyone heard what I said, without being particularly abrasive. That wonderful talent that was so common in my old world, talking to the crowd while seemingly speaking to one person. Ha! Look at his face, I thought, while not displaying my inner smile. We met in front of a pair of large double doors. They were wide open, and I saw what looked like a hallway with meeting alcoves along each side. The hallway was obscenely long, and I doubted I could throw a football to the end. It looked like it was for bank managers to address customer service issues. There were doors interspersed with art between the desks, and the fancy theme seemed to be carried over. The blue-robe guy walked on as if he didn't hear me, but I could see the tension in his neck. We walked along the hallway until he chose what to me was a random desk, which he sat on one side and offered the other chair to me. He then ignored me as he got all set up. Putting his papers in a row and pulling out a crystal paperweight or something, he moved a cup of pens to be more accessible. When he was happy with his preparations, he folded his hands on the desk and finally looked at me. I was not amused. Mr. Tipsman, you were brought to us by Captain Angelton of the Dorchester 7th Gate Army Command, after finding you among a raided merchant train en route from Hillpenny. My records indicate that you were asked by the leader and wayfinder of Oakleaf, along with the consent of your parents, to be sent here to join the guard after being found stealing. Do you have anything of relevance to add? Asked the smug little prick, his condescending sneer proudly on display. So this is where the power plays in this society come in. Instead of being about how rich someone is, it's about your history and how personally powerful you are. Here, power is derived from knowledge and accomplishments. People are still assholes, they're just a different kind of asshole. It seems that in every universe there are people behind desks fucking with people seeking to resolve an issue. I leaned back in my chair and sighed, looking up at the ceiling as if begging for the strength to deal with incompetent people. I took a deep breath and said, "Look, guy whose name I still haven't been told, my name is Nero Walker. I don't know what your records say, but I'm guessing that the records that you have were handed to you by the captain. He knows that I have no recollection of anything that happened before I woke up surrounded by dead bodies on the road to wherever we are. I'm betting he told you that. I'm also betting that you, being the bureaucrat that you are, ignored everything he said and just started reading what he gave you.
So I'm going to take a lesson from pop culture and do the smart thing. At which point I stood up and righteously raised my hand into the air, full of self-importance, and loudly declared, "I demand to speak to your manager."
All of the quiet conversations at the many little desks seemed to come to a halt. I glanced around at a ton of confused faces. Ha! Never seen a blogger making a scene, have you? I thought. Fast walking from the back of the hallway was a tall woman and another man, both in impeccable blue robes. Maybe velvet? She had her light brown hair in a tight, sensible bun, and was only missing glasses to complete the "I'm in charge here" look. The man next to her seemed to be in his late 40s and tired. Everything about the guy screamed, "My work is my life, and it's important to no one but me." I've always loved the hard-working middle manager that puts everything he has into his job. The woman, on the other hand, was the epitome of the corporate troubleshooter. This lady could walk into a room full of problems, and the only thing coming out would be her covered in ink stains and sporting a smirk. "What's the problem here, young man?" she asked before she even stopped walking. As soon as she reached the desk, she elegantly paused and crossed her hands in front of her waist, while looking every bit a leader. The man next to her pulled out a clipboard of some kind and started making notes. Meanwhile, the guy whose name I still don't know paled as all the blood left his face. "Mrs. Salvatore, there is no problem. This young man was brought in by a captain in the 7th from a merchant train. He has a history of troublemaking and is being sent to join to guard by his parents and local leaders. It's nothing I can't handle," guy whose name I still don't know said as he stood up and interjected before I could speak. She turned her head to him and raised one eyebrow. "I believe he asked to speak to your manager. Mr. Bennings, that would indicate that this situation is something that you cannot handle. Please sit down and let the young man speak." She then turned her attention to me, as the now named Mr. Bennings shrank back down to his seat. I made sure that my face showed none of my internal victory dance. I mirrored her pose with my hands crossed at my waist and said, "Thank you, ma'am. I seem to be in a difficult position where my life is in this man's hands, but he won't listen to what I'm telling him. I would very much like to tell you my story and see if there is something that can be done." She nodded, then turned to Mr. Bennings. "Mr. Bennings, I will be taking over for now. Please stand next to Mr. Farthing, and we'll see what we see." She then ignored the man as he leapt to stand next to her second in command. Sitting down, she moved all the papers and whatnot off to the side and placed her hands, one palm over the other, down on the desk. She did her best to look as welcoming as possible. "Hello, my name is Vera Salvatore. I'm an intake specialist here at the Dorchester Center. How can I help you today?" She finished with a pleasant smile. I almost wanted to clap. It's always so amazing seeing someone who is actually good at what they do. It doesn't matter what it is. When someone, seemingly without effort, paints the corner of a wall without using painter's tape. Or when those guys in the pit crew of NASCAR do a perfect tire change. Or one of my favorites, when a waiter or waitress carries a ridiculous number of plates as though they were dancing through a crowd. It's simply amazing. I returned her smile and started from the beginning as concisely as possible. She did not seem to be a person who tolerated her time being wasted. Earlier today, I woke up alongside the remains of a merchant wagon train. Everyone around me was dead. I had no knowledge of who I was, and my body didn't feel right. Not much later, a bunch of soldiers showed up. I'm sorry, but I don't know if I should refer to them as soldiers or knights or something else. Anyway, their leader was Captain Angelton, of what I now know is the 7th Gate Division of the Army. He gave me some basic information about the world, and then told me he would take me to the center to be given some help. He said that I was a newly awakened, and that I could find my path forward here, although he didn't say what that meant. When we got here, he dropped me off at the desk in the big lobby.
Here I paused and frowned for dramatic effect. Then this guy doesn't introduce himself and just says, "Come along," then calls me by some name I've never heard of. Then he starts accusing me of things. When I told him that I didn't know what he was talking about, he ignored me. When I tried to tell my story, he shut me down. That's when I asked to see a manager. Mrs. Salvatore listened attentively and waited for me to finish. She then turned to Mr. Bennings and said, "Is anything he said untrue or that he left out?" Mr. Bennings seemed to sense a chance, and then walked quickly to the desk and grabbed his files to show his side of the story. "Here," he said, "this shows that his real name is Rhodey Tipsman, and that he is a criminal that is being sent to the guard. I was simply following procedure. Once I had his acknowledgement that this was him, I'd have called the guard and have him sent to his path. Everything else is irrelevant," he finished proudly, coldly reading the files. She flipped to the front page and saw the picture. Her eyebrows raised in surprise, then she looked over at me. After giving me a once-over, she turned back to Mr. Bennings. "Did you listen to a word he said? You have truth sensing like everyone else in intake. You know that he had no idea what you were talking about. We guide people to find their paths. We do not force a path on them. When we force a path that doesn't help a citizen, it stunts their growth and hurts our community. You and I will be having words later." She paused and held up her hand. "I don't want you to say anything. What I want you to do is to go to the office break room and sit down. Stay there and think about how you handled this situation. Furthermore, I want you to reflect on what you can learn from what happened. We will talk about this later." She then turned back to me as though Mr. Bennings had dissipated into thin air. "Wow! Now that's how you dismiss someone," I applauded in my head. "Now, young man, if you are not Mr. Tipsman, what would like to be called?" Mrs. Salvatore asked. "I guess I go by Nero Walker. It was the first thing that popped in my head when the captain asked my name," I replied. She reached behind the desk and pulled out a fresh form of some kind. She then started to fill it in at an impressive rate. It must be some kind of ability to be able to write super fast. That is very cool. But I'd rather be able to blow stuff up. Looking back up at me, she said, "Let me start off by saying thank you, Mr. Walker, for being so understanding. Many people in your shoes would be very unhinged in your situation. Seeking the right path is not for the timid, and you are off to a wonderful start." That being said, where we go from here is a little complicated. The first thing we have to address is whether or not you want to follow the path that you, or Mr. Tipsman, was on before you awakened. Do you want to join the guard? I took a second to think how I wanted to say this. I don't know what I want to do, but I want the option of doing it. Does that make sense? She smiled and replied, "Yes, it does. You don't want your path dictated by choices and circumstance that you don't recall. How about this? Either way, you'll have to see a mind specialist to see if you can recover any memories. I can assure you that you will not lose agency. That is to say, you will not lose the personality that you are developing. The mind specialist will just see if they can help you remember. Sound good?" Crap. That sounds perfectly reasonable, I thought. Without seeing any way out of it, I said, Sure. As long as there is no chance of me being rewritten or something." That question of mind specialists made me think of my stats. On my identity panel, there was a mind stat. Throwing my Hail Mary, I asked, "I leveled on my way over here and got a star. Would putting that in my mind stat reboot my brain and get my memories back?" Her head snapped up from whatever she was writing. "Did you just say that you leveled on the way over here? Earlier you said that you awakened today." She started going to the paperwork that Mr. Bennings left. "You were forcibly awakened.
You weren't supposed to turn 14 for months. That might also explain the physical discrepancies. She seemed to be talking to herself now. I'll have to call Nick. The forced awakening, hair and eyes changing color, not to mention gaining his first level in an afternoon. This boy is an unusual. Who knows what he can learn from him? She stood up and started walking away. I tried replaying what she'd just said to try and figure out what the hell she was talking about.
She suddenly stopped, turned around. I am so sorry, Mr. Walker. I just got ahead of myself. Please come along, and I'll introduce you to someone who can help you. She then turned to the man who came with her at the beginning. Jacob, grab all the paperwork concerning Mr. Walker and take it to my office. Then afterward, send Mr. Bennings home. Schedule a review with him tomorrow. Then come back and cover the floor. I'll be taking Mr. Walker over to Nick's office. Got all that? Her second-in-command was furiously scribbling on his clipboard. Yes, Mrs. Salvatore, I have everything. No problem. It will all be taken care of. Would you like me to reschedule the end-of-day review for this shift, or would you like for me to handle it? You can handle it. Thank you, Jacob, she replied. Jacob then turned back to the table and started collecting everything. What an intense dude, I thought. All right, Mr. Walker, follow me. We'll be going to see Nicholas Salvatore, the head of the research division of the Center for Dorchester. If there is something concerning the path, he'll know about it, she said. I noticed the name and asked, Any relation to you, Mrs. Salvatore? She proudly replied, Yes, of course. He's my husband. We've been together almost 50 years. As she looked at most 35, I realized that I had no idea how old anyone here was. I'm going to have to start policing my preconceptions. I thought of her as a young go-getter headed for upper management. With this new information, I realized that she already is management. And also, she is apparently part of a power couple in the center. She must have some serious clout around here, I thought. Chapter 6. Seeing is believing in yourself. Captain Angelton walked into the conference room, trying to focus. He couldn't get that kid's words out of his head. There is never nothing to experience. Has he been ignoring things he should be paying attention to? Almost like the world was proving a point, he nearly jumped when Sergeant Borson interrupted his thoughts. Sir, are you all right? You have the same look Blackwood does when he's trying to figure out if I made fun of him. Yes, I'm fine, he said, firmly putting the kid into the back of his mind for the moment. He walked up to the table and focused on the matter at hand. The sergeants noticed his demeanor, and all 6 of them came to attention in their chairs. What do we know? Captain Angelton asked. Sergeant Williamson spoke up. We received long-range communications from the scouts. They tracked the raiders to a valley not far from where the caravan was hit, he said as he waved his hand over the desk, and a hologram depicting the area came into being. He continued speaking, as small details started populating the image. There are around 100 of them. No camp followers or other signs of them digging in. The camp looks temporary. The scouts are still doing an in-depth search of the area, but all signs point to the camp being isolated. Do the majors have anything? The captain asked, while examining the image. Sergeant Tailing replied, Nothing useful. They thoroughly scryed the area and can clearly see the camp. The records say that the place was empty 2 days ago. No reports or indications as to where the raiders came from. They say that there isn't anything else out there, but I am leery of taking their word for it. All right. I have orders to see these raiders dealt with. Captain Angelton stood up to his full height. We have 540 men between us, and we will maintain contact with command in case we need reinforcements. Let's kick this hornet's nest and see if we get stung. The men all stood and saluted. Yes, sir, was heard in unison. Nodding to his men, the captain walked out first. Let's go see what this is all about, he thought. While walking through the halls, I couldn't help but wonder who pays for all this. Just when I was about to ask, Mrs. Salvatore stopped and turned toward a door that looked suspiciously like an elevator.
The elevator door opening confirmed its purpose, and we stepped in. She pressed 5, and we started going up. The ride was smooth, and I didn't hear any gears or mechanical type sounds of any kind. Magic for the win, I said to myself, while admiring the glowing panel with buttons.
The doors opened to a hallway with a desk and receptionist. A young lady was standing over a circular desk and speaking to a young man who was sitting down and taking notes. The young woman was looking down at a pad of paper while reading off food orders. The situation was so very normal that it could have been something I saw happening back home. In fact, it was so familiar that I felt nostalgic for a moment.
Mrs. Salvatore and I just stood there listening to them go back and forth, where the woman would state a food order, then the man would ask for clarification, and they'd continue on, only to repeat their pattern over and over again. It seemed that patience isn't one of Mrs. Salvatore's virtues, as she coughed loudly. Both the young woman and the receptionist paused their skit to look at us.
Judy, in the future, just hand him the paper with the orders. Better yet, just make a simple form and make it available for everyone on the center hub for this floor. Everyone who wants their lunch ordered can print out the form themselves. Then they can fill out said form with their order and turn it in here at the desk. That way everyone saves time, and the likelihood of the order being wrong is drastically reduced, Mrs. Salvatore said in a lecturing tone. The young woman, apparently named Judy, turned to the receptionist and said,
Brian, why didn't you think of that? Make a form and get them out to all the offices. Then they can turn in their orders here. She turned and said, Thank you, Vera. That was a lovely idea. She gave us a nod and a smile, then started to walk off. I could almost see the steam coming from Mrs. Vera Salvatore's head. As amusing as it was, I liked the lady, so I figured I'd fire a shot of my own.
Excuse me? Judy, was it? You might want to leave the paper with the rest of the lunch orders for tomorrow. That way Brian doesn't have to collect the ones you haven't read at him, I said with my own smile. Mrs. Salvatore, standing next to me, radiated a sugar-won't-melt-in-my-mouth aura as she watched Judy return to deliver her paper. Dropping it off, Judy said, Thank you, young man. This time her smile was a little strained when she walked off. Brian took the paper and placed it off to the side, then turned to us with a bright smile. What can I do for you, Mrs. Salvatore? Please call Mr. Salvatore and ask him if he is available, she said sweetly. Sure thing, he replied. He reached up and touched a small circle on his temple that I didn't notice. It lit up a pale blue. I was expecting him to start talking, but instead he just sat there and started shuffling his papers. The light on his temple went out, and he looked up and said, He's currently in Lab 1. He says he's all yours and that you should stop picking on Judy. She has enough self-confidence issues without your beauty and intelligence adding to them. Mrs. Salvatore rolled her eyes and started walking down the hall. Right. Thanks, Brian. Good luck tomorrow. Come along, Mr. Walker, she said. I followed while chuckling at the amazing fantasy office politics skit I just witnessed. I'm hoping that Nick turns out to be a bumbling goofball that is constantly inventing things that don't work. There is just something amusing about a head of research being someone who constantly researches things that don't work. I think that's why everyone likes mad scientists. Wait, a scientist wouldn't get very far in this world if that were true. Son of a bitch. He's going to be competent, isn't he? I thought to myself. Looking over at his wife, I tried to imagine what kind of man would be with such an exacting woman for 50 years. Before long, we were at a metal door with no handles. We just stood in front of it for about 5 seconds, with nothing happening. I was just about to say something when Mrs. Salvatore audibly sniffed. Then the doors opened with a slide. Magic automated doors. Nice, I thought, while watching the doors disappear into the wall. The room was huge. It had segmented areas that looked like they were for spell testing and were able to be sealed off. There were books everywhere, along with tables and chairs. At the back of the room,
was a thin man of about 6 feet, with meticulously trimmed hair and a very stylish light red robe. Do only intake people wear blue? The army wore blue too. What does red mean? I wondered.
The man was staring at what looked like a hologram of a tree without leaves, while arguing with himself in muttered tones. "Nick!" she half-shouted. "Thank you for taking the time to see us on such short notice." Mrs. Salvatore continued loudly to break his concentration as we walked up. Sighing, Nick's temple radiated blue while he started pressing some glowing sections of the table as holograms disappeared. He then turned around with a sardonic smile and said, "Lose the management voice, Vera. I love you to death, but you know I hate that." She smiled as she walked up and said, "That is exactly why I do it. You always tell me you love me along with your complaints. Now come here. I want you to meet Mr. Walker." Nick walked up and I put my hand out for a shake. He just stared at me with a confused look on his face. "No handshakes here. Got it?" I reminded myself, as I lowered my hand and offered a smile instead. Taking it in stride, Mrs. Salvatore said, "Mr. Nero Walker here awakened today under unusual circumstances. He was found by the army at the site of a merchant train raid. He was supposed to turn 14 in 3 months. When he woke up there, he had no memories of the raid or anything having to do with his past. He even has a new name on his identity. In addition, this is what he used to look like." She then raised her hand, and a picture of my file appeared in front of us. As this was the first time I'd seen this, I was extremely interested. Leaning forward, I took a good look at myself while trying to ignore the fact that she held a freaking hologram in her hand. I was a thinnish young man with average looks, tan skin, and mud-brown eyes and hair. The look on my face was that of a typical teenage angst-ridden mouth-breather. I had an urge to tell the kid in front of me to stop being a little shit, comb his hair, and take the trash out. "So that's me, huh?" I thought. Mrs. Salvatore noticed my interest and realized that this was the first time I'd seen my file. She then said, "Here, Mr. Walker, this is what you look like now." As she spoke, the hologram turned into a mirror, and I could see myself for the first time. To say I was shocked would be an understatement. I'm a goddamn anime character. I don't get a super leveling system or a golden finger. But I get this, I thought, while trying to repress my rage. My eyes were such a pale light blue that they were practically glowing. My hair had turned into spun silver, and while messy, it still looked beautiful. These features combined to turn my average looks into a pleasing fey motif. As I watched myself grimace, I realized getting worked up over it was pointless, and moving forward was my only option. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and let my preconceptions about what I'll see when I open my eyes just disappear. This time, when I looked at my reflection, I saw a calm face with a resolute expression. I nodded to Mrs. Salvatore, and she dismissed the mirror. I turned toward Nick, who was looking at me like I was a particularly interesting puzzle. Mrs. Salvatore added further fuel to the fire by saying with a smirk, "It's also worth mentioning that within an afternoon after having awakened, on the way over here from the gate, he leveled." Nick's face snapped to Mrs. Salvatore, and he said, "What do you mean he leveled? Like he actually grew to a level 2 from a 1 in an afternoon?" He turned to me and said, "Speak up, young man. What do you mean you leveled?" Mrs. Salvatore started laughing as she watched him sputter. I didn't really get the joke, aside from realizing that it was probably a little fast for a level. I just said, "Well, I came across a lot of new information and experiences. I'm told that's all you need for growth, right? I'm sure it's a little fast, but it can't be that exciting." With his mouth open in astonishment, he started shaking his head. He said, "No, no, no! It's not just new experiences and information. It's internalizing that new thought form.
Interaction with the world under the new paradigm is a must, all while collecting the new experience into a part of your center. To put it another way, I can't just read a book at you and have you grow. You have to learn it, understand it, put it in a frame of reference to your past, and incorporate it into your future. Growth is not easy. It takes work and dedication. It takes months for a level 1 to become a level 2. Typically, it takes a climber between 5 and 6 months for their first level. After that, the work really begins, I replied flippantly. Grinding is a lifestyle. Seeing the confused faces, I clarified. Like a grindstone. You just keep grinding in order to get sharper. It never stops. You can always get sharper, get better. Nick looked at me as if he were seeing me for the first time. Yes, he said, that it is to follow the path. A grind. I love it. He turned to the side and threw his hand at the wall like he was flinging mud. On the wall, in large, bold letters, it stated, "Grinding is a lifestyle." He looked on proudly at what he had made. I couldn't help but chuckle. Sure, man, you can use it. It's not like it's copyrighted. Looking at their confused faces, I just sighed. Ignore that. So now what? Mrs. Salvatore said, "This is where I leave you with Nick. I'll go finish your paperwork for a new identity and get you a place in the center dorms. We have associates who want to be wayfinders training here, and there are rooms for rent available for them. Temporarily, the center will cover your room and board. I'll also schedule an appointment for tomorrow with a mind healer for you. After that, we'll have another meeting and touch base." Nick spoke up. "Why does he need a mind healer?" Mrs. Salvatore replied. "Because he doesn't remember anything from before he awakened," Nick replied, as though this was old news. "Yes, but that's just because whoever was in his body yesterday is now dead. Mr. Tenpennies, or whatever name was on the file you showed me, this young man right here," he gestured to Nero, "is a new person, a new soul. Probably a remnant soul that was dragged into the body through some cosmic fluke or tossed here by some sovereign to get it out of his domain. He's obviously not a revenant, zombie, lich, or any other kind of undead. He has a heartbeat. If he were a vampire, he'd have a consciousness echo of whoever had the body before. Who knows? Maybe he is a part of a soul from a shattered sovereign that reconstituted after death and went toward the closest available body on this plane. Even you should be able to feel his unique psychic presence. I've never felt a mind like his before." Every word Nick spoke was so matter-of-fact that they hit Nero's psyche like hammers. All of those things exist here. There are dangers and wonders all around. This was a world of magic. He came from elsewhere and took over a dead body that was killed in a raid on a merchant train. The soul is a real, tangible thing, and his soul is now in this body. For the first time since arriving here, Nero felt clarity spread through his very being. He knew who and what he was. Ding! He heard a soft chime as the world around him came into sharper focus, and he felt alive. "Well, this is just bullshit," Nick exclaimed, and threw up his hands. Chapter 7. Home is where your stuff is. Answering his link, Jennings mentally barked at the interruption. "What?" "It's a kid," Mathers said. "What does that mean?" "It's a kid." "What's a kid?" Jennings replied, his train of thought completely broken. Mathers replied with a sense of self-satisfaction. "The anomaly is a soul that somehow ended up near Dorchester in the Southern Straits. Other than a leftover mind imprint, there doesn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary." "You mean to tell me that a regular, everyday soul caused that much of a disruption of the upper planes?" "You're wrong," Jennings said matter-of-factly. "I'm not wrong.
Mathers replied, his joy at Jennings' misery coming through the link loud and clear.
Show me,
Jennings replied while gritting his teeth.
All right, I'm on my way.
Mathers replied and cut the link. Archmage Jennings closed his analysis of the anomaly and waited for that blithering incompetent to arrive. He turned to the door just as Mathers walked in with a wide smile on his face. Not saying anything, Mathers just walked up to the console like it was his lab and started entering in scrying coordinates. The view came on, and the men saw a young, white-haired boy with wide eyes walking through a city.
This boy is the recipient of the soul. It found a recently deceased body that it resonated with in a merchant caravan raid. You're looking at the city of Dorchester, Mathers said, and stepped back. Go ahead and look. You'll see that his soul isn't tainted with a planar signature. He doesn't have a parasite, and is clearly not a planar entity. He is just a boy, Mathers finished, relishing the annoyance on Jennings' face.
Jennings manipulated the controls, and the display filtered through views. He checked everything he could think of. The boy really was just a reincarnated human with a remnant mind imprint. Jennings couldn't believe it. Something must have happened to a soul that went through a planar disruption of that magnitude. Just as he was about to concede that the soul was perfectly normal, the soul in question leveled. The display threw up alert after alert. The boy's soul was powerful. Is he a reincarnated sage? Or a descended sovereign? Who was this boy? Filtering back to a basic view, Jennings pulled up the audio. The boy was speaking in a flippant tone. I have no idea why you seem angry. I didn't do anything. You've had someone standing next to me almost the entire time I've had a status page. Identity. Is it really so weird to level this quickly? The captain escorting him somewhere replied, Yes, it's weird. You have to do something to grow. You have to commune with who you are as a person. You have to acquire new knowledge and experiences. You have to become more than you were just minutes before. It's supposed to take time and effort. You're not supposed to level by staring at that woman's ass like you were a few minutes ago. The boy smiled like he had pulled a prank. First of all, you know that everything I'm seeing is brand new to me, considering I don't remember anything. Second, I've learned stuff. Like that vendor over there is selling something called Maginopes, 3 for a 2 valens. And third, and most importantly, that woman's ass was worth some introspection and consideration. You need to start looking around. There is never nothing to experience, the boy said with a smirk. Jennings waved and the image went silent, but kept playing. What a clever little shit, he thought. That totally normal soul just leveled after a few hours of being here. Did you see how innately powerful he is? Jennings said, while bouncing around while smiling. I was standing right next to you. This is unprecedented. We need to analyze this data in detail. I'll call the council. Let me know what happens, Mathers said as he ran off. Jennings nodded and conjured a chair to sit down and watch the boy. What an incredibly great day this was turning out to be. As he watched the boy, he had a thought. Opening a connection to Mathers, he said, When you come back, don't forget to bring snacks. No. Mrs. Salvatore closed the door behind them, sealing them off from a furious Nick. Nero could hear him swearing that this is not how a path is formed, and where the hell did he put his copy of something or another? Nero couldn't help but chuckle. He knew that this was a serious development, but seeing someone who was previously so in control completely lose it was hilarious. It reminded him of when a doctor came storming into his store because she couldn't get into her phone. Somehow, her cute little 5-year-old daughter had gotten hold of the mom's iPhone, and while they were shopping, she took the opportunity to change the password. The little kid stood next to her mom and told her, without fear of reprisal, that the phone could be unlocked for the price of 1 giant cookie.
The completely together professional woman was flabbergasted when I told her that we can't unlock her phone without a complete reset, or she could recover her data from the iCloud if she had it set up. For a good 30 seconds, she just focused on breathing while staring at me. I empathized with her plight, but god damn, that was hard not to laugh at. Then, from the mouth of that little treasure, a sing-song voice could be heard loudly declaring, "One neat giant cookie for me." It eventually all worked out, but it remains one of my fondest memories. Much like how the sight of Nick cursing while flipping through charts in a book will also one day be looked upon with delight.
Well, let's let him rest up a bit. I'll talk to him later tonight. For now, let's get you settled in the dorms, Mrs. Salvatore said as she guided me toward the elevators. As we passed through the very large hallways of the research center, she filled me in on her updated plan. The new plan still had me staying with the new associates in the dorms, which can be reached only by going through the ground floor and then through the courtyard behind the center hall, which I surmised was the fancy entry hallway that I saw when the captain brought me in. She told me that she would take care of contacting the family of Mr. Tipsman and passing on the sad news of the caravan attack. Apparently, they would be fine, she said, as they had 12 kids in total. Since dying on the road was not unheard of, they can take comfort that the other 11 were still alive and well. I tried to wrap my head around the idea that the parents were unlikely to be crushed by the news of this body's previous host dying. Unfortunately, I found my powers of imagination did not meet the challenge, and I found the situation utterly baffling. Seeing my trouble, Mrs. Salvatore offered words of encouragement, which were, "Everyone has a personal journey to stand victorious against the troubles that assault us every day. A parent's job is to arm their children as best they can, but they can't forget that those children have a journey of their own. Bad things happen, and to focus on them is to ignore all the opportunities for growth that are all around us every day." After that, we walked in silence for a while. I couldn't help but feel like that was a great outlook, but not a realistic one. I'm thinking most people here just bury their troubles under platitudes rather than face their issues, because that is what this society demands of them. Everyone being their best self sounds great until people have to live in a world which exists longer than a meeting with their local self-help guru. For about 3 seconds, I thought about contacting the parents myself, until I realized that absolutely no good would come from that. I'd be a constant reminder of the son they'd lost. It's best I never step foot in Oakleaf, or whatever that town's name was. Eventually, we reached the dorms after walking through the large courtyard, which was more like a quad at a university. Stepping through the doors, I saw a veritable herd of people, from teens to young adults, and even some people who looked like they were in their late 20s. It's going to take a long time before I can make any kind of accurate guess as to what people's actual ages are here. In fact, the lady at the counter could be 100 for all I know, as she looked maybe 45. Regardless, she was a very attractive and fit black woman who wore her hair in a braid so tight that it pulled her face taut. Her hawk-like gaze locked in on us the moment we entered into her domain. She wore a burgundy robe without sleeves that looked like one of those cool battle robes. Yet her most striking feature was her arms. They looked thick, not huge, but thick and carved from marble. Mrs. Salvatore introduced us. "Ms. Kathleen Averett, let me introduce Mr. Nero Walker, a new addition to our center. His circumstances are unique, and I will ping you a full report later tonight concerning his history. It is not secret, but is not for common gossip." Ms. Averett raised an intrigued eyebrow, but otherwise said nothing. Mrs. Salvatore continued, "He will be staying here with the associates. However, he will most likely be spending the next few mornings with Mr. Salvatore." At that, Mrs. Salvatore turned to look at me like I was supposed to say something. I returned.
Not finding my answer pleasing, she leaned forward a little, blatantly evaluating me from feet to forehead, seemingly finding only disappointment. She locked her gaze to my eyes and said, "You don't look like you've trained a day in your life. How have you been spending your time, boy?" She interrupted my response by holding up one hand. "Don't answer that. I don't care." Her black eyes seemed to glow as she stated, "We'll fix your schedule right quick."
She then gestured without breaking eye contact to a wide hallway. "Cafeteria is down that hallway and serves meals at all times." Then she pointed at a large freestanding board with papers all over it, surrounded by students. "That is the center class hub. Even if you are not taking associate training, you will be taking combat classes at least 3 times a week. I expect to see your name registered for basic combat training by tomorrow." She finished with a mumble about soft people and this country going to hell. She then picked up some papers and yelled, "Heather!" From a door behind the desk, a young woman came out quickly with a cup in her hand and said softly, "Yes, Miss Everett?" She didn't seem bothered by Miss Everett's tone at all.
Heather just smiled in amusement and took a sip of her drink.
"Are you two taken care of?"
Mrs. Salvatore returned the smile and said, "We need a dorm assignment for Mr. Walker here, and then he'll be going to get some food, then sleep." She turned to me, then continued, "Don't mind Kathleen. She comes from an army family from the northern reaches. Up there, they tend to focus on paths of physical dominance. If you prove that you're tougher than you look, she'll treat you fine." She paused for a second. "Well, she won't treat you any worse." While Mrs. Salvatore was speaking, Heather had collected an information packet and a fine chain necklace with a metal disc with a crystal embedded in its center. "Here," she said. "This is your identikey. The key will bond with your link and give you authorization to use center facilities." Apparently noting my look of confusion, she elaborated. "The center has an isolated hub." "Oh, it's an isolated hub. What the fuck does that mean?" "Once you touch it to the door disc, the room will be locked to only open for you and the master key, which is in Ms. Everett's hands. I recommend you never give her a reason to use it. There are 3 standard sets of multi-sized robes, and toiletries are already in the room. The communal rooms are listed on the map, along with the game rooms and the physical library. As long as you are within the center and you have your identikey on you, you can access the library through your link. Now, if you have any questions, this desk is always manned. Welcome to Center's Rest, Dorchester, and may you find your path wide and safe." She finished with a well-rehearsed dismissal, then turned back to whatever it was that didn't involve me. I said, "Thank you," and took a few steps back along with Mrs. Salvatore. I slipped the key over my head and wore it as a necklace, copying everyone around me. The crystal on it lit up a light blue for a second, then went back to clear. I then turned to my current benefactor and smiled. "I am so very glad that I met you, Mrs. Salvatore. My day could have gone a lot worse had I not requested to see a manager." She chuckled. "The pleasure was all mine, Mr. Walker. I'll be seeing you tomorrow afternoon. Nick will be in his office waiting for you at 7. Just go to the same floor we met him on earlier. That's floor 5, if you weren't paying attention." She waited for my nod before continuing. "I'll have more information on your options when we meet later in the day. Nick will give you all the details. Do you have any last questions before I leave you to explore?" "I have 1,000, but I guess I can wait for tomorrow. I'll be at Nick's after breakfast. I'm sure I can figure out how to set an alarm," I said with a good-natured smirk. She just rolled her eyes and said, "You should have a sense of the time now that you've awakened. You're not a child anymore." She paused and furrowed her brow. "Then again, you had a weird awakening. Before you go to sleep, you should head to the library and look up how to be in touch with your identity. Or just look it up through the link. After all, your identity is how the world sees you. And don't worry,
Even if you can't figure it out, I'm sure Nick will track you down. I don't think he'll be letting you get away without a few intrusive conversations." Then she walked off, laughing like she saw a dad get hit in the nuts while trying to teach his kid baseball. You know, that pure laugh of the evil.
I shook my head and headed off towards the cafeteria. I didn't exactly ignore the class board thing that was full of students, but I decided not to look in that direction. That seemed like a tomorrow problem. My immediate concern was food. Chapter 8. Scientifically spiritual is a thing here. Sitting cross-legged, he floated unimpeded in the middle of the room. He could see far into the distance, and he enjoyed watching the city go about its day. Below him, his subjects were focusing on their own concerns, weaving the tapestry that was the kingdom. King Oliver Oglevarch enjoyed watching his kingdom from this tower. The expansive ceiling in his observation room was supported by tall, ornate pillars that were interspersed along the edges in a circle. As there were no walls or furniture, the wind howled unimpeded. The harsh winds made the atmosphere unappealing to most people, so he was usually undisturbed by trivialities. This isolated room, sitting atop his tower, was perfect for pondering the state of his kingdom. His gaze, as of late, has been pulled south toward Islangur. It is not only through conflict with each other that we grow. The world presents conflict enough. Your path is flawed, Barrett. The king thought to himself, not for the first time. His time of introspection and meditation was interrupted as the door leading to the lower floors slid open on the floor to his left. Glancing over, he saw two of the Council of Leadership rise up out of the floor. Both Lord Jessica Manchester and Lord Jonathan Silverbrook wore equally deep frowns. They were two of his most meticulous advisors. Every day they brought something that required his immediate attention. When the wind hit them, their robes started fluttering madly. The king spread his psychic field and calmed the surroundings, as there was no reason to subject them to his preferences. With grateful looks, they bowed deeply. "Sire, Prince Benjamin has heard from the Fate Weavers. They say something has caused the matrix of fate to foretell of an uncertain future," said Lord Manchester. "We think it may have to do with an anomaly in the upper planes reported by the Council of Mages," Lord Silverbrook added in a grave tone. The king nodded and descended from his seat in the air. As his feet touched the ground, he summoned a robe to cover his bare chest. On his brow sat a thin crown, holding down his slicked black hair. His bright blue eyes met theirs, and he gave them a look of exasperation. "Don't let Ben's belief that fate-weaving is infallible infect you. You both know the term fate-weaving is nothing but tradition. In fact, fate-weaving is an oxymoron. Fate-weavers don't weave anything. What they said just means that the variables the Matrix was monitoring changed. It doesn't necessarily spell disaster. We really need to push a title change through committee for their entire order. Anyway, what was the anomaly?" The two council members exchanged a look. "Not much is known yet, but there was an anomaly in the upper planes," Silverbrook said. "Yes, you just said that," the king said with a sigh. He would have to find his own answers, as usual. He didn't need a link to interact with the Thought Hub. "Give me a moment, I'm reading the report now," he said, as he looked off into the distance, crossing his arms as he mentally read everything that has been uploaded by anyone in his kingdom investigating the anomaly. "They don't know anything about it. Wait, Archmage Mathers just located it." The king's eyes locked onto the Tower of Mages in the distance. "It's just an extra-dimensional soul. It's possible that the new soul's path will affect some of our projections, but I doubt it will amount to much. Tell Ben to stop jumping at fate's shadow, and in the future try to wait until you actually have something to worry about before you jump to conclusions," the king said sagely, and the wind returned. Taking the hint, the councillors returned through the floor as the king resumed his meditation session. The cafeteria was another ridiculously large room. This one had long wooden tables
organized in rows like a fancy dining hall at some Ivy League university. Everything was buffet style along the walls, with employees moving around and refilling heated trays. The place wasn't filled to capacity, but it seemed like this was a busy time of day.
I couldn't help but think back to what Mrs. Salvatore said. I'm supposed to have an internal clock? My identity is how the world sees me? I found it annoying how everyone just keeps referencing things that I'm supposed to know. For instance, what was the link that she casually threw into conversation? Questions like these are going to keep coming up, considering that I'm in an entirely different world. I need to find the local version of Wikipedia, I thought. I stood near the entrance, looking around like a tourist. People were forced to move around me to get to where they wanted to go. As I was starting to cause a backup, a waiter wearing green robes and an apron made his way through the crowd. When he saw he had my attention, he said, "Excuse me, you need help finding something? Or are you looking for your group?" "It's my first time here. Do I just grab anything?" "Can I charge it to my room with this?" I asked, while holding up the token that Heather gave me at the front desk. With a puzzled look, he said, "The Center's Rest cafeteria doesn't charge for food. Your identikey is just so your link can join the local hub. Didn't you pay attention during your introduction?" Not wanting to get into it, or go through my whole story again, I replied, "I'm just a special case, don't worry about it." I waved it off and started to head toward the buffet. "Thanks for the help. Have a great day." For me, the novelty of a new world is already starting to dim. I could already tell that the people here were going to annoy me just as much as they did back home. Probably even more so than back home, considering all their self-help bullshit. I wondered if I could exploit that somehow. Maybe I could market some motivational posters or encouraging t-shirts. "I'm the change that I need," or "Today is the first day of the rest of my life," and other such sayings that were totally common back home, but were probably considered clever and impressive here. Speaking of money, what the hell was going on with the economy here? How is all this free? Who pays for the center? Weren't those market fruits 2 for a Valen or something? At least the food looked normal, with some odd exceptions. I saw some sliced ham, but the guy behind the counter was definitely not cutting it off a cooked pig. The guy was expertly removing slices of meat off a 6-foot-long tube of a torso. Both ends were cleanly sliced, and the whole thing was roughly cylindrical. I couldn't see any joints. Was it some kind of snake? Fuck it, it looks like ham. I'm calling it tube ham, I decided. I put a plate together, grabbed a pitcher of what I hoped was some kind of coffee, and threw a cup in my mouth. After collecting my meal, I found a seat as far away from anyone as possible. It was time to read the introduction packet and get some answers. While eating my meal, which was pretty good, I started reading. I made sure to begin from page 1 of the Welcome to the Center indoctrination packet. The cover had a picture of center associates working together and pointing at things. All of them were happy and good-looking. It could be the welcome packet for any corporation, university, or even a cult, I guess. I didn't skip the introduction because I figured there was information that everyone already knew. I'll need to be careful not to drink the Kool-Aid. However, this coffee is really good, I noted. There was a lot of information that I pieced together from context. Like, the center is a part of the government of Dorchester. Every city or town has a version of the center. It manages civil functions like healthcare and education. Okay, so it's a government healthcare education system. Is this whole place like Norway? Norway was like this, right? I tried to remember. They offered classes on everything. I noticed that it was like a community center and Ivy League University combined. While flipping through the class pages, I saw everything from accounting to monster hunting. Cool. They have pottery and beginning painting classes. I heard that it was pretty easy to score there, I thought to myself as I smiled at the idea of my future adventures with the hot housewives of the local community center. The introductions to the different branches were very interesting. Branches were like colleges back home. For example, branch of politics, branch of mathematics, branch of engineering, etc. The whole, if you're interested in pursuing a career in law, the branch of politics is essential to a strong foundation. Here at Centre Dorchester, we have a strong curriculum designed to help you reach your potential. Classes are available to all those who have completed blah blah blah. There are satellite schools for children up to the age of 14. After the kids awaken, they are considered adults in the eyes of the law and are allowed to choose where to go to secondary education. Basic secondary education usually lasts for up to 10 years, and then kids go out and get a job. It seems signing up for military service is really common. There are lots of mentions of monsters and dungeons, but I can't seem to find any information about them. It seems like the knowledge is so common that no one bothered to include it. The economics section didn't help much either. Class descriptions talked about how to do accounting, mostly. There were some interesting classes on appraising monster parts and dungeon town development. Is the kingdom expanding to find dungeons, or do dungeons just show up? I wondered. Reminding myself to get some paper to write out questions for Nick, I continued my perusal. There was a really interesting section on the center's association with the guards and the army. It seemed guards are the equivalent of the police. They are locally supported and under the purview of the regional lords. It seems that in this world, the term city lord refers to whoever is in charge of a city, regardless if it's a man or a woman. How progressive, I thought, while chuckling. I could just imagine people being for or against it for tons of reasons. One side complaining that Lord is a masculine name, and a woman in charge should be called Lady. The other side saying that calling someone a lady is inheriting a bias. Oh, there is a class on lording, I noted with excitement. Unfortunately, the class required a noble claim slot for potential ruling. The description was disappointing as well. It covered the standard departments and how to address staffing concerns. I was hoping it was more spicy than just being a fancy version of a management class. In fact, everything in this world was very literal. When they talked about their center, they meant the actual center of themselves, as in the metaphysical place that powers their abilities. That brings up a good point. Are there philosophy classes? I wondered. Flipping through the book, there was a branch of philosophy. However, it seemed to focus on the scientific aspects, meaning that they only cover testing of verifiable data. For them, concepts like the afterlife and the self were verifiable. I guess when you could actually test someone's soul, you didn't have to stare at the stars and wonder what it all means. Even their psychology classes were about reading minds and emotions. The idea of privacy was just assumed. It seemed that it wasn't hard to keep people out of your head here. All the classes were about how to help people who voluntarily let mind readers muck around inside their head. Nut jobs, all of them, I thought with a scowl. How can they be okay with someone going through their mind? Although, an even better question was how someone can dedicate their incredibly long life to reading other people's minds, with the caveat that it was completely voluntary. Then there were entire classes that focus on the soul, examinations of who you are and what you want, all treating the soul like it was a jar that you can carry around and examine. Flipping through the pages, I got a sense of how people see the world. Imagination was a poorly developed skill. If everything that is esoteric can be measured, then no one does thought exercises. People don't sit around and think about what it would be like if they got turned into a gerbil. I looked up at the beautifully carved ceiling and spent a good 30 seconds trying to decide if that was a bad thing. I wondered if my imagination was why I was leveling so fast. I think differently, I said to myself. When someone born here sees something they don't understand, they just look it up.
That's probably where the world I left was headed. Why would a person try to figure something out when they could just look up a video on it?
At least when I'm confused, I point my admittedly poor imagination engine at whatever confuses me. It may not offer any immediate solutions, but I could always come up with a few ideas. First time seeing a tube ham? I try to think about what it came from, whereas people here will just go, "That's weird. I wonder what that is," then move on. I wonder if there are creative writing classes. Yep, here they are, I noted with some enthusiasm. My happiness was short-lived, as the classes were focused solely on the writing. There were several writing classes about how to frame a story, proper grammar, and how to correctly reference scientific journals. There was even a writing class on how to correctly research your subject. I don't think it's wrong to research for a topic, but isn't creatively writing a defined concept a little oxymoronic? I thought to myself. Closing my booklet and picking up my empty dishes, I stood up to leave. Whatever, I'm done with this for now. I think I got the gist of it. People here are unimaginative but spiritual, in a very literal way. The centre is a government division that takes taxes and donations and turns them into a workforce and healthcare. The army is both local and national. The guard is local. Monsters and dungeons are dangerous, but profitable. Last but not least, I have a lot of schooling I need to catch up on, I decided. Heading off to the library was easy. It was just on the other side of the dorm. Walking through the doors was like walking into any library. There was a large circular desk right at the front, with librarians and stations. They all had the little crystals on their temples. I walked up to the front desk and introduced myself. Hi, I'm new here, and was just wondering how all of this works. How do I look up a book on a particular subject? Smiling politely, the librarian said, "There are two main ways associates can access information. Either use your link to access the library directly, or use the terminals to find a physical copy of whatever you're looking for." "What exactly is a link?" I asked. With a look of pity on his face, he said, "You must be from a really small village." He pointed to his temple. "This is a link. It allows you to link to a station and access the information. You'll have to be careful not to use it for too long, as it can stress your mind and drain your center. Usually you go to one of the desks with a station, open a connection, then find what book you're looking for. Then you disconnect and go get your book. Basic links aren't too expensive, and you can get them at most general stores. In the meantime, you can just ask me what you're looking for, and I can help you find it." Seems simple enough. Except that they have freaking brain interactive technology while still riding horses. I want a book on the basics of the identity and skills. Oh, and an overview of leveling, the economy, and a map. And also pillars, I said. He just stared at me like I was an idiot. Okay, let's start with the book on identity and skills. I amended my request with a smile. His temple lit up as he sighed, and he closed his eyes. This will work. What to know when you awaken is a good choice. It is routinely checked out by new associates. Before I send you to the stacks, let me see if someone recently returned a copy, he said. As he stood up and started going through some book carts, I thought about how much there is to learn. Looking around at the thousands of books and all the students working intently, I felt like I was really behind. I may not have been privy to most of the collected human knowledge back home, but I at least knew how to use a toaster there. Here, I was completely out of my depth. My incredible mastery at online searches for topic outlines wasn't going to help me much here. Then my stubbornness and irritability reared its head, and I thought to myself, screw 'em. They can read all they want. I've been baptized by comic books. Anime and fantasy culture are my pedigree. I got this. The overly polite librarian returned with a thick book and interrupted my mental pep talk, saying, "Here you go. This covers the basics of what you need to know, now that you've awakened." Seeing his customer service smile, I couldn't stop myself from responding with a sarcastic, "Yeah, I can read the title.
Thanks. Pausing to rein in my temper, I tried taking the edge off my cutting remark by adding a charming grin.
Can I take this with me? I asked lightly.
His smile now gone, he just placed a little brick on the counter and said, "Put your chit on this. The book will be checked out under your name. You have 7 days to return it, or your account will be charged the full amount of the book plus a handling fee. Thank you, and may your path be wide and clear." Then he sat back down and looked behind me for the next person to help.
I just chuckled and leaned forward to place my chit hanging on my neck to the brick, which flashed blue for a second.
My smile was wide and clear as I turned around and walked off to my room. On the way, I congratulated myself that I at least still had my acerbic wit, which was as sharp as ever.
Chapter 9. Living in a Living World.
Lord Dorchen's day was not going well. He had ordered his idiot of a nephew executed, which, of course, led to his wife throwing a fit, and his recently purchased Beskin vase. At least she eventually locked herself in her wing of the estate. Hopefully, she would stay there and not cause any other issues that he would have to deal with.
He didn't understand why she cared so much. She should have understood why it had to happen. It's not like he wanted to kill the man. Was he just supposed to ignore the idiocy that the bastard displayed? There was a limit to his sufferance, and even being exiled to an estate as far from Dorchester as possible, that imbecile was still causing problems. He looked up from his status reports as the door to his office opened. Before his aide finished entering the room, Dorchen demanded, "Report!" The aide gave a bow, then closed his eyes and activated his link. The Ghost Division took care of the merchant train. There were no survivors, and all evidence should point them toward a rogue Islangur raiding party. All links were reported destroyed, and they looted everything to add to the confusion. 100 men have been left to stave off questions. The volunteers accepted the suicide price. The aide finished his report and opened his eyes. Dorchen just nodded and sat in thought. The aide continued, "What are your orders in regards to the estate? The guards on duty knew that they should not have let the merchant stay in the house. Should they be disposed of? We can bring in some more from the other estates." Dorchen shook his head. "No, the men are loyal. It was my nephew that offered the merchant passage through the gate. None of this would have happened if he just let the caravan set up in the assigned guest areas. To think, my plans have been put in jeopardy because my 40-year-old level 24 of a nephew couldn't be bothered to walk a mile to purchase furniture. Can you fathom how utterly clueless you have to be in order to not reach 30 by 40? If he had lived, he might not even have reached 50 before age caught him. To think a noble associated with the line of Dorchen was such a disappointment." Dorchen's shoulders sagged. Time was not on his side. This diversion might buy them a day or two at most. All of his plans had to be moved up, drastically moved up. "Sir, I thought he was your wife's sister's kid. He wasn't a Dorchen, was he?" the aide asked curiously. "What? No, he wasn't in the direct line. But he was still family by association. It doesn't matter. We have to push everything forward. How are the shipments for the Islangers coming? There can be no trace left of what we were doing," Dorchen asked with worry. "The last of the shipments is ready to move, but it will take time to remove any traces of the production lines. As you know, the records have to be purged, molds destroyed, people paid to keep silent, or just silenced. It will be a few days," the aide said. "We may not have a few days. Just to be safe, start getting the plans for Rebel House going. Don't activate anything. Just get it ready." Dorchen replied, "Years of planning, falling apart because of a fat bastard who wanted to buy a chair," he lamented. To find my dorm, all I had to do was look at the map included in my welcome packet. In the top left corner was my dorm number stapled to it. Convenient. Staples are multidimensional, I noted. I followed the map, and the third floor was easy to get to. The halls were filled with people, some standing in the hallway, chatting and gossiping, others making their way about their day. It was very college-like. I expected it to be more like an apartment building. Once I found my room, I examined the door. It was a dark wood, with a white plaque with the number 3.18 in shiny black. Huh, at least I'm close to pi, he thought. Along the right side of the door, there was a thin, clear, crystal-like strip, which I guess is where I was supposed to place my chit. I leaned forward and held the chit to the crystal. The entire strip turned blue, and I heard a click. Opening the door led to a room that was maybe 15 feet by 10 feet, or around that. It had simple furniture, including a single bed, desk, closet, all the basics. The only thing of note was a small square mat taking up a corner. The overhead lighting was nice. It looked like some kind of square that produced an omnidirectional calm light. I figured the mat might be for meditation. It made sense that daily reflection would be a thing here. In the closet, there were 3 neatly folded sets of clothes, underwear included. The robes were a muted beige color. There was even a cute diagram explaining how to wear them. Maybe whatever job or duty I signed up for in the future will earn me a cool color. But for now, standard beige will have to do. Should I return this shirt to Captain Angelton? I'll wash it and keep it as a spare, I decided. Maybe he'll swing by sometime to check on me. There was only one door, which led to a large bathroom that was as long as the room. One side had a pretty big shower, the other a bath. I bet some study was done on bath time reflecting being good for personal development. The sink had a small reusable box filled with a toothbrush and other sundries. The toilet looked like what I was used to, so no surprises there. Now that I've had some food, it looked like my digestion has been kick-started. Time to christen my kingdom, I thought, as I went to do my business. After I took care of my personal needs, I took a shower and tossed my clothes in a basket by the bathroom door. My boots were tossed at the closet. Wearing just a towel, I didn't feel like putting on a robe, so I went to peruse my book while air-drying. I noticed that the room had a window behind some curtains, which was nice. Okay, let's learn about identity. Is there an index listing for clock? I wondered. There in fact was a listing in the index for the clock. It was under time sense. I saw that it was in the 3rd chapter, so I figured I'd get to it when I get to it. The prologue was all drivel about how being an awakened is the start of your journey. Who you are is represented by your identity in a simple and easy-to-reference format. Learning to feel and understand your identity is a lifelong commitment and an important part of your growth. All I really took away from the introduction was that it seems when you awaken, you are deepening your connection to the essence of the world, and your identity is how the world sees you. The skills themselves are representations of your individual progress to mastering skills that exist for everyone and are carried on the essence. I think I remember an Eastern religion having something like that. Wait, I remember this, I thought with excitement. There was an anime that I used to watch that referenced the Akashic record. I remember looking it up to see what religion it came from. I found out that it wasn't from anything old, if I remember correctly. The concept actually came from some new religion from the 1800s. They said it came from something else, but it didn't. It boiled down to something like, the sum of all knowledge is recorded in the ether and can be accessed by people with high spirituality. I was so pissed at the time. I went looking for a deep, ancient revelation, and all I found was a relatively recent bunch of boring occultists. I was so amused that I took a break to examine my chit. Yup, it's still just a small piece of metal with a crystal in the middle. With a shrug, I returned to my reading. Eventually, I ended up getting through a big chunk of the book, probably due to the fact that I tended to gloss over the interpretations and opinions of experts.
I noticed that people here suck at extrapolating information. From what I had questions, damn it. Can you only learn along prescribed paths? What happens if you learn incorrectly? What if you learn a crappy way to fold your laundry? Does practice matter? At least they had all of the proven facts listed clearly, with references in the back of the book to famous studies. The section on leveling speeds was almost useless. While there were people who leveled extremely fast, getting to level 100 by 100 was very unlikely. The chart in the book said a fast leveling speed could get a person to level 100 by the age of 1000, whereas the average leveling speed would put the level 100 age at 50,121 years old, which was impossible, according to the book. Someone could live to over 500, but their level would have to rise pretty quickly and keep rising quickly. The term they used was age creep. From the bunches of charts and curves, the time between levels continues to rise, but the rate of aging stays the same. So, while a person slows their aging significantly during their early levels, as the time between levels rises, eventually the person in question begins aging faster than they are leveling. Once age creep has overtaken leveling speed, people begin to visually age. So anyone who looks over 30 has been caught by age creep. By the end of the chapter, I was completely confused. The charts showed that a person who leveled to 100 by 1000 was considered fast. 100 by 75 was considered very fast. 100 by 50,000 would be average, and slow wasn't even calculated to 100. The life expectancy charts were also confusing. The faster you leveled, the slower you aged. That made sense in theory, but seeing the numbers made it confusing. For a very fast leveler, a person could take 1.39 years for their final level, while for an average leveler, it was 4,555.6 years. Worse still, your leveling speed is not set. It varies as you go about your life. Every chart made sure to stress that these were observed averages and were not to be considered factual. The subject was depressing, but also interesting, especially as there was a note that at level 100, age creep is reset and you are reborn or something. The book didn't elaborate. It just made the statement so that the charts in the book weren't used for Tier 2 age creep calculations. Eventually, I decided that I wasn't going to understand it, so I'd just have to rely on a mirror to tell me how old I looked. It worked for Hollywood, it will work for me, I thought. When I moved on to a new subject, I was both relieved and hopeful. Unfortunately, the section on traits was equally depressing, but in a completely different way. I was damn near heartbroken when I read the section on traits that you can acquire from mastering skills. The introduction to the section made traits sound like something to aim for, yet getting into specifics, I read the section twice because I figured I was missing something. I even checked my identity for traits, and it turns out that I already had two. Unique birth. You came to this world by facing the fires of reincarnation, rather than being ushered into a new life. Your soul is stronger for the experience. New sight. Essence is new to you. Before you were blind, but now you can see. Variations in the world's essence flow are easier to notice. My golden finger is apparently just stating what already happened to me. The traits I got don't seem to really do anything. Looking through the possible traits you could earn, all I could think was, traits suck. For example, if you got a specific set of 25 essence skills above level 50, you could gain the essence focused. Although it sounded great, the text read as essence focused. You have immersed yourself in the essence of the world. You are able to stress your center more than before. Well, that's fucking useless. No percentage increase to magic damage? How about an increase in my mana pool or something? I thought to myself. There was an entire chapter on traits and how to gain them. Not one of them looked particularly useful. I'll get them as I practice stuff.
Considering my skills are like under 10, this isn't something I need to worry about, I decided.
Near the end of the most useless book I had ever read, I did find something interesting. I learned that your identity didn't receive information from the world. It was actually you who was receiving information. The world had an actual consciousness that had been born from all the sentient species that used this floating rock as a home. The world's information was all around, and as a person interacted with it, the resulting conversation was interpreted by the mind as a person's identity. Just by being part of the world, a person receives a language download from the ambient essence. Not to mention that anyone can ask the world what time it is, with nothing but a thought. Languages and times both updated in real time by region, but it seemed the mental translation was automatic. It was amazing. Every word spoken was translated and incorporated into the language, with the meaning carried alongside the sound. I wonder what someone would hear if I called them some of the more oddly specific insults from back home. Would bitch translate as a female dog, or would it be a whiny person, like I intended? Intention has to matter, right? And what about translations for acronyms? Or how about phrases like checkmate? Do I say one word, and then they get hit with an influx of context? Maybe I should write out a list of words to sneak into conversations, just to see what happens, Nero wondered to himself. Luckily, the world didn't seem to want anything. The consciousness was really just a collection of the floating essence of what most people believed. So, if everyone in an area thought it was 5 in the morning when the sun is in a particular place in the sky, then everyone automatically knew that it was 5. So, the time was really just what slice of the 30-hour day was locally accepted. The concept was baffling. I did think it was kind of cool that seconds, minutes, and hours were the same as what I was used to, at least as far as I could tell. The breakdown came from their central number to everything being 3. 3 aspects of a person: mind, body, and soul, held together by confluence. The whole thing about time being influenced by the world was mind-blowing. It wasn't even brainwashing or implanting knowledge. It was the sole equivalent of putting your hand in water to check the temp. You could get the basics of almost all knowledge if you could manage to immerse yourself in the essence flow, although some things were easier than others to learn. According to the book, everyone could learn to communicate, gain an innate sense of time and direction, and an ability to sense and interact with essence. I closed my eyes and leaned back in my chair, still only in my towel, and tried to open my senses. Like trying to listen to a conversation that was going on down the hall. I heard it. I didn't hear it with my ears. It was more like I heard it in my head. There were no words, just a feeling that it was there. I wonder how long I've been at this, I thought. Then, suddenly, I knew it had been around 7 minutes. I also knew that it was around 9:45 right now. The day lasts 30 hours, and there are 300 days a year. 3 really is a very important number here.
I swear if I find out that they worship triangles, I'm beating someone's ass, I thought with a frown on my face. On that note, I opened my eyes and decided to call it a day. I spread my towel out on the chair and walked over to my bed. I then realized that I had no idea how to turn off the lights. Looking around front door, I found a small crystal plate. When I touched it, it glowed a little. Cool, I thought with a smile. It worked like a dimmer slide. If I tapped it once, it turned on or off. If I slide my fingers up and down, I could change the brightness. Learn something new every day, I thought. That would be a great t-shirt idea for this world. Taking a look around the room, I couldn't find an alarm clock. Without any better ideas, I figured I'd check the welcome packet before I went downstairs to the front desk. I really don't want to get dressed just to go ask for how to set an alarm, I thought, as I flipped to the section on room amenities. Apparently, the default room alarm goes off at 6. The alarm can be personalized and changed by accessing the room station through the link. Well, 6 should work. I don't have to be at Nick's until... Did Mrs. Salvatore tell me what time I was supposed to be at Nick's? I wondered. Whatever. I'll get there when I get there. I thought while putting tomorrow's problems in tomorrow's inbox for future Nero to deal with. As I laid down and tried to shut off my brain, my mind went over my first day in this weird world. Last night I was in another world. I died this morning, then took a ride on the Afterlife Express, then I stole a body. Now I'm at a learning institution called The Center. And despite sounding like a haven for supervillains, the Center isn't evil. Instead, it's filled with New Age spiritualists on personal journeys of self-discovery and growth. In fact, the only evil I've seen since I got here is the massacre that I woke up to. Wait a minute. If everyone here is so into personal development and whatnot, then why the hell is there a war going on? I wondered. Forcefully banishing the thoughts about complicated manners, I resumed my attempt to sleep. Sighing, I focused on things that I cared about as I slipped into Morpheus's embrace. That girl earlier in the market really did have a nice ass. That Heather was pretty cute too, but she's probably 50. Focus on the ass, I thought, as I drifted peacefully into sleep. Chapter 10. Introduction to the world at large. Very large. Waking up at 4, like she always did, Vera Salvatore was ready to meet the day like it was on purpose. Leaving her husband Nick in bed, she went to her personal training studio in the courtyard outside. After some light stretching, she did 30 minutes of martial training with her preferred weapon, the bow staff, and 30 minutes of intense unarmed forms. She then finished up her morning workout with some more stretching, this time focusing on extension. As she walked down the hall and into her bedroom, she saw Nick laying in bed like a lump. Every morning! I swear I'm going to poison his dinner one of these days. That man is a constant migraine. Come on, Vera, don't focus on the negative. You're better than that, and you love him. He is a great husband. He bought you that Castle & Sons hand-stitched pair of boots for your birthday, which he remembered. She walked right past him as her internal monologue ran in her head, simultaneously berating and praising her husband, like it did every morning. Meticulously groomed and ready, she took the time to double-check herself in the mirror. She nodded to her reflection with a smile. Walking back into the bedroom to check on Nick, she found him laying on his back with his mouth open, like a putz. She sighed and walked over to the overly large bed. Picking up a pillow, she used it to hit him in his stupid face. Smack! Get up, Nick. You have Mr. Walker coming in this morning, and you have to file a report on his status by 3 p.m. for the intake board. She didn't bother to stay and appreciate his resultant fight with her pillow. Walking downstairs, she felt much better. Starting the coffee maker with a wave of her hand, she sat down and activated her link. Joining the house system, she searched for any alerts or updates. Aside from a city-wide alert about the 100-man squad of Gurs that were killed last night, it was nothing important. She heard the chime for her coffee and got back up. She smoothed out her robes and collected her favorite mug from its place next to the sink. Memories of her visit to the Sanctum of Perseverance ran through her head like they always did, as she filled it with her artisan coffee blend. Now supplied with coffee, she collected one of her pastries from Pelletti's bakery and sat back down to address her personal pings left over from the day before. I'm going to kill Bennings, she thought. Yesterday, after she told him that he needed to focus on helping people rather than just following protocol, he took it upon himself to contact the parents of Rodney Tipsman and tell them that their son was the only survivor of a merchant raid by Gurs. Well,
there goes my morning. That's the last brick in his house of failure. I'm going to send him to Jenny over in disposal and reclamation services. She'll find him a job that even he can't screw up. Maybe he'll learn something, she thought with a sigh. Setting a reminder about dealing with the tipsmans, she continued to go through paperwork while she sat and enjoyed her breakfast. Finishing the last bite of her pastry, she closed her link and just enjoyed the silence. That pleasant sensation lasted a good 3 seconds, until the kitchen door opened loudly to Nick walking in. Opening her eyes, the first thing she noticed was that his hair was still wet.
Much too loudly, Nick said. "Good morning, darling. That Nero kid is coming in at 7, right?" Without waiting for a response, he kept walking and waving his hands as pots and plates started flying out of cabinets.
"How can his hair still be wet? I bought him a hairdryer." She wondered, with a frown growing on her face. How great is it that some soul fused with a kid right near Dorchester? It could have happened anywhere. With all the Essence activity down there, it could have happened in the middle of the war in the South. Then that soul would have just been kicked right back out when they died again. It's so interesting. You know, I've gained a lot of growth from just talking to him. That kid is an experience engine. By the way, did Jonas ever get back to you about the non-military engine design that I submitted to the Travelers Board? What was I saying? Right. That kid Nero is something else. I really like that grindstone thing. It's Nick! She interrupted. Everything in the room stopped. Nick's breakfast was half made, and his toast was floating immobile in the air. She took a deep breath and said, "It's 6 in the morning. Calm down. Nero will be in your office at 7 a.m. Your report on him is due at 3. Jonas said that it's in committee, but no one thinks it's worth the effort, not when it's so much nicer to have an intelligent mount. And for the love of the gods, please clean the dishes when you're done." Seemingly having vented her frustration, and once again at peace, she returned to her coffee and closed her eyes. Sufficiently chagrined, Nick went back to his breakfast preparations in silence. Soon they were out the door and walking across their courtyard to their private Astra platform for teleportation. Vera once again complained in her mind about the fact that they wouldn't allow private platforms in the lower city due to energy concerns. It cost enough for that to be a reasonable argument, but it didn't help her get to the office any quicker. Nick was talking about something which she was doing her best to ignore. "Farthing better have his expense reports filled out for the C-103, so I'm going to have him go through all of the duty sheets for last week. That will show him," she thought, as she and her husband stepped off the platform, now in lower 7th. The alarm went off at 6, and I shot up in bed. Since I didn't have a link, I couldn't interact with my room station to turn off the alarm. That's number 1 on the list, then, I thought, as I stumbled around trying to figure out how to make the noise go away. Seemingly without me doing anything, the alarm turned off. Looking around the room, I couldn't figure out what happened. I was wide awake, and I realized my morning was starting off with an overwhelming feeling of unfinished business. This did not bode well for the rest of the day. Shaking off my tension, I tried to get control of the situation. I walked over to the desk, still naked, and sat down to start writing a list of what I needed to get done. 1. Ask the front desk about a link. If they don't have one, get one from Nick. 2. Breakfast. 3. Off to Nick's office. 4. Lunch. Reminding myself not to forget the map I was given, I made sure to place it next to my pad of paper. Finished with my anemic list, I ripped it off the pad of paper and placed it on top of my map. Staring at the 4 short lines, I decided I needed another list. I labeled this one, Things to Poke Nick With. 1. Economy/job, I wrote with relish. That's a nice, easy topic to start with, and sooner or later the state was going to want to kick me out, and I was going to have to pay for things myself. Thoughts of taking care of myself led to my next idea. I grabbed my sad first list and added a 5. Sign up for combat classes.
Combat seems to be a big part of life here, and maybe the basic class will have some magic, I thought with a smile. With a nod to recognize how great an idea that was, I went back to the list for Nick. In bold letters, I wrote, 2. Magic training. Then I underlined it twice. As I tried to think of anything I was missing, I remembered that I was supposed to have a meeting with Mrs. Salvatore, too. Why am I calling her Mrs. Salvatore and not calling Nick Mr. Salvatore? I thought to myself, and then immediately answered my own question. Because Mrs. Salvatore projects an image of a professionalism with leadership qualities, and Nick comes off like someone who gets excited about ant farms. Looking at my 2, admittedly thin lists, I adamantly ignored that I didn't have much to do and proudly thought, this should be enough to get started. Time was wasting, so I grabbed a set of clothes and a robe from the cabinet, then headed to the bathroom for a shower. That time sense thing is still weird, I thought, as I dropped my clothes on the counter and got down to business. After getting my appearance taken care of, I collected my lists and my map, then left for the front desk. The entryway was a madhouse. Well, it was this world's equivalent of a madhouse. Everyone was standing patiently while waiting in lines going back 15 deep, and all the clerks at the counter were occupied. The entryway was filled with people leaving to start their day, while the class board hub station thing for classes was surrounded by patient people waiting for their turn. This is what the DMV would look like if everyone had their morning coffee, there was no traffic on the way, and the employees enjoyed their jobs, I thought. Looking around, I decided to just ask Nick for a link rather than wait in line. Decision made, I headed off to grab a cup of coffee and whatever they have that resembles a Pop-Tart. After collecting a glazed pastry of some kind and a conveniently large paper coffee cup full of morning bliss, I made my way through the crowd toward Nick's office. Against all odds, I arrived on time. Leaving the elevator on the 5th floor, I saw a new person at the desk. As I walked up, I could see them making notes while their temple glowed blue through their link. I waited patiently for their call, or whatever they call it, to finish. Once the little blue light turned off, the lady at the desk looked up and said, "Good morning. How can I help you?" "I have a meeting scheduled with Nick Salvatore," I said. "One moment, please." "Name?" she replied, and her link lit up again. "Nero Walker." After a few seconds, she frowned and looked confused. She then looked up at me and said, "He's in Lab 3. Just head down that hallway and follow the signs." I gave her a nod and walked off. From a few feet away, I heard her mutter, "Good luck." Well, that's not ominous at all. What the hell is he going to have me doing? I thought we were just going to talk about my identity and the world and stuff. Now that I thought about it, I had no idea what was supposed to happen. This should prove to be interesting at least, I thought. The signs were easy to see, and I found the lab without issue. The doors were large and metal, but they didn't have a handle. Not seeing what I was supposed to do, I knocked on the door. Not hearing anything when I knocked lightly, I decided to give it a good whack. Soon, one of the doors activated, and it slid into the wall and disappeared. Nick was standing there, with a confused and annoyed look on his face. He looked around like he was expecting a group, and then his eyes focused on me. "What are you doing, boy? Why didn't you ping the door? You can't just bang on things. I understand you don't know anything, but common courtesy transcends stupidity," he shouted as I just returned a blank stare. "Well?" he asked. I decided that if he was going to be a hothead, I'd return his snark in kind. "I'm guessing I'd need a link to ping the door. I don't have a link." "How do you not have a link? You can't enter the city without being registered. And if you don't have a link, you can apply for a temporary one until you can buy one. Everyone has a link, unless you live in the middle of nowhere," Nick said. His logic was impeccable, but he was still wrong. "Well, I came in with the soldiers from the merchant train massacre. Then I got dropped off at the center. It just never came up. And I've seen lots of people without a link on their head. People do take them off, don't they? As a matter of fact, didn't you already know all this?"
Why didn't you give me a link yesterday? Aren't you supposed to be part of my intake or whatever? Do I need to talk to your supervisor? I asked in mock anger.
That put Nick on his heels. Seemingly stunned, he didn't seem to know how to respond. What? I am the supervisor. The confusion seemed to take the wind out of his anger kite. Taking a step back, he lowered his tone and seemed to welcome me into the room. Don't worry about it. We'll get you a link. To answer your question, people do take their link off. They put them in their pocket and wait for them to ping. The city network uses them to find people, and if someone gets injured, they automatically call for aid. The military and guard usually have implants, or are high enough level that they don't need them. Although very few people in Dorchester don't need a link. Almost everyone has a link, because everyone uses the Thought Hub. Hell, even higher-level mounts have a version of the links. Nick explained in a tone that calmed down the situation, although his words did nothing but raise my eyebrows in panic. You're telling me that this is a police state? People are being tracked and monitored at all times. How is the network managed? Who holds the keys to ultimate power? I rattled off questions in rapid fire as we stood just inside the door. Unconsciously, I refused to enter further into what appeared to be some kind of research lab. Large machines and crystal apparatuses were all over the place. There were even large open areas with dummies, both wood and metal, lined up for testing. Although the walls were still wood and fancy-looking, this was definitely a domain of science. Nick's eyes widened and he looked confused. He leaned back and interrupted my rant. What the hell are you talking about? What's a police state? I understand the words, but you make it sound terrible. I lowered my voice, now containing my burgeoning fear, and said in a whisper, a police state is where the population lives under threat of police action at all times. Every action they take is monitored and judged as to whether it is detrimental to the state. Harsh and immediate punishments are given out for anyone causing trouble. Nick leaned forward, listening intently. And? He asked, as if waiting for me to go on. You're all right with that? I hissed. Nick gave me a look that I was increasingly becoming familiar with. It was his "you're an idiot" face. I'm too tired to talk to you without coffee. Just follow me and don't touch anything. He walked off, rubbing his forehead, and headed toward a kitchen station along the wall. I could hear him mumbling complaints about frames of reference and stupid assumptions. I followed, a little confused, and now much more suspicious about the links. Pouring himself a cup of coffee, he added some sugar-like substance, then gestured for me to grab one. He then sat down at the table, while sighing like an old man. Taking a sip, he took his time collecting his thoughts. Looking me in the eye, he said, I think you're having a context issue. Let me explain what the links are and what they do. I'll also give you a little general world knowledge so you can stop being so shocked all the time. I haven't been around you much, but your expressions are getting annoying. He took another sip of his coffee and continued. Let's start with a little history. The history of this region is very long and much too large to cover in detail, so I'll be covering a broad view of the topics in question. This way I can give you some general information from which you can draw your own conclusions. By the way, I've never met anyone who can give me a headache when I try to follow their line of logic. It's very annoying, while also quite refreshing. Taking another sip, he held his hand out to the side, and a shimmer in the air created a small hologram of the city. It was huge. He started his lecture as the hologram provided a visual aid. This is Dorchester, founded by the line of Dorchen a little over 1800 years ago. It was ruled by that line until Linus Dorche took over and was caught embezzling funds. He was then executed by the populators, which are best described as kingdom-wide guards that search out corruption and serve the people first, then the royals, then lastly the nation. Dorchester is currently ruled by Lord Helima Cosgrave. The Cosgraves assumed control at the behest of the royals a little over 600 years ago. While he was talking,
I watched the hologram fly over and through the city until it abruptly zoomed out. Now I was looking at a large swatch of land with sections of mountains and lakes all the way up to the sea with some islands. There was a region highlighted in orange that covered most of the map, named Oglevark, with many dots like Dorchester peppered across it, many on the coast.
This is Oglevarch. As you can see, Dorchester is just one of the cities near the southern edge. This region here, a small section near the bottom of the map lit up in blue, this is known as the Straits. Dorchester is just one of the cities that are under Duke Michael Stratting. Well, his wife actually rules from here, and a city named Stratting lit up in the selected area, quite far from Dorchester. The Duke is in the capital of Oglevark, representing the interests of the Straits. Another dot lit up much nearer the center of the country. My mind was blown. "Hold on," I interrupted, while waving my hands to ward off the information overload. "I'm never going to remember all this crap. How big is this world? Can you bring up a globe?" Nick shrugged and took another sip of his coffee. The hologram zoomed out, and then I got my first look at my new world. I couldn't believe it. There were tons of land masses, no continents as I knew them. There must be 50 of them. I watched in awe as the globe lazily spun above the table. I asked Nick, "For frame of reference, can you show me where Oglevark is on this map?" The globe spun to a stop and tilted a little. On one of the land masses, not even near an edge, was a tiny discoloration. That's Oglevark on the continent of Plastia, which is named for the great dragon that calls this continent her territory, Nick continued, as though what he just said wasn't fucking crazy. I pointed at the little blemish of a country and said, "You mean to tell me that the entire country you showed me earlier, which was already big, is in just that highlighted section?"
"Yup," he replied.
"That doesn't make any sense."
"How is the gravity of the planet not crushing people right now?" I exclaimed.
"I don't understand what you're asking," Nick replied, confused. "You know what gravity is, right?" "Yes." "You know how to use science to determine gravity?" "Yes." "And the math checks out that a human being can be on a mass this size and not compress into a pancake?" I asked incredulously. Yes," Nick replied, still confused. "Look, Nero, I'm pretty sure your soul came from somewhere pretty far from here. The soul doesn't really hold memories as such. It is simply who you are. Then the mind shines those memories on the soul and vice versa. So when your soul took over your body, which was at the time empty of a mind and soul, it imprinted the mind it had available. Although you don't remember everything, there are a lot of underlying assumptions you have about how the world works that are just wrong. That's not a bad thing. It's an entirely new perspective. Whatever function that happens during the cleaning process in the upper planes didn't work correctly on you. You have a perspective from what is likely an entirely different section of space, maybe a different plane. Definitely not anywhere around here," Nick finished with a smile as he drank the last of his coffee and got up to get more. I sat there in silence, trying to filter what Nick said through my understanding of what happened to me. Okay, no more assumptions, or at least fewer assumptions, I promised myself. This world is gigantic and I know nothing. I'm going to have to hug Nick's leg until I have some idea as to what I should be doing. This transmigration thing is not as easy as it looks in the web novels. Nick returned to the table, this time with a bagel in addition to his coffee. Now, about the link. About 500 years ago, it was found that you could use essence crystals to create a mind link with a willing partner. Hugo Dieter was a genius, and he used this theory to create a large thought center for people to pool their knowledge. It didn't work at first because everyone was fighting to find a mind in all the congestion that amounted to the first thought center.
Luckily, Plastia got annoyed at all the noise the psychic field was generating and came to figure out what was causing all the shouting. You see, an interesting feedback happens when using a large essence crystal to filter more than 10 minds. Doesn't matter, that's not relevant right now. Anyway, she showed up and scared the crap out of everyone. See, in the entire history of Oglevark, people only knew of her through legends. So when a dragon showed up the size of an army outside the gates, then shrunk herself to be a woman and walked up asking to be shown.
Nick paused as he started laughing out loud, as if he was reminiscing about a college story. Sorry, this is my favorite part. Gods bless that man for recording the entire history of his discovery. Anyway, she walks up to the gates and says to the guard, who is frozen in fear, "Take me to the idiot who's injecting his stupidity into an essence matrix loudly enough for me to hear it from across the damn continent." At this point, Nick was slamming his hand on the table and howling. It took a while for Nick to finally compose himself and continue his lecture. Over the next few years, she showed Dieter how to create a programmable essence matrix to filter and store information. The Thought Hub doesn't really allow for personal interaction. It would melt the brain to filter it on your own. So through a series of matrices, different functions were developed, with new ones being developed every day. If you don't want your information on it, no one will care. The tracking function, while automatic, is only queried as a byproduct of something else. That term you used before, the key to the kingdom, doesn't exist. It would be much easier to just have a mage scry for you and teleport the guards to you. An entire division of logicians are dedicated to trying to filter out information from being arbitrarily collected and unused in the Thought Hub. The link became so widespread because it can't be weaponized, and it is safe. It really is just a place for you to store your information in a way that no one can get access to without your knowledge. If you want to get into the science behind it, feel free. No one is stopping you. Nick finished his second cup of coffee and stood up, dusting his hands. Then, with a flick of his wrist, his cup flew toward the sink and landed without a crash. "Now," he said, "enough of you learning from me. Now I want to learn from you. We've already wasted enough time on things you could just read in a book. Come along now." Then he walked off toward one of the testing areas. This guy is just begging to be fucked with, I thought to myself, as I watched him walk off while just assuming I'd follow. Chapter 11. You must make sacrifices for science. Yes, I mean you. When Director Charles Weatherby heard the Council of Leadership posited the possibility of a connection between the anomaly that occurred in the upper planes and the disruption of the Fate Matrix, Archmage Mathers immediately contacted the leadership of the Fate Weavers. Within the hour, he had arrived at the Tower of Magic. The two disciplines had had their disagreements in the past, but they would put those aside for the sake of the kingdom. The director was a short man, with a penchant for staying indoors and avoiding unnecessary physical tasks. However, he knew that this situation called for his personal attention. The Tower of Magic had the most advanced scrying systems available in Oglevark, and he needed to see what they were dealing with. Why did they make these blasted hallways so long? The director groused to himself as he huffed toward the scrying lab. Finally making it to the door, he took his time to fix his robes. Air swirled around him as he made sure that he was dry and that no signs of his exertions remained. Adjusting his favorite hat, he gave himself a once-over in a conjured mirror. Nodding to his reflection, he pinged the lab door and readied himself for what was sure to be a meeting that could affect the whole of Oglevark. Receiving the signal to enter, Director Weatherby opened the door to Archmages Jennings and Mathers, vehemently arguing over some holographic data. In the center of the room was a large display following the movements of a young man going about his day. Confused as to what was going on, he interrupted the two bickering mages. "What the hell is happening here? I was told that you identified the threat to the Matrix of Fate,"
he said in a pompous voice.
The archmages went silent and looked at him like they were surprised he was so worked up.
Jennings then turned to Mathers and pointed a finger in accusation.
What did you tell him? The boy isn't a threat. He's a scientific phenomenon.
Mathers stared back like he was insulted. I didn't say anything of the sort. Don't you go pointing your finger at me.
Weatherby sighed to himself. I hate dealing with mages. It's always like this. He held up his hands and snapped his fingers while imbuing them with essence. A loud snap echoed throughout the chamber. Gentlemen, how about you just tell me what's going on? Jennings gave Mathers a look that dared him to start talking. Mathers huffed and went back to the displays. Sporting a triumphant smile, Jennings walked over to Weatherby and waved for his attention to be directed at the large display. Meet Mr. Nero Walker, a 14-year-old young man who was forcibly awakened when an extra-dimensional soul burst through the upper planes and settled into a recently unoccupied body just outside Dorchester. Eyes widened in surprise, Weatherby looked at the display, which was showing Nero walking through a courtyard.
This is the anomaly. How can his appearance cause so much discord in the Fate Matrix?
Jennings snorted. That's because you barely try to follow the math behind the machine. Your order is buying into your own legend. Seeing that Weatherby was about to object, he continued, Calm down and let me explain. You know that the Fate Matrix looks at inputs from across the kingdom. Those inputs are then followed, and a directional probability matrix is formed. You following me? Yes, everyone knows this. Weatherby crossed his arms over his pot belly and raised his chin. Jennings nodded. Just bear with me. Let's say, for example, the Matrix sees that every morning a baker shows up at his shop at 7, and his wife meets her lover at 8. Then it sees that the local Department of Maintenance announces that they will shut that baker's street down on a particular day, but someone forgets to file the paperwork to alert the affected locals. The Matrix will then produce a prophecy within some percentage of error that the baker will come into conflict with his wife on that particular day. While I recognize the cute way you explained the Fate Matrix, I fail to see your point, Weatherby replied. All right. Now imagine the Matrix notices that a boy who was meant to be dead just appeared resoundingly not dead and starts going around interacting with people. What do you think the directional probability matrix will do with that? Jennings finished with a smile. Weatherby's arms dropped to his sides, and his head whipped to the screen to see Nero banging on the door to Nick's lab. Oh dear, he said quietly. Jennings nodded, his smile growing ever wider. Oh dear is right. The matrix of fate just needs to collect more data, and it will start spewing out new probabilities. In no way, shape, or form is the boy a threat. Now shut up and watch. I've been waiting to see this since yesterday, and he conjured chairs for the both of them. Weatherby just sat down quietly, and intended to just watch and see what the mages were so interested in. As Nick started getting all his machines up and running, I went over the information he just told me. Was the world as large as it seemed? Maybe. Without globes of both worlds sitting next to each other, how would I know? I needed to stop comparing things to Earth. This was a new world, with new rules. I shrugged off my preconceptions, and inwardly promised myself that I was going to stop being shocked all the time. There was no feeling so unpleasant to me than being wrong or misinformed, and I've been feeling like that since I got here. I stood up to walk over to the testing area. I need to be better. I am better. So the world is fucking huge. That's just more to see. So I'm living in a dragon's backyard, one who does whatever the hell it wants. Cool. I chose this world because dragons rule. The world is probably filled with shit I've never heard of. My previous world was tiny in comparison, and I didn't know shit while I was there. My stupidity didn't stop me from building a battery out of a potato when I was in the 5th grade science fair. And it's certainly not going to stop me from learning how to do the dishes with magic. I hate doing stuff,
And magic can make not doing stuff a valid lifestyle choice, I thought to myself.
My internal monologue ran as I walked over to the testing area. I stood where Nick pointed, and he turned away to start messing with a machine that had knobs and crystals and little holograms that lit up. While Nick was occupied, I was finishing my personalized pep talk. Slowly, the world came into focus, and I heard the now familiar ding. Nick immediately stopped what he was doing and turned around. What just happened? Specifically, tell me what exactly you did just now. In as much detail as you can manage, tell me how you leveled, he demanded in a forcibly calm voice. He was practically vibrating while holding himself as still as possible. I still felt a little high from my level as I turned my glazed eyes to Nick. Ah, you pointed for me to stand here. I walked over here. Then I watched you with the cool holograms. Then I leveled, I said. Nick raised his hands to his face and looked like he wanted to scratch out his own eyes. What were you thinking about? What was going on in your mind? I thought back, trying to relive the past minute or two. Well, I was going over all that crap about the world that you told me. Then I came to the conclusion that I was an idiot, and it's best to ignore as much of it as I could, and forget about whatever I couldn't ignore. Then you needed me for testing, so I figured I should focus on that, I said, proud of my helpful attitude. Uh-oh. There is that look again. Nick's "you're an idiot" face. He looks older, tired. He should get more sleep, I thought to myself as I returned his stare with my most compassionate face, the one I reserved for dogs that are too old to fetch. Turning back to his machine without another word, Nick said, "Just stand there and don't do anything. And don't use your star. I know it's hard to hold on to, but just hold on for a few seconds." He started doing stuff and fiddling with things, and then there were whirring noises and lights. It was all very impressive if you go for science-y, hologrammy type things. I stood in the middle of the platform as lights moved around me. I said, "I haven't spent any stars yet. I haven't gotten to that part of the book yet." Wow, I can feel the essence in the air doing stuff. I have no idea what it's doing, but it feels like it's doing something. What do you mean you haven't used your stars? Don't you feel soul bloated? Like an uncomfortable feeling where something bad will happen if you don't direct something? Almost like an instinct. Nick turned around, and all the lights went out. I blinked as the room returned to focus. "Not really," I said. I closed my eyes and tried to do an internal audit. "I think I feel what you mean. Kinda like holding a ball and being ready to throw it, but not actually throwing it. Like a sense of anticipation. Is that what you're talking about?" I opened my eyes and turned to Nick. He stood there with his hands on his hips. Maybe that's just his normal face, I thought. Yes, that's the feeling I'm talking about. Since your level is so low, and you'll end up using at least a few stars in each attribute over your life, would you mind using your stars in your mind, body, and soul stat one at a time while I record them? He said, while forcing a smile. Is there anything I should know about using stars that you haven't told me? Because I can tell by the look on your face that you're up to something. I get that look on my face right before I convince someone to go for the extended warranty, I said while squinting my eyes to see through his bullshit. Nick took a second to formulate a reply. Fine. It's very rude to offer input on how someone uses their stars. A path is very personal, and I'd get a long talking to by a wayfinder if they heard about me trying to direct anyone's path. That said, it would be very beneficial for my analysis of your identity to have me record it. Nick grumbled. Well, I won't tell if you don't. Will you promise to hide anything freaky that you find, at least until you talk to me about it? I hedged to see if I can get something out of my concession. Nick scoffed. I told you, paths are personal. I'm legally obligated to go over your analysis with you in private. Everything we record here isn't publicly available, aside from your soul signature, that is. But that is merely used to identify you. In that case,
I'll agree to use my 3 stars on whatever you want, but I need you to do something for me, I said. Nick went to the control panel and brought up a bunch of screens. He turned his head over his shoulder and asked, "What?" "You have to muss up your hair, raise your fists in the air, and exclaim in a shout that, 'This is for science!'" I said to him, while my eyes conveyed how serious I was. Giving me a look of confusion, he shrugged and then proceeded to rub his hands over his head to muss up his hair. He then raised his fists in the air. And then Nick spoke the immortal words of every crazy-assed mad scientist in history. "This is for science," he said in a strong voice, while not at all shouting or looking crazy. I sighed. "Never mind, you ruined it. Let's just get this over with. Tell me how to do this, and when." Nick lowered his hands. He just shook his head and went back to his machine. "Okay. Open up your identity, and when I say so, focus on your body stat and think about filling it up as if it were a cup. Go slowly." I opened up my identity. Name, Nero Walker, level 4. Race, human growth 1%, tier 1. Condition 100%. Age 14. Center 100%. Body 0. Mind 0. Soul 0. Confluence 10. Stars 3. Pillars 0/0. "I'm ready," I told Nick, as the machine's lights were flying all over the place. "Good. Push 1 star into your body stat now." He was focused completely on a hologram of me. Only it was a multicolored me, and only a foot tall. There were so many lights around me that I could barely see my image. I returned my focus to my body stat, and I felt a small tension. It was that feeling when you were throwing a football, and you watched your buddy turn to you to catch it. He was waiting for the throw as he ran. You smoothly released it, and you just knew that it was going to hit him in stride. The perfect throw. Body. Your physical manifestation on this plane of existence. This is you, given form. The alert came into mind as a sense of completion filled my body. If I knew it felt like this, I would have spent all my stars in the shower last night. I thought to myself as the essence around me shook. "Holy shit, Nick," I said. "Does it always feel like that? That was amazing." "Focus, Nero. Now push a star into your mind stat," I heard Nick say. Mind. Both your tether and controller between this plane of existence and all the others. The mind is subject to the body and soul, but guides them both. This is you. I didn't say anything. I didn't feel anything. I just reveled in the moment. I felt sturdy. I felt complete. I felt like I had just handed in a perfect paper to a teacher or won an argument with a girlfriend. That moment when everything is right and you are in control. "Now the soul, Nero," Nick said calmly. "Soul. The core of who you are. The you that is eternal." I felt like I was back in the void. Devoid of emotion, yet recognizing they exist. I was a flame of creation, a master of my own destiny. I was immortal. All of a sudden, the feeling faded, and I was back in the lab. And now, I was feeling sick. Dropping to my knees, I started throwing up. "Gross. Coffee and donuts," I groused to myself. I wiped my mouth and stood up, unsteady legs, while trying to avoid my pile of breakfast. "What the hell was that, Nick?" I asked. Nick didn't even bother turning around. He was just fiddling with knobs and pressing buttons. "Oh, the nausea? Yeah, that'll happen when you raise multiple stats without resting. I'm surprised you actually made it through all 3. I've only ever heard about someone holding a star for long enough to be able to use 2 of them at once. The study ran for over 2 years. Franklin Archer conducted it. It was a big deal."
Poor guy that had volunteered for the study had to be in bed for a couple days afterward. I can now confirm that it's the strain on your confluence that causes it. Interestingly, you have a high tolerance. Your confluence versus level must be amazing, by the way. It's like your body, mind, and soul are really welded together in there. Nick kept talking while he was working.
"Hey, Nick," I said.
Yeah? He replied.
"You're an asshole," I said. "Oh, calm down. It worked out fine. Anything that I'd like to keep secret in there?"
He hummed in thought. Not really. You're not abnormally strong or smart, and your soul is normal enough. It is a little big, though. Not really uncommon in any way. The only odd thing is your confluence, but that can be attributed to your unusual awakening.
I nodded, left the podium and walked toward the sink to wash my mouth out with water.
Hey, Nick. I rinsed and spit.
Yeah? He said.
"I'm telling Vera about the stars," I said as I grabbed a bagel and fresh coffee. Chapter 12. Would you notice if you got smarter? Lord Halima Cosgrave was a stern woman. She had persevered through many trials to ascend to the head of her house and to be worthy of the title of City Lord. One thing she was not prepared for was the possibility of an Islan Gur incursion. If she had some notice, she would have been able to come up with a plan. However, she couldn't make a plan without information.
Sitting in her office, she tapped her desk and looked out the window.
How did they get this far north without anyone noticing? It's inconceivable for them to have avoided all contact to arrive here by foot. They must have been teleported. How many could there be? She wondered. With a thought, she summoned her aide. Moments later, Ms. Chandler entered the office and waited for the Lord to address her. "Has any more information been found concerning the Islangur raid?" Lord Cosgrove asked in a grave tone. "No, my lord. The mages still have no clue how they managed to hide themselves for so long, but they have located them now. The army is preparing to deal with them. Scouting reports are in, and the men are being assembled." Ms. Chandler replied, "Someone in Dorchester must be helping them. We may have to enact the silent vigil protocol. This may be a prelude to something more." "Hold off on it for now, but be ready," Lord Cosgrove said with a hint of worry in her voice. "Is there anything else we should be paying attention to? Perhaps this is a distraction of some kind." "Nothing, my lord. Well, there is one thing. The survivor from the merchant raid is of possible interest. The report the captain on site said that the boy was odd. He took him to the Gate 7 intake center to be evaluated. Other than that, the city is running as expected," said Ms. Chandler. "I want to see that intake report as soon as it's filed. That will be all for now," Lord Cosgrove said, then turned her eyes back to the window. As her aide left, Halima tried to see the angles. "The game doesn't stop even if you don't know the rules," she thought to herself as her brow furrowed in thought. After threatening to tell his wife about the testing I just went through, I enjoyed watching Nick panic. I gargled some coffee, took a bite of my bagel, and tried to remove the lingering taste of my breakfast's second pass through my mouth. Meanwhile, Nick quickly closed all the holograms on his machine and walked over with a "Hey, buddy" expression on his face. "Come on, Nero, it wasn't that bad. I'll even clean up the mess," he said. With a wave of his hand, what looked like a ball of plasma appeared 10 feet away on the platform. There wasn't even any warning. No smell or heat. It looked like a finger of fire just wiped the mess away, and now the platform was pristine. Holy Hannah, I thought, as I looked at Nick with wide eyes. He looked back at me, trying to see if that was enough to get him off the hook. Reaching up and mussing up his hair, he threw his fists in the air and screamed, "It was for science!" Well, damn, it appears that I've been checkmated, I thought. Fine, it stays between us. But you have to get me a link and all the information on how to start my magic career, and the basics on pillars. Agreed? I asked. No problem on the link and magic information, but the pillar primers and information are all in the public library,
and easily accessible through the dorms. You don't need me for that. The magic school is complicated, but basic spells are no problem, he replied.
No, that's not good enough. I want to be a tower-building, army-destroying, magic behemoth. I want to be able to wave my hand and rewrite reality. That's a thing here, right? I asked. He rubbed his chin. I haven't really heard it described like that, but in the capital there should be mages like that. I knew a guy that leveled past 75. He was like 350 years old or something. He mastered elemental ice pretty deep, even had an ice pillar to really study it. That guy was a monster. I wonder what he's up to. Anyway, if you study magic long enough and manage to live that long, you could be all that. It's not easy, though, he said with a warning tone. Nothing worth doing is, I replied. He widened his eyes. That's great! Let me write that down. I laughed and enjoyed my bagel. It's almost time for lunch. Man, that sense of time thing really sneaks up on you, I thought to myself. Hey, Nick, what time do I have to meet with Mrs. Salvatore this afternoon? Nick poked his head from behind a machine. Why do you always call her Mrs. Salvatore, and you just call me Nick? He asked. Because while she demands a person's respect, you demand a person's scrutiny, I said without shame. Nick went back to what he was doing, and I heard him mutter, "Wretched little shit." He finally came back and tossed me a small box. Here's a top-of-the-line link. The manual is in there, and you just have to attune it to your psychic signature. They're really easy to use. With a wave of his hand, the dishes in the sink started cleaning themselves. He then took my coffee cup and poured what was left into a paper cup and handed me that. And your meeting with Vera is at 3 p.m. She kept hounding me to remember to turn in my report before then. Which, by the way, will say what we already knew. You are a new soul that happened upon a body that was unoccupied and took it as your own. You didn't kill anyone and are not an undead. You pose no danger to anyone at all. He finished. Hey, I could pose a danger. I'm dangerous, I stubbornly declared. Kid, you don't know any magic. You don't have a single combat skill high enough to register a skill resonance. Hell, the only skill you have high enough to register a skill resonance is something called charades. The word seems like some kind of children's game, but I don't understand how it's played. Nevertheless, I made a note of it. But even if that were dangerous, its level is still pretty low, Nick said while dismissing my combat prowess with his damnable logic. Yeah, well, I just got here. Give me a week or two, I said, full of false bravado. He just chuckled. Right. Take your coffee. Let's head out and get some lunch. I have a report to write, and you have whatever it is that you have, he said as he started turning off his machines with his link. That buff chick at the front desk of the dorms told me to sign up for combat classes or I couldn't stay there. So that's my afternoon plan. Then studying when I'm not having the meeting with Mrs. Salvatore. I detailed my itinerary as we left the lab. He thought for a moment. You mean Kathleen? Black lady that looks like she could carve a turkey with her stare. Yeah, better do what she says. I'm a dab hand as a combat caster, but that woman scares me. I once saw her pound, and I mean pound, an army sergeant who said that living here in the South was just as harsh as living in the North. She challenged him to a duel on the spot. Moron just said, sure, and followed her to the arena and his own destruction. Nobody could believe he was dumb enough to say yes. Funniest thing I've seen in forever. I smiled as we walked to what I assume was some kind of restaurant in the building. We took an elevator to level 2. She whooped his ass? I asked, hoping for more details. The whole thing only lasted about 5 minutes. Most of that was her criticizing his footwork. Then, bam! Spin kick to open his shield while she followed with spear and a reverse grip. The spear went through his sword arm. Needless to say, he let go of his sword. Before the blade even hit the ground, she finished her spin, planted her feet, and rolled his skewered arm over his shoulder. His entire body flipped, and he landed flat on his back.
On the way through the air, Kathleen pulled out the spear and planted the butt into the dirt. She stood there like a war goddess, passing judgment, before he even finished planting himself in the floor. All of us watching were speechless. "You forget how amazing people are when you see them every day," he said.
Sounds like a one-move victory.
"That's pretty hardcore," I said.
Oh, that wasn't the end of the fight. The guy stood up on shaky legs, with a bloody and torn right arm, missing his shield, and he tried to put up his fists. To be honest, I think it was reflex and not some supreme act of will. You could see in his psychic field that everything was dulled. Kathleen smiled and slammed the butt of her spear into the ground to keep it standing. She banged her fists together and said, "Good." That was it. She charged him like a plantus heading for the last bundle of hay. Nick was gesturing wildly while we walked down a hall. Hold up, what's a plantus exactly? I asked.
Huh? Oh, it's a species of cow that was crossbred with a monsterized bull held in captivity. That makes them larger, meaner, and always hungry. You know what a cow is? He wondered.
Yeah, but we'll get back to the story.
But remind me to ask you about monsterizing or whatever. And for the story, you should go with, "She charged him like a fat kid heading for the last piece of cake." It's funnier. But go on, what happened next? I asked. Ha! Fat kid heading for the last piece of cake. That's good. Really rude, but funny. Anyway, what happened next was the ass-whooping of the decade. She shoulder-charged the guy in the stomach. You saw her, she's rather short, right? Well, he was a big guy. Probably was a full unit taller than her. And she folded him in half like a sheet of parchment. When the back of his head hit the mat, he looked at me with his serious face. Everyone flinched. Then she hopped up onto his chest and got her legs under his hips to hold him in place. Then she started wailing on him. Tight, straight punches and hooks. He tried getting his hands up, but it was futile. In no time flat, the mat turned red and match ended. The guy was out cold. If it weren't for his soul signature, I would have sworn she killed him. Cool as a cucumber, she stood up and wiped her bloody fists on her pants. She walked over to her spear, pulled it out, and shouted, "Medic!" Then walked off like she just finished turning in an expense report. It was awesome. He finished. I laughed. Soon we were walking into a fancy restaurant with a polished wood motif, white tablecloths, and sported a hostess station and everything. We got a table with no wait. Must be nice to be a guy in charge, I thought. In no time at all, we were seated and being handed menus. I leaned forward and said, "Hey, Nick, you know I don't have any money, right? And I have no idea what any of these dishes are either." He looked up and waved like it didn't matter. "No problem. Lunch is on me. I'll just order us something simple. You'll love it." I looked around at the fancy decor and the nice silverware. Something seemed off. I just didn't know what. When the waiter came by, Nick ordered for the both of us. He also ordered a bottle of nice wine. He made small talk about the link and the opportunities for growth here at the center while I was staying at the dorms. He even offered to get me into remedial classes through the link so I could remote study and catch up to my age group. That sense of something wrong kept growing. Maybe not wrong, but something is definitely not right. As the waiter poured my wine and delivered our food, it hit me like a bolt of lightning. I'm on a date? I realized. My eyes snapped up to Nick. I was just about to accuse him of shenanigans when the memory of my assumptions about the link being way off base popped into my head. Aware that I might be jumping to conclusions, I took a minute to think things through. Okay, take a breath. You can figure this out. Vera is his wife, and she is smoking hot. Maybe they're swingers. I can't see Vera swinging. Hell, I don't know how she puts up with Nick. He's such a cool guy. Wait, was he this cool yesterday? No. He wasn't this laid back. He wasn't Mrs. Salvatore rigid. but he was very focused. I don't get any sexual vibes. It's more like he wants to be friends.
Maybe it's because I was never that successful in my life back on Earth, but I'd never been wined and dined. This was a whole new experience for me. I didn't understand it, yet it was the only conclusion that I could come to. As I focused on my food and the lull in conversation, my mind was filling up with all kinds of observations that I normally wouldn't think about.
Although this guy looks like he is barely 40, Mrs. Salvatore said they'd been married almost 50 years. That is a long-ass time. He's also the head of a division, so he's successful. He's smart, political, and old. He shouldn't be acting like this. I don't think he's being really fake. I think he's just playing up the friendship angle. He's mirroring me, I realized. This is the thing I saw on TV about how to act when you want to get into business with people. You take them out to a nice restaurant and be their ideal friend.
I couldn't decide if I was emotionally hurt or not. I mean, to be honest, I had just met the guy, really. He seemed nice. I liked his wife. They're both professional. His attitude subtly changed after he saw my results. No, it was when I told him that I had 3 stars saved up. It was after that when we started bonding. The study he mentioned. He said it was a big deal and took 2 years. My data is private. He can't use it without authorization. Ha ha! I got you now. He really is just a big science nerd. He is trying to get my permission to write a paper or something on my identity, I deduced. I finished my meal while I double-checked my conclusions. The mental math seemed to check out. Time to check my hypothesis. Better yet, I should wait to speak with his wife. She was all about a person's path and personal journey. This afternoon might be interesting, I thought, while pretending to focus on my meal. As I patted my belly, I looked up to a smiling Nick. Thanks, Nick. This was nice. I better head out, though. I have that meeting with Mrs. Salvatore at 3 p.m., and you have a report to write. I'm sure we'll see each other soon, I said. Nick seemed to hesitate, then said, Hey, Nero, would you mind if I used some of your data for a paper? Since I'm writing that report for the intake committee, I could just make a second one for the center's research department. I won't use your name, and our deal still stands about us not talking about the stars thing and me getting you some books on magic. Well, Nick, I can tell this means a lot to you. Let me think about it, okay? I said. Since they don't shake hands here, I stood up and smiled. I gave a small bow and walked off. See you around, Nick. It's been a hoot, I said. There are very few things in life as sweet as having a legitimate reason to leave someone else with the bill, I thought to myself. Chapter 13. Reunited with his one true friend. That kid is a monster, Nick thought to himself, as he mentally paid the bill for the meal. His face was pensive as he considered the past few hours. With a polite smile to the waiter, he got up and returned to his lab. From the moment young Nero banged on the door like a savage, the boy's psychic field was in chaotic motion. Nick had never seen someone who was observably mentally stable and yet so extremely not at peace. It was like Nero's thoughts were bouncing around erratically. How does the kid stand it? Nick wondered. Human beings seek a state of unity. It is an irrefutable truth. Nick could quote hundreds of studies that proved, without a doubt, that in the absence of stressors, human beings become introspective and seek to balance their mind, body, and soul. But this kid Nero treats the entire world as though it is a puzzle box he has to figure out. Being confused is not unexpected, given his situation. But people look for more information. They don't try to form conclusions without any input. Is that his secret? Nick walked through the halls calmly, with his hands resting behind his back and his chin up. People nodded in respect to him as they passed by. He offered a nod in return.
The subtle adulation of the associates was something that he had grown used to. Nero doesn't seem to care that I'm the youngest research head of any gate in Dorchester's history, he noted.
Maybe Nero didn't know the details, but he must have noticed how people treat Nick. After all, he is incredibly observant. With the observable data at his disposal, Nero should be more respectful, not to mention wanting to mirror Nick's success. When Nick was young, he always did his best to copy the mannerisms and thought patterns of those above him, at least when he was in public. It's how he got to where he is. The boy acts like a combination of a sage and toddler, he thought to himself. And how the hell did Nero come up with all those truisms? The words hold such meaning, such heavy, profound insights. The sector he came from must be very peaceful and united. The sheer venom he displayed when he thought the people of Dorchester were being mistreated by those in power was shocking, to say the least. Perhaps the sovereign who controls the sector has figured out a way to eliminate suffering and conflict in his domain.
Nick arrived at his personal lab and sat down. Waving his hand, his station lit up, and a bottle of whiskey and a glass flew over to the desk. He rubbed his chin as his thoughts separated into two distinct streams. While he got the room in order, he analyzed the data he collected from Nero and brought up the intake center's thought hub. Nick reaffirmed his belief that Nero must stay at the center. The boy needed to be observed during his growth. Nothing Nick has done up to this point is as important as discovering how Nero sees the world, and more importantly, how he sees himself. With that in mind, he pinged Vera and awaited a reply. He felt the connection open and heard, "Is there a problem with Mr. Walker's testing? I have a call scheduled in 10 minutes with Mr. Tipsman's family, and if there is anything I need to know, now is the time." "No problems of any kind. You can tell them that the man inhabiting the body now is most definitely not Mr. Tipsman. Please express my condolences, and let them know that there is no soul echo or any remnant of the previous occupant. Their son's soul passed without issue and is now moving onward toward his next incarnation." Nick replied easily. "That's great news. I'm sure that will put their minds at ease. Is there anything to note about his testing that needs to be passed on?" she asked. Nick could feel that she was barely paying attention to the conversation. "Well, there are a few things. However, there is nothing that violates the public health statutes. Everything of note is path-related and protected by protocol," Nick said, while picking his words carefully. "Nicholas Marcus Salvatore. I've known you too long to miss that mind fluctuation. What can you tell me without violating your oath? Choose your words carefully, or I'll send Jesse to audit your combat capability again," she said, as Nick felt her full attention drop on his mind like a weight. Nick hung his head. Always with the threats, he thought to himself, although he was very careful to not project that thought over the link. There was nothing wrong with his results. In fact, his data was remarkable. I won't talk about his path, but if I could get him to agree, I'd love to be able to use his testing data to write a paper or two. He could feel Vera's scrutiny. I'm not going to use his data without consent. He's just interesting. You saw how fast he leveled. And anyone with a strong mind can feel how unusual his psyche is. All of that is public domain, and not a breach of confidentiality. He could feel his mind getting agitated, and took a calming breath. Shielding his thought, he said to himself, "No good ever comes from arguing with Vera. Just breathe. Calm your mind." The silence hung over the connection, like a piano about to fall. In a cold voice, Vera said, "Nick, Nero's path is his. The law is absolute. If you interfere in any way, I cannot and will not help you. I let you do his intake testing because I thought you'd find it interesting, not so you could acquire a test subject. You wouldn't have heard of him if I hadn't brought him to your lab. We both know you have a weakness for interesting phenomena, and this is a trial that you will have to face. How you manage the next few days may very well become integral to your own path. Now,
Is there anything you need from me? Or are you ready to submit your findings to the intake board?
Nick sighed and replied, I hear you and acknowledge the warning. The report stating that nothing dangerous was found will be on the hub within an hour. As for the future, I will be upfront with Nero, and hopefully be able to convince him to allow me to use his data. I will not blackmail or otherwise lie to get what I want. My path is in my control, and my decisions reveal who I am.
Vera chuckled.
I always liked Henry Spencer. He was a wise man. In regards to young Mr. Walker, you have time. He's still young, and I'm sure by helping him, he'll help you. That is how two paths can go in the same direction. When you try to force a path, you find obstacles everywhere.
Thank you, darling. You are a credit to the title of Wayfinder.
I'll see you at dinner, Nick said with a smile.
See you then, my lovable idiot, she replied and closed the connection. Leaning back in his seat, Nick looked up at the ceiling. What am I doing? This is not who I am. I am a scientist. I follow where the data leads. Influencing the data will only produce flawed results. I need to approach the situation rationally, like I always have in the past. If important findings come, that will be a result of work, not manipulation. He reaffirmed his path in his mind. Collapsing his disparate thought streams, he returned to one mind and focused the whole of it on firming his resolve to be the man he believes he can be. Nick heard a soft ding, and the room started to shake as eddies of essence swirled around him. Nick's mind went blank in euphoria. He hadn't leveled in years, and he had forgotten the feeling. As everything calmed down, Nick placed his hands on the desk and panted. Out loud, and with an unexpected annoyance rising from nowhere, he said, I don't know how, but this somehow, some way, has to do with that little shit. He could almost hear Nero laughing from wherever he was. Unaware and uncaring of how his presence has affected those around him, Nero walked up to the board that listed all the classes offered at the center with a smile on his face. There were a few people clustered near the board, looking at what at first looked like large sheets of paper, but upon closer inspection the text seemed to change. Confused, Nero looked around and saw that everyone has a link activated on their temple. With a grunt of annoyance, he stomped off to his room to figure out his link. As he walked through the halls to the elevator, he pulled out the loose sheets of paper on which he had written down his itinerary for the day. The first fucking thing on my list is dealing with the stupid link, he mumbled to himself. Eventually finding himself in his room, he pulled out the box with the link that Nick gave him. It was a small, thin crystal, with one gray and dull side. It was about the size of a thumb digit, and maybe twice the width of a credit card. It seemed very sturdy, didn't bend, and when he tapped his desk with it, it made a strong, solid sound. Maybe they are made by this world's Nokia, he thought in amusement. Seeing the box had a little 4-inch by 5-inch note card in it, he pulled it out to read the instructions. For first activation of a link, place it on either temple and open a connection. If the link does not accept a connection, it may already be linked to someone else and should be returned to your local distributor. Thank you for choosing Johnson Links, and may your path be wide and clear. Seriously? He thought. Well, Nick did say that they were easy to use. Nero placed the link, gray side down, on his temple and felt it stick. When he felt the suction, he tested removal. Finding no issues, he then put it back on and shook his head around. That sucker is really on there. Would be nice technology for sunglasses, he noted. Nero then stood up and walked into the bathroom to look at himself in the mirror. It was easy to see on his head, but it didn't draw the eye. Nero examined himself from different angles, trying to remember who usually wore one and who didn't. Shrugging, he returned to his desk and looked at the room station. He could tell it was the station by the fact that across the top it said, Station. It was about 2 feet tall and roughly rectangle-shaped. The casing was a dull, unobtrusive gray and didn't stand out in any way. He looked for a connection to the wall, or for any cabling. There wasn't any. It was just a small box that was bolted to the desk corner. I doubt they worry about people stealing it. Probably bolted so no one knocks it over. Everyone I've met is uncomfortably law-abiding, he said to himself as he poked the station. Satisfied that he had done his preparations, Nero sat down and closed his eyes. Mentally reaching out to the link, he felt a connection form easily. There was a sense of options for the room and a welcome message/feeling that quickly faded. From this mental list, he felt that he could manipulate the lights, read how to use the laundry services, check out mental books that could be loaded into his link, see class schedules, and a whole lot of other options for the center. He opened his eyes and refocused on the world. Nero could still feel the connection, but it was muted. Going back to the mirror, he could see that if he focused on the link, it would light up. He played with it a bit. No wonder no one mentioned any of the minutiae of living in the dorms. All the information is just sitting here, waiting to be read, he noted. Checking the time mentally, he wanted to see how long he had before his meeting with Mrs. Salvatore. He was connected to the station while that thought came on, and all of a sudden a section he hadn't noticed activated. There was a scheduled meeting for 3 p.m. at Mrs. Salvatore's office in the intake hall, Gate 7. The ping was just sitting there, waiting for his acknowledgement. He thought, okay, and it went away. This is cool as hell, he thought to himself with a smile. It was an odd feeling to be connected to the link. He could see why Nick described it as non-invasive. At no point did he feel like his mind was being violated. The link just felt like it was next to him at all times. As long as he stayed within arm's reach, he could feel the link. He couldn't initiate a connection without it being on his head, but he could still feel that it was there. Every time they connected, he had to initiate it. It really was like a mental conversation. For the next few hours, Nero made a detailed study of everything on the link. To be honest, he was just messing around. Although, from his perspective, it was very comprehensive. He learned the details of what it meant to live in the dorms and why you could only sign up for classes at the center's rest hub. All in all, it was very informative and served to give Nero the first feeling of being grounded since he got to this world. He didn't realize how much he missed his phone. Eventually, the time came for him to leave for his meeting. Proudly checking off the first thing on his itinerary, he left his room and headed toward the lobby. About 10 feet from the room, he felt his link lose connection with his room station. He felt around for access points as he continued on, and saw that most of them were closed. Closed stations felt like someone with their back turned, hands on their ears, saying la 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 and ignoring him. Nero could tell that there was a connection to the city, but it was weak, and the city wasn't paying attention to him at all. As he walked through the lobby, he felt the connection with the classes board, now correctly named Center's Rest Hub Associate Classes Terminal. I'm just going to call it the Classes Hub. Maybe I should introduce acronyms to these savages, he thought as he walked past the board. When he looked at one of the pieces of paper on the board, he felt that someone was already using it. Abruptly, stopping mid-stride, he paid closer attention and moved closer. It seems that each 11 inches by 17 inches piece of paper was like a little screen that only one person could interact with at a time. When he found one he could connect with, options came up in his head that he could see mirrored on the page screen thing, although the screen displayed more detailed information. He used the link to look up Basic Combat 1 and saw a detailed schedule of the class with availability and locations on the screen. It was very intuitive, and apparently based on a 10-day week. Either way, he didn't have time for this now, and closed out his connection.
Eventually, he made his way to the intake hall, where he was greeted by an employee who politely gave him directions to Mrs. Salvatore's office. Without any trouble, he found it, and was about to knock on the door when a weird feeling of being able to ping the door came from his link. As he stood there with his fist almost at the door, he looked around to see if anyone saw his moment of stupidity. "I'm clear," he thought, with a sigh of relief. After pinging the door, he felt a feeling of welcome and assurance that it was okay to go in. Chapter 14. Starting from nothing, with nothing. Mrs. Salvatore, I have to say, these links are great. Why didn't I get one when I showed up? Did the guy whose body this was not have one? Isn't that weird? Can these things be hacked? There is so much information on it. How are you not on it all day? Nero rapid-fired questions as he looked around the room. It was neat and tidy, just how he imagined it would be. There was a large desk with a couple of comfy chairs and bookshelves along the wall. Throughout the room were some tasteful paintings and plants. All of the fancy wood furniture seemed to shine as the big windows looking out onto the courtyard provided a warm light. Vera Salvatore just sat there, listening to the verbal barrage while being reminded of the annoyance that was Mr. Walker. "Mr. Walker, have a seat," she said, as she pointed to a chair opposite her desk. Nero hopped into the chair and waited for her to say something. He saw her eyes furrow, as if his presence was annoying her. "Mr. Walker, is your link active? Why are you trying to have a conversation with a connection open? Are you in a link right now?" she said while staring at the active link on Nero's temple. "Huh? No, I'm just keeping the connection open because it's interesting to see what's available. Is that weird?" he asked. She put her head in her hands and said, "Close the link and open your identity. You'll see why no one uses the link continuously." Nero did as he was told, and noticed the difference to how it normally looks. Name, Nero Walker, Level 4. Race, Human, Growth, 24%. Tier 1, Condition, 100%. Age, 14. Center, 36%. Body, 1. Mind, 1. Soul, 1. Confluence, 10. Stars, 0. Pillars, 0. Over 0. It seems that interacting with the link costs center. Okay, so I read that the center percentage was how much energy I have available for abilities and skills that can stress me. I didn't know what stress it talked about, but I'm guessing using the link is stressful? Nero asked. Yes, the link works with your psychic potential. It takes effort for your mind to perceive that level of world. The higher your mind stat, the longer you should be able to use it. How long have you been holding a connection? She asked. I don't know. A couple of hours. Well, more or less since I got back to my dorm from lunch with Nick, he said. Vera looked surprised as she asked, You don't have a headache? No symptoms of stress? Sore joints or a ringing in your ears? How much center do you have in reserve? Like 36% left? Is that bad? Nero was starting to get worried. He took stock of himself. I think I feel fine. How do I know how bad I messed up? She sighed and muttered, So this is what Nick was alluding to. Looking at Nero like she was explaining how to color within the lines, she said, You'd know if you were in trouble. Typically, symptoms begin around 50%. No one continues to train past 40%. It's remarkable that you aren't feeling anything. I'll keep this in confidence. You don't have to worry, but I wouldn't share this information with just anyone. People will hound you for this secret, to figure out how you do it. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. I'm not going to get taken to some secret testing facility and get hooked up to machines in a dark room where they analyze my genetic structure under different types of pain or something, am I? Nero asked, while checking the distance to the door and windows. Vera's eyebrows nearly hit her hairline. No, I was more talking about how people would be bothering you if they found out.
What makes you think people are going to abduct you and place you in that kind of environment? She asked, genuinely curious.
I don't know. People always want what someone else has, so it wouldn't surprise me if they did anything to get it, Nero stated what he would consider a fact. He shrugged and followed it up with, "People suck. Mr. Walker, people don't suck. Envy is a perfectly normal emotion. Managing it is a personal trial everyone has to deal with. More importantly, one's path cannot be influenced by another. You can learn how to walk your own path by watching someone walk theirs. But when you try to affect something out of your control, you lose control of that which you can affect. Do you understand what I'm saying?" she asked, concerned about how Nero seemed to see the world. Sure. That's a totally realistic position to take," Nero said. He couldn't help but think that the only reason that works is because everyone here is on their own personal self-improvement kick for their entire lives. Vera leaned back in her chair and slumped a little. "Why is it that every time we speak, I end up confused and slightly annoyed?" she asked.
It's my charm. It sneaks up on you, Nero said with an unapologetic smile. Anyway, what do you want to talk with me about?
"Very well, we can begin," she said as she sat up straight, resumed her headmistress persona, and collected some pieces of paper. "As you know, the body that you are currently in was originally one Mr. Rodney Tipsman. All of the paperwork has been filed, and verification that he is now deceased has been logged with his local center. Next, your soulscape evaluation done by Mr. Salvatore has been filed without any flags. I registered you a new citizen of Oglevok under the name Mr. Nero Walker, 14 years of age, residing in Dorchester. You have a presence on the Thought Hub, an account with the center, and legal standing within the city. You have no obligation to the city at the moment, and the Tipsmans request that you do not contact them. They understand the situation and wish you no ill will, but do not want to connect with you at this time. Finally, as a legal adult, newly awakened or not, you have a choice as to what path you take. As you are not an associate of the center, you will have to vacate the dorms by week's end. That's 4 days from now on the 16th. Do you have any questions so far?" she said, while running down a list on her desk and flipping pages over from a stack every couple of sentences. "No, that sums it up quite nicely." "What are my options to make money?" Nero asked. She seemed surprised at what Nero was focusing on. "Well, someone in your position normally would focus on a training program of some kind. A job typically comes after you have acquired some skill which you can market. I don't want to presume, but considering your background, I'm not sure what skills you intend to market," she said. Nero took a minute to think about his plan. He said, "Just to be clear, there is no way that I can join some magic school with all expenses paid, is there?" Vera smiled and replied, "No. Without a strong education, it would be very unlikely to get into any of the Centerpoint academies. Even then, scholarships are reserved for non-nobles who have shown great potential in leadership, sciences, and combat. I'm sure if you had the requisite background, it wouldn't be an issue. However, as it stands, that isn't an option for you." Nero nodded, not at all surprised. "Centerpoint sounds cool, though," he thought. He then asked, "What would you recommend?" She folded her hands and said, "We don't usually offer recommendations, only options. Your options are severely limited, as I can't think of any privatized training facilities that would take you. I'd say your only real choices are to join the Army, the Guard, or the Center as a basic worker associate. Worker associates pay for their tuition and room and board by working every other day at an assigned job. You'll probably work in the kitchens, custodial services, or maybe I could see if someone will take you as a receptionist. Any one of those paths are easily available to you, and you can get started today if you want." She finished with a smile. Nero was reminded of his high school guidance counselor, who did her best to avoid calling him a lazy idiot, while telling him that the community college was a wonderful option. They even offered a work-to-learn program that offered great opportunities.
Chuckling and trying to dismiss the mental image, he said, "Mrs. Salvatore, no offense, but this is a world of magic and wonder. There is no way in hell that I'm going to be a grunt in the army, a low-paid rent-a-cop that starts at the bottom, or a janitor. And I'm sure as hell not going to be flipping burgers in a world with freaking dragons. I'm going to learn magic. I'm going to learn how to fight. I'm going to fight monsters and save damsels." Nero stood up and started getting into his rant. "I'm going to win a war, trick a dragon out of its treasure, see far-off lands, and fuck an elf. No, a hottie of every race. I'm going to do it all. I'm going to see it all. And there isn't a damn thing anybody can do to stop me." He finished with a shout. Standing there, with his hands in the air, he realized that he had gotten carried away. Lowering his arms, he noticed that he was facing a painting of some guy on a mountain watching the sunrise. He turned back to her and paused. She was looking at him like he was nuts. Was it the swearing? She doesn't strike me as the type of lady that would put up with that, he thought. Vera smoothed the front of her robes and adjusted the papers on the desk. Coughing slightly, she said, "Well, Mr. Walker, no one is going to try to impair your path. However, many of those things seem very unlikely. In the short term, you have to find something to do. I think the army can address some of those goals." Nero paced back and forth. He was going to go for it. "Does this link thing act like a phone? I mean, can I call Nick on this thing?" he asked Vera. Confused, she said, "A phone?" "Yes. You just connect, then think of reaching out to Nick. It will send him a ping." Nero did as instructed and felt someone's attention. Specifically, Nick's attention. He could feel it was him. "Nero, my boy, you figured out the link. Nice job. I'm glad you pinged. I wanted to talk to you about something," he heard Nick say in his mind. "Nick, this is cool. Anyway, hold that thought." Nero started chuckling at his unintentional pun. "My personal data is all weird and useful to you, right?" he asked. "What, did Vera say something to you? I told her that I was going to talk to you about it. I'm not going to pressure you or anything. It's just that it was the first time someone recorded the use of 3 stars in succession like that, and the data showed a remarkable full-body activation. The essence fluctuations were very interesting. In addition to your wildly disproportionate soul strength, your mind is also an outlier. The big thing of note is that while, typically, a person pulls in around 20% of their soul strength to boost an aspect of their existence, each use of your stars showed significant deviations from the expected essence allocation. I'm sure the paper I write will get a lot of notice. They might even see it in the Capitol," Nick said while ignoring the question and slipping into his scientific blather. Nero shook his head in exasperation. "Nick, shut up for a second," he interrupted. "If my data is useful, I'll be cool with letting you use it. But my imaginary daddy taught me to never do something I'm good at for free. Since I'm good at having data, I'm calling to bargain." Feeling Nick's confusion over the link, Nero went over what he'd just said. "I should have said something about supply and demand. Crap," he thought with a grimace. Chapter 15. Leveraging a paycheck is better than earning one. "You want me to pay you?" Nick asked Nero over the link, while his psyche radiated confusion. "Well, you already owe me a few things for not doing that thing, remember? So how about this? You can be my sponsor. You give me room and board somewhere, access to books on magic, and all that I need to learn about this place. Oh, also get me combat lessons. In return, once a week, I'll stand on a platform and let you pelt me with lights to your heart's content. What do you say?" asked Nero. As Nero was having this conversation in his mind, Vera was sitting in her chair, watching one side of the conversation. Nero was speaking his half of the exchange out loud, rather than just thinking it to Nick through the link. Alarmed at what she heard Nero proposing,
She pinged Nick herself.
"Are you serious?" Nick said, then felt Vera's ping. Realizing the stupidity of ignoring his wife right now, he linked her to his conversation with Nero. Feeling the new addition to the conversation, Nero looked over at Vera.
Wow, she has one hell of a mental presence, he thought.
As Nero could feel her attention was completely locked on Nick, he felt like a kid hiding in the garage from an angry mother. "Nicholas Marcus Salvatore, you know there are procedures for human testing. You have to submit a proposal to the Center Research Ethics Board for approval. Then request funding from the Research Council, which you lead. Then assign a team to manage the experiment. You cannot just hire people as lab rats and do whatever you think is interesting. There are procedures." She finished with a mental growl, which was mirrored in the room with a huff. Nick flinched and replied, "I didn't do any experiments." "Well, not really, and I'm not going to hire him as a lab rat. But him being around could be useful to observe." He sounded reluctantly hopeful. "Obviously, the cost of what he is talking about is ridiculous, and we won't be doing any of it. But we could maybe hire him as a worker associate in the labs. He could still go to classes on his days off, and on the days he works here, we can have him do janitorial stuff, cleaning and such." As Nero listened to them go back and forth, he felt it was time to reassert control. Still out loud, he said, "I'm not cleaning anything. I'll join the labs as a worker associate to get access to all the learning stuff from the center. But on the days I'm working at the lab, I'll be studying to catch up. I'll help out with stuff, but no crap labor," he said decisively. Nick replied quickly, "That's fine with me. Mostly you'll just be in the way, considering you don't know anything of any real use, and I'll only be putting you back in the Essence Forge when you use a star." Vera mentally shrieked, "You put him in the Essence Forge?" Nick said quickly, "I didn't actively run it or anything. I just wanted to take a look at how his soul affected the ambient essence. Then I had the idea that I could record the essence pattern of his star usage, like Franklin Archer did over in Batherton. He did that study on soul confluence interaction with stress, you remember? Doesn't matter. The boy was fine, and I got some interesting data that could shed some light on how environmental essence factors interact with the soul's confluence on this plane of reality." Nero was enjoying feeling the minds of the two as he listened to their exchange. It was interesting to feel people's emotions on a psychic level. He always liked emotionally poking people, and this medium seemed well suited for it. Taking the opportunity, Nero interjected, "That wasn't how I was supposed to be tested? What was supposed to happen, Mrs. Salvatore?" A red-faced Vera replied, "He was supposed to use a soul scope to verify that your soul signature was different than Mr. Tipsman. Then he should have checked to see if there were any signs of undeath by examining your body/mind tether. And lastly, he should have measured your psychic field to ensure that your mind isn't damaged, which would constitute a danger to those around you." "Wow, Nick, that one machine you put me in could do all that?" Nero asked innocently. "Technically, the Essence Forge would have highlighted any issue with your soul signature, and the body/mind tether, if you tune it correctly. Which I did. As for the psychic profile, my mental acuity is high enough that I just had to look at you and realize your psychic field is fine. Weird, but fine," Nick replied. "Here it comes," Nero thought with anticipation. Nero then asked, "Then what was the point of me using stars while I was in the lights?" Vera's mouth dropped open. "Stars? As in multiple stars? Did you recreate that lunatic's experiment with him?" Her attention turned to Nero. "Didn't you use your stars when you got them? Why would you hold on to them?" "I didn't know how to use them, so I just held on to them. Nick explained it to me," Nero said while smiling sweetly to Vera. Vera's attention pivoted to Nick. "What does he mean you explained it? Did you tell him you were running an experiment on him? Or what that machine could do to a human that was in it while it was manipulating essence? How many stars did you have him spend?" Without pausing, she kept blasting, "Answer me, Nick!"
How did you get him up out of bed? Did you cast something on him to hide his pain? Do we need to get him to the med center?
Vera's mind was vibrating like a Real Housewives neck massager. Nero raised his hand to his face and hid his chuckle. Nick's mind was in full retreat and waving the white flag.
No, dear, it's not like that,
Nick pleaded as Vera had him on the ropes. He wasn't feeling any discomfort from holding 3 stars, and I just figured that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for scientific advancement. He didn't suffer any negative repercussions.
Nero helpfully added. Aside from the nausea and vomiting, you mean? Other than that, I was fine.
Vera was like a Rottweiler on a chew toy.
She said, "You and I are going to have a long talk tonight, mister. There are limits to my patience, and I've been too kind lately, allowing you to do whatever you want in that lab. I know everyone on that research committee that you think you run. We'll be having a comprehensive review of this incident, and I don't want to hear any complaints. You hear me?"
Nick said, "Please, Vera, calm down. Can't you see that Nero is messing with you? He's just trying to rile you up."
Nero winced.
That was a mistake. Never tell an angry woman to calm down, he thought, while trying to shrink his mental presence in the link.
Of course I know he's using the situation to see me get angry. I am standing right next to him. If you can feel his amusement over the link, how do you think it feels in the same room with him? He's just a 14-year-old boy with a 2-day-old identity. You are an 87-year-old leader in your field. You help shape policy for a living. Be better, Nick. Not informing him what you were doing was abusing your position. I am furious right now." She paused and took a breath. "We will talk more about this later." Her attention then turned to Nero, and she said, "Mr. Walker, please close the link with Mr. Salvatore." Nero looked like he got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. He closed the link and returned to his seat. He glanced up with a half-smile, shrugged his shoulders with an, what can you do, look on his face, and said, "I figured you should know what happened. But I got a free link, and he owes me some magic books for agreeing not to say anything about it. This way, you find out, and I get free stuff." "Sorry, not sorry." Vera broke into a full-blown laugh. "You're 2 days old, and you tricked us into getting you a job where you don't have to do any work, get the center to feed and clothe you, all while focusing on acquiring magic training. You, Mr. Walker, are a very dangerous young man." "See? I told Nick that I was dangerous," Nero thought, while smiling like a bandit. In all honesty, Nick was heading for trouble anyway. Every 10 years or so, he starts getting loose with the rules. Even so, he is a brilliant man that pushes the boundaries of what we know more than any other man in Dorchester. Yet, for all his intelligence, he lacks wisdom, Vera said. "Yeah, those 2 virtues rarely meet," Nero replied. "You don't seem that angry right now. Was that all show?" he asked. Vera stood up to pour herself a glass of water. "Not at all. I'm not skilled enough in mental techniques that can mirror emotions. I was, and am, angry. Maybe not as much as I led him to believe. He also didn't do anything illegal. Using an essence forge to test you like that was stupid, not against the law. It's the equivalent of using an entire branch of the military to march a basket of produce across the city, rather than just use a messenger. Really, my anger comes from him just being very rude to ask you to use your stars for his research. That, and I'm always a little angry with him. That's just a side effect of living with someone," she said with a fond smile. As she sat back down, she smoothed her robes and double-checked the placement of everything on her desk with her eyes. "Now, Mr. Walker, are you on board with joining the center as a work associate? I'm sure we can hire you as a lab attendant for Nick. He already has 2 of them, but they mostly work on their own projects and do his paperwork. Occasionally, they help him do whatever experiment he is focusing on." "Yes, that's fine. I get everything I want and only have to put up with his floating lights."
I heard what you said about him having to go in front of an ethics board if he wants to do any testing on a human lab rat. I'm sure those people will do everything they can to ensure my safety. I'm guessing it would harm their path or whatever if they went against their reason for having a job, Nero said.
Very well said, Mr. Walker. I assure you that your rights and path will be protected. I'll get the paperwork started today, and everything should be ready by tomorrow afternoon. Any time this week, you can fill out the forms through the link, and your file will be updated. In the meantime, feel free to use the facilities in the dorms to the best of your ability. I'd also recommend signing up for a combat class tonight, since you are staying on with the center. Ms. Averitt has already contacted me, as she noticed during her lunch break that you haven't scheduled any combat classes, Vera said while shaking her head. She then stood up and held her hand toward the door, as if gesturing for him to leave. Nero stood up and said, "Thank you for everything, Mrs. Salvatore. I'm sure I'll keep in touch. Hopefully we can get lunch or something." He then bowed a little and headed toward the door. Softly closing it behind him, he shook off how weird it was that they don't shake hands or have any ritual to signify the end of a meeting. People here just kind of agree, "Oh, we're done? Okay," then walk off. Savages, every one of them, he thought with amusement. Chapter 16. Studying doesn't always lead to understanding. Lord Cosgrove sat in her office, going over the never-ending paperwork. She was looking at reports on essence crystal shipments that were of critical import. None of their local sources produced enough for their needs. As such, her city relied too much on trade. Scowling, she cross-referenced the yearly yield numbers. Hearing her door open, she glanced up to see her aide walking in. Setting her papers down, she moved the holograms floating above the desk to clear her eyeline. "Yes, Jessica, what is it?" she asked. "My lord, this afternoon the intake report was filed concerning the survivor of the Islangur raid. You wanted to know if anything of importance was included." "I'm sorry to say that there wasn't," said Ms. Chandler. "Any further reports of Islangur activity?" Lord Cosgrove asked. Shaking her head, Ms. Chandler replied, "No, my lord. The mages say that there is nothing out there, while Army Command remains skeptical. Could this not be an isolated incident?" Pausing in thought, Lord Halima Cosgrave leaned back in her chair. There was nothing to indicate a larger plan was afoot. It was possible that the raid was just an unfortunate meeting in the woods. "All right, stand down preparations for silent vigil, and return our threat status to all is well. Let's put this behind us and move on. There is nothing to be gained by giving this more attention than it deserves. Let the army continue their investigation if they want, but let's try not to waste resources," she said definitively, then continued, "Is there anything else?" "No, my lord," Ms. Chandler said as she gave a slight bow and left the room to return to her duties. Lord Cosgrove gave a huff of annoyance and returned to her examination of the regional essence crystal trade. As he walked through the halls, the intake hall and courtyard, Nero planned his evening. First food, then class scheduling, then hitting the books in his room. He decided to check his identity to see how much center he had. It was pretty low before he decided to call Nick. Name. "Shouldn't I be on my ass right now?" he wondered. Nero remembered that Mrs. Salvatore said people normally didn't drop below 40% without having some serious symptoms. Pausing in a hallway, he leaned his back against the wall, out of the flow of traffic. Closing his eyes, he took stock of himself. "I'm a little hungry. Definitely thirsty. A bathroom might be a good idea. No sore joints or headaches. I guess I do feel a little tingly. It's like I've been up all night and then had to work through the day. This feels exactly like I'm staying awake on nothing but 5-hour energies and my vape. Wait, did death cure my addiction? Well, that makes sense. I wonder if these crystal worshippers smoke weed. I'm sure someone is smoking something somewhere," he thought. Nero resumed his walk to the cafeteria. On the way, he looked out for a bathroom to hit. Eventually, he was walking into the lobby of the dorms.
As Nero started toward the dining hall, a sense of his impending doom came out of nowhere. He stopped and started looking around. His attention was pulled toward the front desk, about 30 feet away. Ms. Averett's steely gaze met his, piercing the room like a spear of divine wrath. The crowd seemed to split open as if no one dared to cross her eye line. She said nothing and stood still as a cat waiting for an opportunity to pounce. Nero gulped, then reevaluated his plans for the evening. I should sign up for classes while I'm here. It'd be silly to go to dinner first. After all, it only makes sense, he thought to himself. Without breaking stride, he pivoted to the classes hub. The sense of doom evaporated, and everyone continued on with their day. Nero looked up the beginning classes for combat, specifically magic combat. The classes all had a basic essence theory class as a prerequisite, along with a note that you need to have been tested in combat casting proficiency before applying. Not dissuaded, he looked up the basic essence theory class. It's a 6-week class that meets every other day. That's 5 3-hour classes a week. No prerequisites needed. He signed up for a class that begins in 5 days and meets in the afternoons. Nero applauded himself for beginning his journey in reality bending. He closed his connection to the board and started to turn away. Pause. He turned back and reopened his connection. Too close, he thought, while he felt his back sweating at the image of Ms. Averett watching him. He quickly found a free class that anyone can join at the basic level. It met in the mornings and would pair nicely with his future magic classes. That still left a lot of free time. Nero decided that it didn't matter. Most of his studying would be guided by his reading preferences. Anything they can teach him, he believed he could learn from a book. As a bonus, he wouldn't have to be in class with people. He looked around at all the polite people, waiting their turn without complaint and with untroubled faces. Yeah, I'm not ready to deal with these people yet, he thought to himself. He cut the connection, then turned back to the front desk. Ms. Averett's attention snapped to him. Damn, she has some fine senses, he noted to himself. Nero gave her a thumbs up and a smile, then walked off to the dining hall. As he moved through the crowd, he could feel her eyes following him. Eventually, passing through the door, he gave in to a full-body shiver. Shaking it off, he put it in a corner of his mind and promptly forgot about it. It was time for this world's version of steak and potatoes. After dinner, Nero returned to his room. He used the link to dim the lights a little, then cut his connection. Won't be using that for a while, he thought. He pulled of his link and tossed it on his nightstand, along with his notes for the day and whatever else he acquired during his escapades. Throwing his robes in the hamper, his boots at the door, Nero grabbed a set of pajamas that he learned were in the bottom shelf of his cabinet. This knowledge was thanks to his afternoon fiddling with his link. Taking a shower and getting in his jammies, Nero curled up in bed with his book on identity. All knowledge is useful, even if it is just learning what to ignore, he mentally told himself. He then spent the rest of the night going through the book, until he eventually finished it. Aside from the sections on skills and relative strength ratings of the numbers, it was pretty chock full of semi-useful information. He found out that stats points are really just multipliers of inherent potential. Putting it in gaming terms, a body with a 0 stat is a normal human body. When a star is used, it injects potential that you have collected and reinforces everything with essence. Healing speed, strength, tensile strength of your skin, organ function, eyesight, even memory is enhanced. Apparently, the brain is part of the body stat. Every use of a star adds about 20% of an increase in performance. The interesting thing is, it stacks, meaning that at 1 star, it's times 1.2 body performance. 2 stars equals times 1.44, etc. By the time you have 20 stars in a stat,
It's like the stat actual performs at 38 times the level of a basic human. Even though people vary widely in their basic human potential, that's some pretty impressive improvement.
This performance applies to all of the stats. Where the body becomes a better body, the mind becomes better at what it does. The mind stat is in reference to your sense of self, willpower, focus, all of what makes you able to decide to do things. Miro decided to think of it as perspective. How strong is his perspective? A strong mind can break illusion magic, fight back against instinctual drives like fear and panic. And best of all, a strong mind can influence and interact with the world. The more powerful the mind, the more powerful the psyche. So when Nick was tossing dishes around the lab, it wasn't magic. He was going all telekinetic. I'll never have to get up to get a beer, or the remote, he thought with a grin. Finally, the soul. The book said that a strong soul gives strength of identity. The entire chapter was filled with spiritual nonsense about planes of reality and the endurance of personality. Nero was sure that all of it was scientifically accurate here, but it didn't mean that he understood it. They also proved somehow that the soul is really eternal. When a person dies, they just lose their mind and body. The who they are moves onto a new body via some complicated process that occurs in the higher planes. There was even a section on how the mind was sent to its chosen afterlife, but the soul gets reincarnated. So in this world, you get an afterlife and reincarnation. Does that mean that a person could meet another incarnation of themselves in the afterlife? Would they know? Since all of this was common knowledge, it stands to reason that death isn't treated like the sad and depressing thing that it actually is. There were parts of the chapter on the soul's strength and density, with charts showing relative growth and time curves. I don't understand any of these references, or any of this math, he thought with a confused frown. In fact, all he really took away from the entire section was that he would be an idiot to ignore it. The most surprising reveal was that most people start with a confluence of 0. The confluence being how tightly the three aspects of a person are bound. It is supposed to be very important to keep your confluence at least as high as your highest stat. Otherwise, your growth can stop, and then you are screwed. Once a person's growth stops, they are just waiting to die. When Nero read that, he double-checked his identity, then promised himself to always give a big buffer with confluence. He didn't know why his confluence was so high, and for the moment, he didn't care. The last thing to note was that there were no benefits to a confluence being more than 5 points higher than a person's highest stat. There were even references to studies that were done to prove it. Someone had voluntarily raised their confluence alone for 20 levels. There was no discernible improvements to growth. In fact, the subject's growth seemed to slow in relation to their peers as the study went on. Whether that's true or not for Nero was unclear, but it was something to consider. Moving on, Nero found the entire skill section was disappointing. It boiled down to how strong a skill was in comparison to other people. Skill numbers went up without limit. There was a reference to a guy who had raised his skill in baking to over 500. The guy made a great muffin, but when it came down to it, it was still a muffin. There were no superhuman abilities that came from leveling skills crazy high. Granted, a person with a 500-level skill in longswords would be a freaking amazing swordsman, but he couldn't cut a mountain in half with his skill. Nero was heartbroken. One piece of information really stood out. Since skills are part of the world, as someone practices and learns a skill, they are absorbing the essence echo of all those people who used the skill before them. Therefore, even if the skill itself is average, at least leveling a skill is easier here than back on Earth. The book had more than 50 pages of graphs and charts,
plotting growth curves and listing societal averages. Those Nero only glanced at. More than half the book Nero considered fluff. In fact, the entire last chapter boiled down to, "Your path is yours alone," and "You can be anything you want to be." I swear I'm going to hold a protest or something. These people are way too upbeat, he thought with a grimace. Checking the time, 28:24. Nero got up, tossed the book on his desk, and went to the bathroom. There is a 30-hour day, with the 30 days in a month, 3 months in a trian, and 3 trians in a year. Somebody or something definitely is doing some magic fuckery to mess with the laws of nature here, he noted. Flushing the toilet, he brushed his teeth and then went to bed. Using his link to turn off the lights, Nero closed his eyes. He decided to check his identity before bed. This should be a habit I get into, he thought. Name, Nero Walker, level 4. Race, human. Growth, 100%. Tier 1. Condition, 100%. Age, 14. Center, 72%. Body, 1. Mind, 1. Soul, 1. Confluence, 10. Stars, 0. Pillars, 0. Over 0. How am I leveling so fast? Better question, why didn't I level when I reached 100% growth? He wondered. Nero went over his identity, finding no answers to his questions. He noticed that his center seemed to recharge much faster than the books implied as well. It had only been a few hours and he was already recovered, more or less. I'm not telling Nick about this. He's just going to go all mad scientist and do something that makes me puke again, he thought. Rolling onto his side, Nero tried to banish the situation to the back of his mind. This is bullshit. I was promised a world of Dungeons and Dragons, with levels and growing power, and all I get is a world of motivational speakers and social studies dorks. I'm not meant for this. I was a cog in the crappy machine back home. I'm not going to be one here, too. I'm just going to put up with what I have to. Meanwhile, I'll learn magic, read some books on monsters, learn how to stab things, and then I can do whatever I want. I'll find some socially disruptive women and introduce this world to what a max-level warlock can do. He swore to himself as he clenched his fists while he laid in bed and scrunched his brow with his eyes closed as he imagined his future. Ding, he heard, then felt the essence around him flowing, gently ruffling the sheets. Nero sat up like a kid who heard the ice cream truck, eyes opening wide. His surprise was quickly followed by a look of fury. "Goddamn personal improvement bullshit!" Nero screamed in his mind. Nero had read about this. You have to know yourself to realize your growth. Nope, I'm not dealing with this right now, he emphatically decided. Padding his sheets to get comfortable, Nero ignored everything. While focusing on his imagined epic powers and future conquests, Nero drifted off to sleep. Chapter 17. Nero makes it to class. Technically. Captain Angleton kept his shield up with his left hand and adjusted his grip on his sword with his right. He moved with measured steps around the arena in order to ensure that he wasn't surrounded. Calm breaths pumped through his lungs. His heart rate was elevated, but steady. This is what I'm made for, he thought. His 3 opponents glanced at each other. They were all sergeants. They had all taken the oaths of knighthood in the Hall of Truth. They were all strong defenders of Oglevark. They were all getting beaten, and badly at that. That was just the way it went when fighting the captain. He was a wall that healed. They coordinated over their links, and with common purpose, charged. With a strong push of his back foot, the captain shot forward toward his chosen target, which was Sergeant Clark on his left. As Clark's spear was caught out of position by the captain's charge, His grip folded, and he face-planted into the captain's shield. Stunned and flat-footed, Clark watched the captain slip around the side to isolate him from his support. As the other two sergeants, Borson and Blackwood, tried to reposition, the captain pulled on the essence in the air. With a casual flip of his hand, his sword switched to a reverse grip, and he thrust the hilt toward Clark's chest, and a golden shield shot out toward the recovering sergeant. Borson and Blackwood could only grimace as Clark went shooting between them, his spear flying off in a different direction. "Well, that's it for Clark. You want to try screwing with his senses again? That kind of worked before." "I'll blitz the bastard and take his legs," Borson said over his link to Blackwood. "It doesn't work on him, you know that. He just fights blind," Blackwood replied. "I'm not hearing any ideas from you." "Fuck it, let's just go," Borson said, then charged. The captain met Borson's charge with a wide, 2-foot-tall, 3-feet-wide shield that Borson decided to jump over. Borson leapt in the air, essence swirling around him. His two-handed claymore lit up with a red haze as he screamed. Slamming into the captain like a descending meteor, the explosive charge stumbled Blackwood even several feet away. The captain had merely tilted his shield and leaned back a little to receive the massive strike. He didn't smirk or congratulate himself. He was already moving. With a slight sidestep to the left, he further exposed his back to Blackwood, while pushing Borson's sword point to the ground with his shield. With his sword still held in a reverse grip, the captain spun and led the sword point into Borson's back, just below the chest piece. Borson cried out and collapsed, dropping his sword and focusing on stemming the blood. The captain's maneuver ended with his feet planted and his shield pointed at Blackwood, who had tried to take advantage of the captain having turned his back to him. Blackwood's shield clanged against the captain's. His charge foiled, Blackwood focused essence into his psychic field to disrupt the captain's equilibrium. As his ability hit, Blackwood tried to hook the captain's shield with his own. Trying to stab over the top of their conjoined shields, he stumbled as the resistance disappeared from his shield. Feeling the captain moving to his left, he tried to reposition, only to feel his leg suffer a deep wound at the knee. As Blackwood fell forward, he caught himself using his shield, slamming its base into the ground to act as a crutch. He then froze as he felt the captain's blade at his neck, softly sitting on his shoulder from behind. "I don't know why we even bother. Borson's an idiot for always dragging us into these matches. We'd be better off just training with people our own level," he thought, while sighing. Blackwood sat down next to a bleeding and cursing Borson. He watched the captain sheathe his sword and unsummon his shield. "The bastard isn't even breathing hard. 30 minutes of careful fighting, and he looks like he just attended a seminar on gardening," he thought. The captain raised his hand, and in the distance you could see an unconscious Clark being levitated toward the group. The captain placed Clark down and closed his eyes. Essence swirled, and his hands glowed gold. He held them palm out toward the three, and waves of healing energy moved forward, clinging to the wounds. Soon, Clark woke up and shook his head as if he wasn't surprised at what he found. Borson stretched and looked ready to go again. Blackwood, however, didn't move. He just stayed sitting down and stared at Borson like he was contemplating murder. "All right, men, good effort. Each of you has improved a great deal since the last time we fought. However, there is plenty of room for further improvement. As the win is mine, I demand 30 hours in the yard from each of you on top of your scheduled training," the captain said. He turned and added over his shoulder as he walked away, "I want it done by the new week." "Borson, this was the last time," Blackwood grumbled. "You always say that. We'll get him next time," Borson replied easily. He stood up, dusted himself off, then collected his claymore. Lovingly checking it for damage, he unsummoned it. Doing some stretches, he worked out the kinks in his back from the fresh healing. "I wasn't even in the room when you two assholes challenged him. Why the hell did it have to involve me?"
Clark asked as he went to collect his spear.
We needed a third. During the meeting, I had said that we have gotten much stronger, and we could easily take the captain now, Borson said. He then waved to Blackwood. Then he says that we couldn't win even if we had a third. I called bullshit, and here we are.
Once again, what does that have to do with me? Clark asked with his hands on his hips.
Borson saw you first when we left the meeting room, Blackwood shrugged, while still sitting on his ass. His sword and shield were laying where he dropped them. Clark just shook his head. This is why no one likes you two. You guys suck. Sighing, Blackwood stood up and collected his gear. Come on, I'll buy you a beer and you'll feel much better about it, he said. As they walked out of the training arena, they passed the meditation area where Captain Angelton was going over the fight in his head. Internalizing each move, each decision, his mind wandered to his current worries. Command was concerned that they haven't found any sign of Islangurs moving in the area. Other than the small camp that they cleared out without issue, there were no signs of a larger presence. While there shouldn't have been any of them this far north to begin with, the collective opinion was that something didn't add up. The raiding detachment which performed the caravan raid didn't have any powerful mages, and the men he had brought to subdue them was overkill. There was no one in that camp that could cloak a group that size, let alone open a portal. How did they get here, he wondered, not for the first time. The city's mages have been spending their center like water, trying to scry for signs of the enemy. Maybe someone in the merchant train saw something, so they had to be eliminated, even if it exposed the hidden raiders, he thought. How large is their main force if they could sacrifice 100 men without issue? Every raider fought to the last. The survivors even detonated their center when faced with capture. Islangurs aren't that loyal to their country. Everyone in that cesspit of a kingdom is just out for themselves. Command has every gate looking for answers, and no one has any. I must be missing something. There is always a path forward. I just need a lead, he thought. Using his link, the captain brought up the report from intake concerning the sole survivor that was filed with the 7th Gate Army Detachment. The boy had no memories of the attack, no memories of anything. He was a completely new soul. The researcher that did his soul eval did make a note that his perspective is completely foreign to this area. Maybe he noticed something that he didn't know was important, thought the captain. Captain Angelton decided that he'd track the boy down and see if he remembered anything, or had a lead he could follow. Feeling better now that he had a path to follow, he stood up and started back towards his office. Rock! Nero walked into the library with a smile on his face. After getting an early breakfast, he had some time before his combat class for beginners. As he walked up to the front desk, he looked for the helpful guy he annoyed the last time he was here. Unfortunately, there was no sign of his favorite librarian. Nero wanted to ask for the sequel to What You Need to Know Now That You've Awakened. He was sure that whatever the guy said in response could be used to make the guy's smile crack. Putting thoughts of trolling people aside, he waited in line and walked up to an available librarian. Hello, I need to return this book. I can still look at it through the link, right? Oh, and can I use a link at any station, or do I need to register or something first? He asked. Any station is fine. The system will know if you have authorization for something, and all of our books are available while you are on center property and are authorized for viewing. Is there anything I can help you find? The librarian asked politely. Nah, I'm good, thanks, replied Nero as he walked off with a dismissive wave. Looking around, he found a desk with a pad of paper on it and a small cup of pens. He sat down and connected to the station. There was a lot of information available, including options for searching for books, both through the link and hard copy. There were research journals available, also news selections with current events and historical records. There were a lot of editorials, which were oddly listed under entertainment. A sports section had team fights and singles for the arena center. There was something simply called The Game Championships in current events.
Just going through the headers for all the different sections was more than he could handle. It all seemed familiar, but at the same time very different from what he was used to. Eventually, he returned to his original purpose: magic.
The information there was just as overwhelming. There were sections on current research journals and academic information from Centerpoint. Centerpoint was the mage college with schools in every major city. Looking up the requirements to get in showed that Mrs. Salvatore was understating what a person would need to get a scholarship there.
Typical elitist bullshit, he thought with a scowl.
At least it seems that the requirements are the same for everyone, but the nobles had a better chance of being able to pay for tuition. After all, they were rich. The average citizen would need to rely on scholarships. Luckily, the schools didn't seem to prioritize a person's background. "Ha! If you're even related to a noble house, you're ineligible for a scholarship," he noticed with a smile.
It looks like they take a lot of people who aren't nobles
And have them work off the debt of education. After graduation, they owe 50 years of service. That's a lifetime commitment. Even here, that's a big chunk of time. Maybe that isn't a lifetime commitment here. I still don't know enough to say for sure, Nero thought. Exiting back a few steps through the link, Nero looked for information on how to learn magic. There was a section on basic household magic, simple combat casting, lots of references on where to learn specific things. He needed to find a section for children. This is humiliating, he thought while he searched. Eventually, he found the section for Introduction to Magic. Looking through the options for some simple hardcover books that he could get, a sense of the aisle and the titles were available in his head. Nero didn't need to write anything down. Neat. But then why do they even bother with stations for people to search for books? Can't I just use the link as I walk around? Nero wondered to himself. Getting up, he walked through the library. Enjoying the tall shelves and general ambiance, he eventually found the area he was looking for. The books were all the exact same height and width, every one of them clearly labeled along the spine. It must be some rule they have to follow. That doesn't happen on accident, he noted. The mental directions, available through his link, led him right to the books he wanted. He figured he'd start with 3 books. The first was the textbook for his class that started next week, Understanding the Basics of Essence. Next, My First Spell Tome, which was a small kid's book with some basic elemental and household spells that he figured parents gave to their kids when they were in middle school. Lastly, Dealing Damage at Distance, an introductory guide to magical combat. The last book was meant for people who were already casters of some kind, but the title spoke to Nero. Once he figured out how to buy books, he was going to get a copy signed by the author. What a great title, he thought. While perusing the aisles for other magical books, his sense of time warned him to get moving. Sighing, he decided to go check out his selections at the front desk, then head off to his combat class. The link was awesome. It gave him direction to wherever he wanted to go, and information on whatever he could think of. In fact, he had to actively choose to keep closing the connection because it was too easy to just leave it open and learn about whatever caught his eye. It was never in-depth information, but general information was available for everything through the center hub that was all around him. He could look at a painting and learn the name, subject, and artist just like he was walking around with an all-knowing tour guide. He was going to have issues with his center if he kept using the link for everything. Name: Nero Walker. Level 5. Race: Human. Growth: 1%. Tier 1. Condition: 100%. Age: 14. Center: 88%. Body: 1. Mind: 1. Soul: 1. Confluence: 10. Stars: 1. Pillars: 0/0. Nero had barely started his day, and he was already below 90% for his center.
As he already had an idea on how to get to the combat class, which was on the other side of the courtyard, he closed his link and focused on his plan for the day. First, get his workout in, then lunch, then magic. All day, every day. That was to be Nero's motto. One day he will be an immortal wizard in a traveling tower. He had read too many stories for that not to be his dream.
Arriving at a very large domed building with statues of warriors lining the walls.
Gee, I wonder if this is where they learn to fight, Nero thought, as he chuckled at the obviousness of the building. Inside there were people everywhere. Some of them were in mail armor, some in regular clothes, others in combat robes. The place looked like a fantasy convention. He looked around and saw large information stations interspersed throughout the entryway. But, thanks to his link, he already knew where to go, with a brief flash of blue from his temple. He still had about a half hour until class, but he figured being early couldn't hurt. He had his small satchel filled with books if he got bored. Walking up to a pair of doors that were open, he peeked in and saw a large combat area with racks of weapons and a meditation area off to the side. It looked like a very large martial arts studio, complete with great lighting, mats for falling, and even some potted plants for ambiance. There were a few newly awakened kids off in the meditation area, and Nero assumed the guy doing a sword form in the middle of the combat area was the instructor. The guy looked maybe 25, had short blonde hair, and reminded Nero of those guys who were martial artists in strip malls. I guess it's true everywhere. If you can't do, teach, he noted with a chuckle. The more Nero thought about it, the less he was surprised. Why did he expect some uber badass to be teaching a beginner combat class at the community center? Nero was really going to have to rein in his instinct to screw with the man. The poor guy was just doing his job. He didn't sign up to get picked on by a kid whose ass he wasn't allowed to kick. The instructor was probably the butt of a lot of jokes from real warriors. He probably can't stand up to them. But he could kick Nero's ass. Don't poke this dude. You know how it will end, Nero reminded himself. Patiently waiting for the instructor to finish his sword dance thing, Nero stood at the edge of the mat and folded his hands. Eventually, the guy finished and sheathed his sword into nothing at his hip, and then bowed to the wall. Oh, come on. How does this guy not expect to get made fun of when he does shit like that? He said to himself. Nero did his best to not cringe and said, Hi, I'm Nero Walker. I signed up for this class as I have no idea how to fight, and the description said this is where I start? Looking over at Nero, the guy walked up calmly, with his head held high. Good morning. My name is Lance Stamford. You may call me teacher, or Mr. Stamford. We take our training seriously here, and I expect you to come dressed for combat in the future. For today, you can just take off your outer robe and take it easy. Just follow along with the class, and you'll pick everything up. If you have any questions, feel free to ask any of your seniors. Do you have any questions? Of course this fuckstick is named Lance, thought Nero. No, sir. I'll try to be better prepared for class in the future, Nero said. Lance just nodded, as if Nero's response was only proper, then walked away to resume being a tool. Nero went to the benches to drop off his satchel, robes, and boots in the corner. He sat down on a bench and started unclasping his boots when he felt a presence at the door. Everyone in the room paused and looked over at the door. Calmly looking around, in strode Captain Angelton. Did you always feel like that? Nero wondered. After visually inspecting the room, the captain spotted Nero. Seemingly finding what he was looking for, he gave Nero a nod and turned toward the instructor. His presence offered a stark contrast between a would-be warrior and an actual warrior. He stood in chainmail with his blue tabard, still wearing his sword as if it were a part of him. Without moving his feet or offering a greeting, he simply locked eyes with the instructor and raised his hand toward Nero. I need that boy.
I'll bring him back before the classes end if time permits, he said. He then lowered his hand and waited for a response.
Everyone was frozen. Nero still had his legs crossed and a boot half off.
Yes, sir. It's good to meet you, sir. I am Lance Stamford. I was part of the Gate 7 Monster Elimination Squad. If there is anything you need, I'm sure I can be of service. My background is in... Lance stood up straight and started blathering. The captain turned while the instructor was still talking and started walking toward Nero. No, that's fine. Continue what you were doing. I'm just here for the boy, he said as he walked toward Nero. Standing over him, he said to Nero, Come with me. I have some questions about the merchant train raid. He then noticed that Nero was frozen. What's the matter, boy? Just put your boots on and get up. I don't have all day. While Nero was panicking and unsuccessfully closing his boot clasps, Lance had walked over to the young adults on the meditation mats. He was explaining who the captain was and how it was an honor to be in the presence of a great warrior. He then went into a story about his time in the service and other nonsense. The kids were very impressed and smiled as they listened to Lance's drivel. Nero finally stood up and collected his satchel. Looking at the captain, Nero was reminded why the man had intimidated him before. The dude is just big. I thought it was just because I was sitting down. But this guy is large, with a capital L, he thought. Seeing that Nero was ready, the captain turned toward the door. Nero noticed the captain's movements were a little too smooth. The man was like a giant panther. Over his shoulder, the captain said, Come along, we'll borrow a conference room. Nero nodded and hurried to catch up. He didn't want to waste this man's time. Chapter 18. Other people are the speed bumps on the road of life. The captain's long strides made Nero walk uncomfortably fast in order to keep up. Nero remembered that the captain walked like this when he brought Nero to the center. Apparently, the guy just walked quickly everywhere. It must be a stat thing, Nero thought to himself. Nero decided to ignore the fact that the captain had almost a foot on him and tended to walk with purpose. Eventually, the captain led Nero to a small conference room off the lobby area, and he gestured for Nero to take a seat as he closed the door. The conference room wasn't large, but still kept to the center's theme of wood walls and artwork. There were no windows, and lighting was supplied by the glow panels that were so common. At least this doesn't look like an interrogation room, Nero thought as he sat down. Taking a chair on the opposite side of the table, the captain waved his hand, and a small notebook and pen appeared in his hands. He then looked up at a confused Nero and said, Now, Mr. Walker, I want you to go over everything that you noticed from the moment you woke up to when my detachment found you. You might have seen something useful that you don't realize the importance of. Nero wasn't listening. He was staring at the pen and notebook. How did you do that? Was that an inventory? Nero asked, with an intense look on his face. Huh? How did I do what? I don't have any goods. What are you talking about? The captain said as he looked around for what inventory the boy was gesturing towards. What? No. The paper and pen. How did you get them? They weren't in your hands. Then you did something. Then you had them. How did you do that? Nero asked, trying to be as specific as possible. Oh, right. You have no idea of what anything is. It's a basic personal spell based on translocation magic. It accesses an interdimensional space that I tied to my soul so I could carry things around. I usually store some weapons and other basic necessities in mine, he said, as if he was explaining something simple to a child. This is why I want you to go over what you saw. I noticed the report filed with the Gate 7 command made note of your very unique way of viewing what is important. Maybe you saw something that everyone else would know to tell us about, but you didn't think was important. You understand, the captain said. Nero was only half listening. With that spell, he could carry all his books. He could carry food. Would it spoil? Was it time-locked, like the inventory spaces in the stories? Could it store other things, like energy,
Fire or a giant rock? How much could he store? What are the spell's limitations?
"Are you listening, boy?" the captain said with an annoyed look on his face as he rapped his knuckles loudly on the table.
What? Oh, yeah, totally. You want me to tell you what happened after I woke up in the dead body? No problem, Nero said, trying to backtrack in his memory like he was caught by a teacher while not paying attention.
But I already told you what happened. Why do you want to hear it again? Nero asked.
The captain hung his head and sighed. "Just tell me your observations of everything from the moment you woke up until you saw me. Okay?"
Sure. Well, I woke up to a bunch of pain. Then the pain went away. I saw a bunch of wolves eating the dead bodies, so I backed up slowly to the carriage. The wolves were acting weird. Is that the kind of stuff you want to know? Nero asked.
The captain made a note.
Yes. How were the wolves acting weird? Well, there was intelligence in their eyes. I could tell that they would ignore me if I didn't interrupt their meal. They divided into groups to pull the bodies away, and left some wolves to stand between me and their meal, Nero said. That's normal. Even basic beasts in the open forest have some basic intelligence. Wolves have a strong essence bond among the packs. That's not unusual. Next, the captain said as he crossed out what he wrote. Observations, right? Let me think. Nero paused and furrowed his brow in thought. He went back over his experience that day, and the conclusion that he drew. All right. So I found a few things that were interesting, I guess. One, whoever attacked had looted all the bodies and most of the goods, right? Well, they didn't take any women or anything. Isn't that something bad guys do? Sex is a thing here, right? I'm not saying that raping and pillaging is good, but don't they usually go together? If these assholes were okay with killing and robbing a bunch of people, what stopped them from doing the really evil shit? So I thought that it must be soldiers under orders. Typically, someone in charge sets limits on those below them. None of the bodies were disfigured or messed with. They just killed everybody as efficiently as possible. I didn't notice anyone singled out. So I thought that was weird, Nero said as he stared off and kept going. Meanwhile, the captain was taking notes and nodding with a thoughtful look on his face. Also, they looted everything. I had nothing in my pockets, no coin purse, not even a breath mint. I didn't have a link, which is apparently super common. I didn't check everyone else, but that seems weird now that I think about it, Nero continued. That's a good point, the captain interrupted and sat up in his chair. He stopped writing and started thinking about something. Wait, can they use the links to hack into the system and upload a virus into everyone's head? Maybe they are using them to inject thoughts into the citizens to rebel. Or they could increase the input to create a feedback loop that melts everyone's brains. Maybe something more subtle. They could be inputting fake identities into the network so that they can move through the city, hidden from those in power. Can they link them together to make an enemy thought hub? Or maybe it's spy stuff. Can they get into the city's database and steal military secrets, or battle plans, or troop deployments? Maybe some secret magic that Oglavark has. Does Oglavark have some super powerful spell that is all that stands between its people and total destruction? Nero rubbed his chin and went through all tropes that he could think of. What the hell are you talking about? The Thought Hub doesn't work like that. Where do you come up with this stuff? The captain looked in horror at the kid who harbored such ridiculous conspiracy theories. He shook his head to clear the confusion. They probably took them because someone's link registered a contact that would be flagged when they came into range of the city. If a link senses someone who is of note, or in a weird place, a note is sent through filters until it gets to someone who would need to know about it. For example, no link should register you in the female locker room. If one does, whoever is in charge of that area at that time will be notified of the anomaly. Everyone in the city has a psychic profile, which acts as their ID. It's useful for situations like today,
when I decided I needed to speak with you. I thought about where you were, and because I'm a captain looking for you in the course of my duties, I was given the information about your whereabouts. If it were, say, 2600, and I just was curious where you were, the Thought Hub would deem the thought irrelevant and none of my business. Think of the Thought Hub of the city as the collective will of the city. It can be tweaked by the logicians who work there, but it can't be subverted. Does that clear things up? The captain asked.
Not really, but I'll take what I can get, Nero replied. So you think one of the links at the caravan registered the contact of a psychic profile that would have been recognized by the city's Thought Hub? Nero rubbed his head like the sentence caused him pain. You mean someone didn't want to be ratted out by someone's phone registering a contact with another phone that shouldn't be there? All this means is that you have a traitor. I'm guessing some asshole is going to make money off getting the bad guys to be near the city. Probably a disgruntled noble who was promised power once the invasion succeeds. I'm guessing they are hiding the forces from your mages too. They are most likely gathering their strength and will invade soon, since they've been exposed. Nero nodded and leaned back. He crossed his arms with a smile, happy to have solved the plot for Season 2 while still in Season 1. The captain shot to his feet, the color drained from his face. How do you come to that conclusion from what I said? He said as he placed his hands face down on the table and leaned over with his most intimidating glare. Nero's smile faltered as he uncrossed his arms. It's always some rich asshole. And the only reason a traitor would care if he was discovered was if he were someone important. You said the Icelanders shouldn't be here, so someone had to help them get here. Also, what's the point of sneaking in one raiding band? No one would pay for that. They'd pay to get an army. And the only people that fit all the plot points are rich, noble douchebags. Why do people with power and money do anything? Well, for more power and money. What's going up for a noble? Killing the nobles above them and getting a promotion. Nero finished quietly. Not that I condone that type of behavior or anything like that. Sir? The captain leaned back and stretched to his full height, placing his hands on his belt. He looked down at Nero like the boy was a puzzle with missing pieces. Boy, have you ever played the game? He asked. Like the Game of Thrones or whatever? I saw every season. Well, the first season. But I doubt you're talking about that. No, sir, I haven't played the game, Nero said, realizing this was not the moment to poke the captain. What is your learning path right now? The captain asked. My learning path? I signed up for a basic combat class, and my introduction to introduction to essence, is starting next week. I am a worker associate with a pretty sweet gig at the research center, Nero said, interested to see where the captain was going with this. I'm going to offer you the opportunity to take the basics of combat with the army. We have better instructors, and we have classes daily for new recruits. The intro to essence is fine, but I'll take a look into what basic combat caster classes we have. It's not a common path, but I'll see what I can do. You've been a great help, and you have a sharp mind. Keep it well honed. I'll be in touch, he said. The captain then waved his hand, and his notebook and pen vanished. Giving Nero a nod, he just turned and left the room. Nero sat there in silence as he looked at the closed door. I guess we're done talking then, he said to the now empty room. Fucking weird people. Can't take 2 seconds to wish me a good day and shake my damned hand, he mentally groused. Nero stood up, grumbled some more expletives as he strapped on his satchel, and then finally left the room. Checking his link as to how to go back to his room, he noted the time and realized he could go back to class. Thinking of Lance, he decided that an early lunch might be a better idea. It was only 10:15, and Nero was already done with this day.
He walked down the hallways and found himself back in the courtyard. At least it was a nice day.
Walking into the lobby of the dorms, he smiled and nodded to everyone. He was becoming more accustomed to the constant aura of courtesy. He was almost through the door to the cafeteria when he was stopped short. Suddenly appearing in front of him was the Hawk. Ms. Averitt popped into existence like she was summoned from the ether to catch the unaware. Standing with her arms crossed, her presence appeared as though it was always there, filling the hallway. Nero froze like a teenager caught smoking behind the gym. Unbidden, the words came out of Nero's mouth.
"I didn't do it. It wasn't me,"
he said. A slight tilting of one side of her mouth was the only hint of a smile. She said, "You're supposed to be in basic combat class with that fancy man Stamford. Why are you here?" Nero took a few seconds in order to reboot his brain. "Oh, well, I got pulled out of class by Captain Angelton to... Oh, he was the head of the army people that found me with the merchant caravan. He just wanted to ask me some questions about what I saw. Then he told me that I was going to be training with the army recruits. He said he'll contact me about it," Nero said. He then smiled innocently. "I didn't skip class. I was just following orders, ma'am. It's important to respect the chain of command." Her eyes narrowed. "All right. I'll personally look into this situation." As she lowered her arms and started to turn away, she paused and locked her side-eye gaze on Nero. "Normally I wouldn't care, but your psychic field screams chaos. I can spot a troublemaker on sight. Did you know that I'm the oldest of 7 children, and all of those little bastards are boys, always causing chaos? I can feel you being mostly honest, yet shaping the narrative to your benefit. You're the kind of young man that can either be a demon or a god. I chose to work in the center dorms for a reason. The young need help finding their path. You have my attention now, and I will help you find yours," she said, in a quiet yet firm voice. With those ominous words echoing into Nero's mind, she walked off. Nero stood at attention, with his hands at his side, just watching her leave. He didn't want to move, or she might come back. What a terrifyingly competent lady, he thought to himself while trying to shake off the encounter. Nero wondered why all the women around here were so intimidating. Where the hell are the women with book clubs that complain about whatever it is they complain about? He wondered. Pondering what kind of book club the Hawk would attend, he shivered and walked off. Nero decided to skip lunch and just go back to his room. Walking through the halls and taking a look at everyone's robes, he realized what he was missing. He was at this world's equivalent of the Ivy League, surrounded by this world's elites. There must be people in the city who don't do anything. They must have a bowling league equivalent, the homeowners associations. Not everyone in this world would be like these people. There must be people that work to live rather than live to work. Getting to his room, he entered and tossed his bag at the desk. He went to the bathroom to do his business and grab a glass of water. With a pleased sigh, he sat down at his desk. Nero looked around the room. There was no television, no mini-fridge, no music player. "You just ditched a class on learning how to fight in order to study," he said to himself with an amused smile. Shaking it off, Nero thought it best not to dwell on the implications. He had magic to learn. Seeing that his center was close to full, he noticed that he had a spare star. "Oh yeah, I leveled last night," he thought. Nero brought up his link to send a message to Nick. He carefully thought about sending only a message to Nick. Nero tried to focus on the importance of it being a message, not a call. He got an image in his head of a red sheet of paper that was blank. I should call this mind mail or M mail, Nero decided. Looking at the blank page in his head,
He wondered why it was red. Dismissing the color as unimportant, he wrote out his note. Hey Nick, I leveled again last night. LOL. So I have another star available. I know you want to record me using them in your forge. Remember our deal. I get free room and board, a job where I don't have to do anything, and all the classes I want. You get to put me in the lights. Oh, by the way, you still owe me the magic stuff you promised me. It was your fault for telling your wife about the stars. I specifically didn't say anything about it. I was very careful, P. I'll be waiting to hear from you. Nero. It couldn't hurt to remind Nick the benefits that he could gain by getting Nero a job and whatnot. Happy that his machinations were moving forward. Nero buckled down and pulled out his books. He planned to hide in his room until dinner, go eat, and then come right back and get into it again. He opened his Understanding the Basics of Essence book, got his pen and paper for notes ready, and took a deep breath. The grind begins, he thought with relish. That lasted about 5 minutes. Nero received a ping on his link. Focusing on the incoming connection, he was lambasted by the presence of Mrs. Salvatore. Nick was called into the Gate 7 Army compound for a meeting with the command staff. I couldn't find anything out. Did you accuse him of something? She asked in a tight voice before Nero could even say hi. What? I mean, nothing. I didn't talk about Nick at all. The captain, the one who found me, he showed up earlier this morning and just asked me about what I remember from the merchant train attack. We didn't talk about Nick at all. I don't know anything about it. Is there anything I could do to help? Nero asked, completely confused. Once again, he was speaking his part of the conversation out loud. But now he was speaking to an empty room. If someone were watching, they'd think he was arguing with the voices in his head. Nero could feel her mind calming. No, it's fine. I don't know why the army would be involved anyway. We'll figure it out. By the way, your paperwork is in for your work associate status, and Nick has a meeting with the Research Council tomorrow. Make sure to fill out the forms waiting for you on the center hub, Vera said, as she closed the connection. A little stunned, Nero just sat there like a lump. Okay, good talk, he remarked to himself. Nero looked down at the book he'd just started. Instead of reading anything, he just went back over the conversation with the captain in his head. Nero couldn't think of anything that had to do with Nick. Wait, the captain referenced a file that must have come from intake. That was probably the file for his soul check or whatever. That's the connection. He wondered if there was anything concerning the testing which could hurt him. Nothing came to mind. Is it worth calling the captain or Nick to stick his nose into this? He couldn't see any benefit to being involved. Either something comes up that he has to deal with, or he never hears anything about it again. Don't go looking for trouble. I already have enough on my plate, he reminded himself. Nero decided to forget about the situation and get back to his magic studies. He'll get to the paperwork for the job later. For now, the grind continues. Chapter 19. Is sounding like an idiot evidence of idiocy? Nick had gotten up early to touch base with a few committee members in order to lobby support for his Nero project. The amount of priceless data which could be gained from studying such an oddity was immeasurable. Who knows what interesting things will happen to the kid as he progresses along his path? Just being able to use the data from the 3-star test was enough to convince everyone he had spoken with. Not a single member of the committee refused to sign off on his proposal. Sipping his coffee, Nick went through his paperwork for the day. He was dealing with pings concerning the various functions of the research center, while also collating data from an experiment on essence crystal decay. As he worked, essence illusions were opening and closing in rapid succession while dancing across the workspace of his desk. Conclusions were being formed, and pings alerting him to issues were being addressed. Nick was in his happy place. His mind was at peace, and his productivity was soaring. His door opened without being pinged, breaking his concentration. He looked up to see Vera walking in. She was still angry with him. Nick sighed and saved his work. As his link turned off, he smiled and said, "Hello, dear. To what do I owe this surprise? I thought I wouldn't be seeing you until dinner." She sniffed harshly. "I put in the paperwork for Mr. Walker's work associate status. It was pre-approved already. I also received a ping from one of your lab assistants asking whether or not I should be receiving copies of the syllabus for Project Nero. Then he inquired if I knew who Nero's Center Studies advisor was. Do you know anything about that?" she asked with a smirk, and her arms crossed. Nick just stared at her, trying to think of how to word his reply. Well, Project Nero. Really, Nick? Isn't that a bit much? The young man doesn't have an advisor yet. He is 14. He hasn't even joined the center officially yet. What are you planning? Vera asked with amusement. This is just like Nick. Planning years in advance for something that is only an idea. He already has a full lesson plan for our children, if we ever decide to get around to it, Vera thought to herself. Just then, Nick's link lit up. His eyebrows furrowed, and he looked slightly to his left. His eyebrows shot to his forehead, and his face paled. I'm sorry, Vera, but we'll have to discuss this later. Don't worry about Project Nero. None of it is bad. I'm just fulfilling the requests the young man made. I may not have been clear enough with my wording. It'll be fine, he said. Nick stood up and started shutting down his station. He walked to around the desk and paused. He flicked his hand and formed a body-sized mirror from essence. Fixing his appearance, he straightened his back and assumed a serious posture. Vera's hands dropped to her sides. Confused and a little worried, she asked, Nick, what's the matter? Nothing, he replied. I just got a request to appear in front of Gate 7 Army Command at my earliest convenience. The ping said to make sure that all the data I have concerning Mr. Walker is available for the meeting. Apparently, this concerns Nero. I have to go. He walked up to her and gave her a soft kiss and rubbed her shoulders. It will be fine. I don't know what this is about, but I'll handle it, he said in a voice filled with reassurance. His efforts were in vain, as Vera was still worried. It was very rare for Center Research to have any contact with any of the Gates Army divisions. Occasionally, they had a conjoined interest at City Command level, but very rarely at the Gates. Do we need a lawyer? Should I call Jessica? Vera asked. I don't think so. I can't think of anything that has to do with Nero that would require Army involvement. I'll let you know as soon as I can. I really have to go. He kissed her one more time and walked out of his office. Vera stood there, feeling helpless. Immediately shaking that feeling off, she squared her shoulders and mentally reviewed her contact list. Most of the people in the Gate 7 area have passed through her intake hall, and someone must know something. She had contacts all over the city. Making a list in her head as to who she should ping first, she thought if nothing else works out, she could ping Nero. As Vera was contemplating whether Nero would be of any help, Nick was walking quickly to the on-site teleportation room. Even with his haste, it was still a few minutes and an elevator ride before he walked in. The attendant at the station looked up as he entered. With narrowed eyes, she said, Yes? My presence was requested by Gate 7 Army Command at my earliest convenience. That would require me teleporting there, and this was the closest terminal. I could do it myself, but it would violate several statutes to teleport outside of a hub without authorization, Nick said, as he folded his hands behind his back and took up a professional demeanor. Name? The attendant asked. Nicholas Salvatore, Director of Gate 7 Center Research, Nick said. Inside, he was rolling his eyes. She had full access to identify anyone that walks into this room. She was just being lazy. There is nothing posted on the schedule, so you can't use the pad,
But the teleportation attendant on duty at the army compound said he doesn't mind if you teleport yourself to their room on your own, she said as her link deactivated, and then returned to her book. With a disdainful sniff at her, Nick waved both his hands around, and he started to glow with a weak gold light. His eyes went glassy, and then he vanished with a pop. She gave a sniff of her own, and then forgot about him,
arriving with another pop. Nick looked around and realized he was facing the wall. I need to practice my transdimensional spatial awareness. That was pathetic, he admonished himself. He then started walking toward the attendant, who had a very large smile on his face.
Director Salvatore, I'm a big fan.
He bowed and continued. Your paper on essence flow rate similarities among elemental spell forms was inspiring.
Oh, yes, thank you. It's always nice to meet someone who took something away from my work. I'm glad it helped you on your path.
If you'll excuse me, I have a meeting. Nick gave a shallow bow and walked out. The young man was very nice, but Nick had to focus.
He'd been trying to think of what this could be about, and the only conclusion he could come to was that the file he turned into intake sent up a flag. What he couldn't deduce was the nature of the flag. Making his way up to the command floor, he checked in at the desk and was ushered to where there was a meeting already underway. His escort asked him to wait, then went through the large, ornately carved wood doors. A minute later, his escort returned and said, "The general and the commanders will see you now." Nick's eyebrows raised. What the hell is a general doing in this meeting? What the hell did that little shit do? He wondered. Nick didn't allow any of his apprehension to show in his psychic field, let alone on his face. He walked in and stood at the end of a long desk. In the middle of one side there was the general, easily identified by the gold border of his tabard. It was General Branson. Nick recognized him. He was the leader of Dorchester's army. The room also had 12 other commanders, and what looked like 2 captains. It was a relatively full table. Nick also noticed that there were essence illusions of various information plates all along the walls. As he looked around, he realized that very few people at the table were looking at him with any interest. "Mr. Salvatore, thank you for joining us. We didn't expect you so soon. Please come in and take a seat," one of the commanders said, while gesturing to one of the open chairs. "Well, your ping was worded in a way that inspired haste, gentlemen. Now what can Center Research do for you?" Nick asked as he sat down and folded his hands. A few of the commanders looked at each other confused. Some were listening, but didn't seem to care. There were even some who were completely ignoring what was going on, as they were focusing on their links. The same commander, who was seated next to the general, said, "I don't know what your ping said, but this isn't in regards to a cooperation with Center Research. This is concerning an intake form that you filed as the technician who performed his intake testing." Nick said nothing, and just continued to hold his calm expression. Sometimes the best thing to do is say nothing, he thought, as the room soaked in the silence for a few seconds. "Well?" the commander asked. "I apologize. I didn't hear a question. What is it you would like to discuss? As you know, the details of a person's path are personal and cannot be disclosed by an evaluator in any circumstance. I also didn't get your name, Commander," Nick said while looking every inch the director of Center Research for Gate 7 Dorchester. The commander looked around the room with a confused look on his face. The other attendants of the meeting were now all paying attention to the conversation and exchanging looks filled with confusion and interest. The commander, who was leading the meeting, returned his gaze to Nick. "We were unaware that the young man's path was of interest. I am Commander Graves, and what we were hoping to discuss with you was this rather long section of your report." His link lit up, and in the center of the table a copy of the report was projected. It flipped through several pages, then landed on a section titled Further Notes. "In this section you described the interesting way the young man sees the world. Your words were, 'Mr. Walker's soul most likely comes from a distant region of space,
As his soul was not wiped clean of personality when he was traveling through the upper planes, he seems to have a great many preconceptions embedded in his mind. These preconceptions and modes of thinking are without any basis and can only be explained by a residual, latent mind from his previous incarnation. This makes him extremely interesting to talk to, because he views the world through a lens that is impossible to form in our society. Commander Graves finished reading the highlighted section of the report, which hovered over the desk.
"That?" Nick asked. Inwardly, he was relieved. It seems this had nothing to do with his arguably questionable choice of using an essence forge to perform Nero's intake testing. He coughed into his hand to clear his throat. "Well, yes. The young man's way of looking at the world is interesting. But it isn't a danger to society. Every day he lives his life, those preconceptions are being rewritten. In a mere 10 years, those impressions of his previous life will all be gone." "I'm not sure I understand what it is you are asking," Nick said, with a hint of confusion. The commander had a thoughtful look on his face. He looked over to his left and said, "Captain Angelton, perhaps you can recount to Mr. Salvatore what you told us when you requested this emergency meeting." All eyes in the room turned to the captain in question. Nick thought, an emergency command council meeting? What the hell is going on? Captain Angelton stood up, looking every inch the stoic warrior he was. He stood at parade rest and spoke clearly and loudly. "When I first met the boy, he was the lone survivor from a merchant caravan that had been raided. When I discovered that he had no memories of the actual attack, I dismissed him as an information resource, due to the fact that he did not have an eyewitness account of the attack. However, upon returning to the city, as I took him through the streets to drop him off at the Center for Evaluation and Registration, I noticed that he had a very odd way of seeing the city. He asked odd questions, and his head was on a swivel, taking in information from everything around him. Within just hours of awakening, he leveled right in front of me. He wasn't meditating or having a moment of reflection. He seemed just as surprised as I was. When I asked him how he leveled, his response was very interesting. He said that he saw a lot of things that he could learn from, and then quoted the price of some maginopes that he noticed. Furthermore, he said, "You're not paying attention. There is never nothing to experience." That statement stuck with me. While I was reviewing what we found when we tracked down the Gurs who performed the raid on the merchant train, I realized we had too many questions. I didn't have any leads, but I had a feeling we were missing something. That's when the boy came to mind. I thought that maybe I just didn't ask him the right questions when we found him. Just because he didn't have any memories of the actual raid, he might have noticed something that I missed. He didn't know what information could be relevant, so it was my responsibility to find out what he knew. That line of thought led me to meet with the boy earlier today in order to hear a more detailed account of his first memories. Most of what he thought important or noteworthy was, as I thought, only interesting to him because he hadn't seen it before. However, he did make particular note of how the bodies were treated. From that, he made some very astute deductions as to who the raiders were. Just by looking at the bodies, he came to the conclusion that the raiders were soldiers of some kind, and they were there for a purpose. Specifically, they were looking for something. He then noted that among all the things taken, he was missing his link. From this, he jumped to some ridiculous conclusions about the Islangurs using the stolen links to brainwash people. I think he meant mind-wiping, but I didn't press it. The important thing was, it got me thinking about why they wanted the links. I told him my theory on how the links possibly registered a psychic contact that would be flagged when they joined the city hub. From that small piece of information, he made some very astute and very worrying conclusions. He speculated that the only people who would be worried about a contact being recorded somewhere they shouldn't be would belong to a noble house.
From there, he made a rather convincing argument about how, in all likelihood, Dorchester has a traitor noble who is trying to take control of the city and is currently amassing a hidden army of Gurs. Worried about the implications, I immediately requested an emergency meeting with command. Now, here we are, Captain Angelton finished. During his entire speech, his pitch never wavered, and his countenance didn't shift a hair.
Nick was speechless. A traitor was ridiculous, and a hidden Islingor army on Oglavark soil even more so. Where the hell did Nero get that idea? Nick rubbed his temples, trying to alleviate the oncoming headache. That boy, for all his interesting points, is a verifiable nightmare on the psyche. So you see why we called you. We need to know the likelihood that his conclusions have some basis in reality. We needed to bring in someone who studied how the boy's mind works, to see if there is any worth to what he said. The commandeer looked at Nick, apparently waiting for some sort of verdict. As Nick thought about how to word his response, he received a ping from the boy in question. The ping would have sat patiently in the thought hub, waiting for him to look at his messages, but the boy considered it important, so the thought hub listed it as urgent. As all of the commanders were currently looking at him, he sheepishly said, "One moment, please. I just received an urgent ping." Reading the ping. "Hey Nick, I leveled again last night. Lol. So I have another star available. I know you want to record me using them in your forge. Remember our deal? I get free room and board, a job where I don't have to do anything, and all the classes I want. You get to put me in the lights. Oh, by the way, you still owe me the magic stuff you promised me. It was your fault for telling your wife about the stars. I specifically didn't say anything about it. I was very careful, P. I'll be waiting to hear from you. Nero." Nick tried not to show his confusion. Another level? Is the boy now level 5? How does he keep leveling? That was years of growth in 2 days. Looking at Nero's note again, he saw in plain language the deal the boy somehow got him and his wife to agree to. How the hell did that happen? He wondered, while reading the deal over and over again. Chapter 20. The power of tropes is not to be underestimated. Furrowing his brow in concentration, Nick went over every interaction he'd had with Nero. Nick's mind was a powerful tool, and he focused the entirety of his energy into analyzing the past few days. Every step of the way, there was a logical progression. At no point did he feel he was tricked or manipulated. Yet now, he was sitting in an Army Gate command center while looking at a deal that gave Nero everything he wanted, while all Nick received was the ability to monitor Nero's star usage. Star usage was already a comprehensively studied field. Aside from being able to publish his finding concerning Nero's, admittedly interesting feat of using 3 stars in succession, Nick had to admit to himself that he had made a really bad deal. The commanders were looking at each other in concern. The man sitting next to Nick asked quietly, "Is everything all right, Mr. Salvatore? Is there an emergency that needs your attention?" Nick looked up, his face showing confusion. "Huh?" he said. Looking around, he realized everyone in the room was staring at him. Visibly marshalling his features, he resumed his professional demeanor. "Everything is fine. Nothing to be concerned about. One more moment, please," he said. Nick decided that Nero was more clever than he thought. Perhaps all the idiotic blathering overshadowed a deeply devious mind. In the future, he would have to be on his guard. Taking the opportunity, Nick sent a quick ping to Vera, explaining that he was fine, and informed her of the purpose of the meeting. He also told her to be wary of Nero. The boy was smarter than they had assumed. Now composed, he was ready to return to the meeting. Smoothing his robes, Nick addressed the room. "Concerning Mr. Walker, the young man is a very interesting contradiction. The captain is correct in his estimation. While seemingly an idiot, Mr. Walker does tend to view things from a profoundly unique perspective. At the moment, I don't follow the line of logic that leads from missing links to an impending invasion, but I'd prefer to hear what the boy said in detail. Do you have the memory of the conversation available? He asked.
Yes, I took the opportunity while this meeting was gathering to prepare a mind print of the conversation in question, Captain Angelton said. He then waved his hand to bring up a hologram showing Nero sitting at table, slouching and with his robes incorrectly tied. He really does look like an idiot, Nick thought. As the conversation played from the beginning, everyone leaned forward and paid close attention to what was being said. The entire projection was from the perspective of the captain, so it was easy to see when something caught his attention, as the projection would snap to Nero whenever the boy said something inflammatory. The meeting room was quiet, with some occasional blinking on the temples of the commanders, as they would comment to each other concerning some particular point. When Nero started talking about using the links to implant thoughts into the populace, the entire room started chuckling. As Nero's theories spiraled into the truly ridiculous, Nick's head fell into his hands, and he thought, how can such a clever boy be such a gods-be-damned idiot? When they heard Captain Angelton's theory, they all nodded, as that was much more likely. It could be the reason the Gurs bothered to raid a merchant train. It wasn't definitive, but it was much more reasonable than any of Nero's ideas. Nero's quick response caused them all to freeze in their chairs. As they heard the captain demand how Nero came to such a conclusion, they all watched in anticipation. The hologram projected Nero's uncomfortable smile, the captain's scrutiny seemingly causing Nero to wilt in his chair. The boy's quiet voice rippled out through the room. It's always some rich asshole. And the only reason a traitor would care if he was discovered was if he were someone important. You said the Icelanders shouldn't be here, so someone had to help them get here. Also, what's the point of sneaking in one raiding band? No one would pay for that. They'd pay to get an army. And the only people that fit all the plot points are rich, noble douchebags. Why do people with power and money do anything? Well, for more power and money. What's going up for a noble? Killing the nobles above them and getting a promotion. Nero finished quietly. Not that I condone that type of behavior or anything like that. Sir. The commanders all leaned back in their chairs. One pointed out, that would explain how the mages were unable to scry for the band that we found. Another said, it is conceivable that a local portal mage was able to get through the wards if he were already familiar with them. Suddenly, a loud, gruff voice silenced the room. Quiet! I want to see the rest, the general said with his hands folded in front of his face. When Nero was asked about the game, he raised his eyebrows at Nero's response. As the general watched Captain Angelton offer the boy training at the Gate 7 compound, he nodded along with the decision. Soon the recording ended, and the hologram returned to Nero's intake file. That was good thinking, Captain. Going back to re-interview the boy was smart. You noticed how he is intuitive, but doesn't have the necessary information to make an educated deduction. That's command-level thinking right there, General Branson said. The general leaned back in his chair, seemingly in thought. The whole room patiently waited to see if he was done talking. Just as Commander Graves was about to speak, the general looked at Nick and said, You're probably the smartest man in this room. What would you say about what you just saw? Nick's face had an ashen tint. In short, I'm worried. Granted, nothing of what Nero fears they'll use the links for is possible. At least, I don't think it's possible. That being said, he makes a compelling argument for a noble traitor and an impending invasion. Did you really want my opinion on a military matter? The general replied, You're here. You're smart. I'm not going to ignore a powerful mind because he's a scientist. I want you to take a minute and think it through. Our analysts have nothing but questions, and I want answers.
he finished with a growl. Very well. Forgive me, but I think better standing up, Nick said as he stood up from the table and started pacing. He put his right hand to his chin and his left behind his back as he walked along the side of the table. Starting with the facts we know are true. A raiding party attacked a merchant caravan using Islangur weapons. They efficiently killed everyone and then took their supplies, money, and links. An Islangur warband should not be this far north. It is hundreds of miles to the front, and there have been no reports of activity hinting of their travels? He paused and looked around the room.
No, they appeared out of nowhere, someone said.
Nick nodded and resumed his pacing. That's it for incontrovertible facts. Not much to work with. What was found when the band was apprehended? What facts were obtained from the prisoners? Any documentation or material of interest? Nick looked around, but kept pacing slowly. Captain Angleton spoke up. Nothing was found. There were around 100 men, and every one of them either died or detonated their center to avoid capture. All of the stolen supplies were recovered. However, the stolen links were all destroyed. At the time, I thought it was so they couldn't be tracked. There were no powerful mages, and the fight was relatively easy. Nothing of note was recovered. The victory was hollow. Nick nodded as he paced and assimilated the information. So facts and questions. They didn't have a powerful mage. So how did they get there? The only thing they did with the supplies was destroying the links. Why? They made sure to leave no survivors. What were they worried about us finding out? Nick kept pacing and thinking. The room was silent as everyone tried to work through the problem. Captain Angleton said, "That's why I felt I didn't have enough information. I figured that when you hit a difficulty in your path, the best thing to do is back up until the road was clear and see where you went wrong. The first thing that I encountered during this investigation was the boy, and I hoped he had something I missed." Nick muttered. Okay, my conclusion, based on the facts at hand. He stopped pacing and stood behind his chair. Placing his hands on the backrest, he looked at the general and began. I would say that you have someone teleporting Islangur troops into the area, or at the very least a well-funded army masquerading as Islangur troops. That someone must be either part of a group or capable on their own of shielding a significant area from scrying. It is conceivable that they are being supported by an individual of enough importance that the Thought Hub tracks their location for their safety. Most people of significant office are actively tracked, so that immediate help can be teleported on-site in case of emergency. So, if one of the links from the caravan had reported contact with said person, then a flag would be sent to control and an investigation would have started. Without any other recourse, a small portion of the troops was sacrificed to eliminate any evidence and preserve the fiction that the raid was simply one of opportunity. Since the raiding party was not insignificant, it follows that the main force is not small. With all that being taken into account, the only people in Dorchester who would have the resources to do this would, in fact, belong to a powerful, noble house. Mr. Walker made a solid argument. Everyone sat in silence, contemplating the repercussions of what they'd just heard. The general broke the silence. Although nothing is confirmed, I've heard enough. This is a viable threat to the safety of the city. Upon returning to Central Command, I will be issuing orders for a quiet increase in our city's defenses. We'll use the cover of a beast-tide preparedness drill. He pointed at the people on Nick's side of the table. Everything we discussed here is not to be spoken of by any of you. Understood? He demanded. Yes, sir, everyone but Nick said. Nick merely nodded. The general stood up, and everyone in the room followed suit. With steel in his voice, he said, "All right, men. We have a rat to find. I don't want him getting spooked, so we need to keep this quiet. I also want to find out who is impeding our mages. Hiding an army is not easy. I want to know how they're doing it." Nick interjected.
I'd recommend looking for a large warded area that is isolated and outside the city walls. There is no way to portal unknowns within the city walls, at least not without throwing up flags they couldn't handle. And hiding that many people would take a great deal of essence. A large-scale ward is the only logical solution. Perhaps an isolated, large, noble estate?
The general nodded. Good point, he said. He looked over to a particular commander and said, "Look into that. Let's get started." He then started walking out of the room, with everyone on his side of the table hurrying to collect their papers and effects.
The general then stopped at the door and turned around. "Captain Angelton, I want you to follow through with that kid's training. Even if he isn't joining the military, Oglavak could use someone like him. Work with whoever his advisor is at the center and see if you can reach a consensus on how to best help him with his path. With minimal information, he got to where we are in seconds. I want that talent nurtured. Understood?"
Captain Angelton stood up, slammed his fist to his chest, and said, "Understood, sir."
The general lazily returned the salute, then turned back to the exit. One of the aides held the door for him as his retinue all left. The remaining people in the room all collected their things. As everyone stepped away from the table, the holograms in the room went out and the lights raised to a pleasant level. The wood room returned to a beautiful medieval meeting hall.
Nick made sure to catch the captain's eye and imply that they needed to talk. The captain nodded in understanding, while giving Nick a look of confusion.
The other meeting attendees left one after another to get to whatever duties they put off so they could attend the emergency session.
As the only two people left in the room, Captain Angelton stood patiently and waited for Nick to speak. Nick walked up while trying to choose his words carefully. "Captain, I have been working with Mr. Walker since he was delivered to the center. He will be one of my lab assistants under a work associate placement. I have been preparing a specialized syllabus for him to follow to make the most of his unique mind. As he hasn't technically joined the center as of yet, he hasn't been assigned an advisor. In the meantime, I'll be happy to have one of my assistants contact you about what training options you'd like to offer young Nero," Nick said with a congenial smile. The captain was much taller than Nick, not to mention a great deal wider, so his physical presence seemed to dwarf the scientist. Even so, Nick was not intimidated, and spoke to him as if the captain were a young man that Nick was interested in helping out. Unfortunately for Nick, the captain was actually not much younger than Nick. He was not a simple meathead, and didn't fall for the artificial tone, or Nick's soothing psychic presence. "Mr. Salvatore, my curiosity was piqued when I read the intake form for young Nero. Imagine how I felt when I saw that the freshly awakened young man I dropped off at the center had an intake form signed by the director of Gate 7 Research," Captain Angelton said, and then smiled and crossed his arms. "I was preoccupied with the Gur raiders and wasn't paying attention when I first met the boy. Now I'm paying attention. So I'll ask you if you can explain why you were the one to do his intake testing. Is he perhaps special in some way? Come to think of it, how is it that a boy with no memories is qualified to be a lab assistant for the head of research?" the captain asked. Nick's smile broke, and he gave a heavy sigh. Offering the captain a wry grin, he asked, "Do you have any dinner plans?" Confused at the sudden change of subject, the captain replied, "Nothing I can't move. Why?" Nick chuckled and turned toward the door. "Come along. I think you better meet my wife. I'll walk you through how I came to know Mr. Walker. You'll also learn that he is a swindler and opportunist. Maybe you can get a better deal than I did when it's your turn," he said with a jovial tone. The captain followed him out the door, still confused. As they walked and talked, Nick was recounting his interactions with Nero. The captain was shocked when he heard what Nick agreed to do for Nero in order to be able to use his data, without getting into the details of what that data actually was. Nick paused in his steps as he got another urgent ping. "Hey, Nick. Did you know that your essence forge could have killed me? You owe me. I filled out the paperwork for the job.
It's official. I'm employed. So what do you want me to do with my star? Also, I need you to show me how to focus a stream. I was learning a gust spell for sweeping the floor, and the end table in my room broke. The station said that it will just charge the room for the replacement, so you'll be getting a bill for that. I listed you as both my advisor and my emergency contact. You weren't on the list for the available advisors, but it let me write you in. Also, under the account information section, I just used you as my point of contact, then left the rest blank. I need you to set up an account for me. And do I get paid for being your lab assistant? Or is it just the room and board, along with the other stuff? What am I saying? Of course I'm getting paid. Anyway, I think that's it. I'm eating right now, but I'll ping you tomorrow if I don't see a ping in my inbox when I wake up. Oh, Mrs. Salvatore was worried about you getting arrested. I can't help with bail money, but let me know if you need anything. What did you do to get arrested? You should be more careful. Mrs. Salvatore is going to be pissed if she has to keep bailing you out of trouble. Anyway, good luck. TTYLL. Nero.
Nick stood in the middle of the hallway, surrounded by military personnel going about their day. Captain Angelton had also stopped to see what had Nick so agitated. "Are you all right, Mr. Salvatore?" asked the captain.
I'm fine. I'm just looking forward to what you'll have to promise Nero to get him into one of your combat classes, Nick said.
He then resumed walking, while he forwarded Nero's ping to Vera. He figured she'd get a kick out of it. Chapter 21. Customs are the true social lubricant. At 8:30 in the morning, Nero woke up to the wonderful sound of a working alarm. The night before, he had spent 30 minutes programming 3 alarms to hit one after another with a 1-second delay between them. The result was a delightful tune, one which was entirely not a waste of time. Greeting the new day with a smile, he stretched his arms over his head in victory. Stepping over the robes he had discarded the night before, Nero walked past his desk, which was littered with notes on magic and questions he wanted answered. While collecting his last clean robe from the cabinet, he noticed the new end table that was delivered the night before was still sitting by the door. Giving his backside a scratch, he went into the bathroom for his morning ritual. Only 20 minutes later, he was dressed and ready for the day. Shoving his dirty clothes into the provided laundry bag, he thought to himself, I need to get more clothes. This is my last clean robe. I'm sure as hell not going to wear the starter commoner gear I woke up with. After grabbing his link, Nero threw his satchel filled with study materials over his shoulder and left for the dining room. The hallways were relatively empty. Apparently, everyone started their day a little earlier than Nero. On the way to the cafeteria, Nero dropped his laundry bag through the laundry chute in the hall. The information in the link said that it would be returned to his room within 2 days. Resuming his walk, he idly wondered if he will return to see it sitting on his bed and folded like a laundry service in the movies. So far, he'd been having a productive morning. Nero enjoyed the fact that this world had 30 hours in a day. Considering that he liked to sleep, he figured that he could get a good 10 hours of shut-eye and still be up at 8:30. After a quick shower, he'd be at work by 10, even with a coffee and a Danish on the way, all while not having to rush. Making his way through the illustrious halls of the center, Nero exchanged polite nods with the few people he passed along the way. Walking everywhere will be good for me, he thought to himself. With a smile on his face and a pep in his step, Nero made it through the lobby, hoping to avoid the hawk. Luckily, she wasn't there, and the coast was clear. Heading into the dining hall, he wondered where everyone was. There were some people scattered throughout the very large room, but this was the emptiest he had ever seen it. Nero was unaware that most people were already in classes for the day. Shrugging, he decided he didn't care what everyone was up to. Blissfully ignoring the things he didn't want to think about, he went to get some coffee and a full breakfast. Nero had no reason to settle for a pastry, as he had nowhere to be. Seated and happy, Nero connected to his link,
which he thought of as this world's phone equivalent, to check his messages. The feeling of looking at his phone while eating his breakfast was glorious. Checking the pings that were waiting for him was easy.